Hello. We're streaming. We're going live. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello. Oh, man. There we go. Folks, get in here. It's time. It's time for another stream. It's time to make our dreams real because our eyes are real. And we're also live once again on twitch.tv, which we will probably be going live on for the most part from now on. And I hope you guys are ready for another episode of Westside Tyler live in color. Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. I'm your host, Westside Tyler Bell. This is the internet's best arts, culture, and politics live stream coming to you hot, fresh, and ready from Lexington, Kentucky. It is March 16th. It's a Monday. It's been a long weekend. We had company, that whole thing. My room is not freezing cold, despite the fact that we're having an unseasonable late season freeze here in mid-March, which people say is unexpected, but I always feel like right around St. Patrick's Day, it just gets miserably fucking cold again one last time. I've been putting insulation above myself. I can actually kind of tell now that I'm talking that this room is quieter. There's gigantic R35, whatever, 12-inch, 18-inch, whatever the fuck it is, insulation bats over my head, replacing nothing that was there before. I've been freezing my fucking ass off or boiling in this room for the entire time that we've been here since we moved, and now I am beginning the slow but sure process of re-insulating the upstairs. So very, very, very looking forward to that. We got a good show coming up for you today. I think I'm going to be diving into / watching a video because of all people, Australian YouTuber has covered this. That's not Friendly Jordies, who I like. But I'm going to be covering the Menab school massacre. Big quotes around that for now because the conversation around it has been suspicious as fuck. I've been bringing that up for like 2 weeks, and I want to get into it a little bit more. We also, and one of the reasons I'm streaming late today is we also might be talking to Dylan Burns. Shortly after, or at some point after 6 p.m. I don't know. He's doing like news segments or something. He told me to hit him up in between those, so I guess we'll go ahead and check that out. How's the weather up here? It's fucking freezing cold today. It was very nice all weekend. Today it is frigid and snowing and blowing wind like fucking crazy. It's been snowing all day in Indiana. It's been snowing all day here. 17 inches of snow where you are. Fuck that. Fuck that. Hope you guys enjoyed this little bit of music I was playing here. Can I bring that back up? Can I bring it back up? Can we get that back on? Can we get that back on here? So, this song is Tommy Boy. Good little ambient number for, I don't know why I made 2 songs today instead of just putting the whole thing together, but I felt like I needed to. I don't know, it's a compulsion. I was like, I've got stuff to do, and then my brain was just like, you should just make music real quick. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just make music real quick. So these are all songs for the Flesh Simulator video that's coming out, hopefully tomorrow. This is the other one. This one, the first one is pretty much finished. This one still needs mixing and other stuff added to it. There's just something about that crash that just doesn't sound right. Oh, this isn't even loud enough. There we go. Now you can actually hear it. Yeah. So yeah. That's called Tommy's on Drugs. I wrote lyrics for it. I don't know if I'll actually sing it. Oh my god. I've also been writing again, thank fucking god. Not just videos, I mean like good fiction, shit that I enjoy doing. Why is this like this? Oh my, whoops. Whoops. Can I just, there we go. Jesus fucking Christ. But either way. So that stuff's coming up hopefully by tomorrow. I don't see why it wouldn't. I'm not trying to go super long tonight, although I don't know when the fuck. I mean, if Dylan Burns isn't immediately available, I'm probably just gonna fucking bail. And by immediately, I mean within like an hour or so, because I'll just get fucking bored and I'll get off here. And I really want to put that video together so I can just be done with it and get it out and be gone. Any other updates? Not really. Please join the Patreon, patreon.com / West Side Fairy Tale still, I think is the actual link, because I think those links become permanent, but it's the WSF Productions LLC Patreon. That's where you can support me making anything. So you're like, Tyler, I like the music, but I don't like your mean thoughts on the internet. Well, that's how you support the music. Okay. You like my mean thoughts? You don't care about my music? Well, it's how you support my mean thoughts and various other issues. Okay. It has been good to get it reactivated, and we're doing daily or weekly updates on it and all that kind of stuff. Music like this will go on there. I did my update today and then did both of these songs real quick. I already had them in mind. I've been singing Tommy's on Drugs to myself all weekend. What are the fucking lyrics? The chorus is just Tommy's on drugs, 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 Tommy's on drugs. Pop it, push it, grind it, smoke it, freebase on it, D-face on it, grind it, bag it, roll it, toke it, see got in it, fuck it with it, pop it, push it, grind it, smoke it, freebase on it, D-face on it, grind it, bag it, roll it, toke it, see got in it, fucking with it, Tommy cat, bag it in, blow jobs, that's the plan, get the fuck, I am the man, I am the man, I am the man, I am the man, I am the man. Fucking just, I just want to fucking yell into the microphone over it. Tommy's on drugs. Tommy's on drugs. Tommy's on drugs. Get a bug down in the alley. Texas won't stop him up. Oh my god, dude. Having fun here. I'm a little tired. Very doom coded. Replacing no insulation with insulation works wonders. Yes, it's great. I haven't heard every single passing car outside. There's a benefit. Oh, Coco Rico. There's too much sugar in that. I think it's my last Coco Rico set for a while. Can you please give me your secret in look maxing like Giga Chad? I'm so jealous. I don't know, man. Just do some squats or something. Run 5 miles every day, do 100 push-ups and 100 jumping jacks. Have I seen the Flesh Simulator video? Yes. I watched it. I will be covering it. What if you want to support your music and mean thoughts, but are also limited financially? What other ways are best for your engagement, boost, and the rest? Share videos. Really get on that Clip Squad. Go do Clip Squad activities. Okay, just make a Twitter account. Do what all these fucking dorks do. Make one of those fucking Twitter accounts and just share minute to 2 minute long 30-second to 2-minute long clips of me. It doesn't matter what, talking shit to famous people, because I'm not fucking doing all that work. And that's how you do it. Maybe you'll get some fucking Elon bucks. Do it on fucking YouTube. You might make a mean website if you make a vid. I'm counting on it. I want that to happen. I would be so honored. My brain is floating right now. I feel like there was stuff I wanted to talk about. I can't remember what any of it is. I think it's really like I think I'm going to be talking about like conspiracies today, right? And all this sort of stuff. I think what I want to say is, and how I really want to start off talking about some of this shit. Oh yeah, did I fucking turn that off? God damn it. I just had fucking Hassan Piker's Twitter, because I had Twitch up, right? So it's like, hey, do you want to listen to any of these big people? And Hassan Piker's is up. Of course, I turned his on, and now he literally said, I'm not a missile autist anymore. Quote, I don't have missile autism or whatever. Like, okay. And like, we're in a position where I know people are hyperfixating on America because they hate America, which is fine. I mean, I can't dissuade you from it. But understand, not a single action that Iran has basically taken since the start of this war has been like remotely not a war crime almost in general. It's crazy. It's like you poked the beehive, but it's a war crime beehive. Like you gotta understand this. If you're lefties online right now have been reduced to arguing on behalf of illicit tactics and attacks on civilians. That's all you're doing. Like, relentlessly. And I know, like, you love it because, like, there's a lot of people who are like, "Oh, fuck, dead Jews." You know, I get it. That's your vibe nowadays. But, like, that is what you're arguing for. So I'm watching Hassan Piker for like 3 minutes while I'm getting the stream set up, and he's just like, yeah, so these new bombs that they basically open, how I've had it described to me is like a shotgun, and they just open up and then they put bombs everywhere. It's like an anti-person, so they hit cars and all this other sort of stuff. Like, yes, they're doing indiscriminate cluster munition bombing of a civilian center. That's it. That is exactly what's happening. Is Iran's few attacks into Israel are indiscriminate cluster munition bombings of a civilian center, which re-justifies Israel to do, because if they were like, well, we always suspected that if anything degraded between us, they wouldn't fight our military, they would fight our civilian populace because they're fucking animals, right? And we're animals too, I guess, because it's fucking Israel. But they're like, if you ultimately what you have is both is bad. Both sides are bad. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like sometimes, yeah, the shit sandwich also has shit bread. That's just the case. So it's like, yeah, they're justified in ruthlessly attacking Iran's entire military structure. It doesn't justify killing any civilians, but it's Israel, so who the fuck knows? But yeah, if they were like, if we let up on these people for a second, their military is going to attack us with indiscriminate cluster munitions in a city center. It's not just like, oh, they have a right to defend it. You have a prerogative to kill whoever is going to do that. Do you understand that? Like, it's like having like a shotgun pointed at a bus stop. You're not allowed to do that. And the weird thing about listening to people talk about this, motherfuckers are so lost in the America bad script that they immediately love war crimes. And some people are like, they understand it's a war crime and they're like, this is fucking awesome, right? But like, I'll say this a billion times over and over and over again. If you do war crimes, it's not like, I don't give a fuck morally at all. Like, that's the stupidest. Who gives a fuck? War crimes are war crimes because they're bad ways to stop people from fighting wars. It just makes them want to do it fucking forever, right? And it's also wasteful. There's a lot of reasons. The final reason, if it ever is even brought up, to not do a war crime is some moral bullshit. That who gives a fuck about morality? No one. You don't, I don't. They're the enemy. You want to do everything that's in your mind. Okay, well, don't do these things because it will needlessly prolong the conflict by causing excess suffering and damage that we've kind of already seen through the scope of human history doesn't stop people from wanting to fight and tends to make them want to fight more. Do you understand? Like, when you're attacking the American military, no one's going like, oh, fuck. A few people are going, oh, fuck, the American military is getting attacked while they're in the middle of, combat. This is insane or unthinkable. I was in the American military, like, based. All right, yeah, if America scraps with you and you win, based, good for you. You fucking won the fight. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to get hyper emotional over it. But, like, if your entire we're winning is, dude, we are mass murdering civilians in the civilian center and doing nothing whatsoever to slow down the military force that is still going to be armed and dangerous and hyper intent on fucking you up, like, you're not doing anything smart. Right now, people are like, well, no one anticipated that Iran would mine the Strait of Hormuz. They can't get the mines back. They just they're attacking civilians. That's why it's bad. The American ships can probably eat a lot of those fucking mines. They're warships. Cargo ships from Thailand can't. They are attacking civilians. The plan was murdering civilians that have nothing to do with the conflict. They just have to go down that street. They have created a fucking kill zone. It's a war crime. But, like, we're so divorced from, like, assessing efficacy and shit that it's just like, well, America did anything at all. It is now time to fully forgive and do whataboutisms to whoever they're fucking scrapping with, as though any of that is going to result in a, like, beneficial result for those people. Like, no one's going to forget. No one's going to forgive. The only way through, and it's very obvious at this point, is to exterminate the entirety of the IRGC or basically get to a point where there's so few IRGC people left that they're not going to be viable as a way to rebuild society there, which who knows how that's going to happen or how long it's going to take. Is that the best move? I don't fucking know. But the thing is like, if it works, Donald Trump is going to look like he can't not shit gold. Like, you should be terrified of it working. Like, understand that. It's very bad. Because right now, the biggest thing that you can say about America, aside from this Menab school thing, is they kicked a hornet's nest, and the hornet's nest willfully attacked civilian centers all around them. Like, people online are, like, celebrating, like, hotels getting exploded and shit. And that's just, okay, so if we're all as bad, and then we're both bad people, then I just know that I can't exist with you, and then anything that I do against you is permissible. Is where we are, which you already see a lot of lefties saying, you know what I mean? Internet lefties, I don't know, Bad Empanada adjacent. Bad Empanada is calling black people Zog slaves. He's so behind the times. Oh my God. And it's just this whole fucking thing. It's fucking cringe because people have no idea what's going on and people are just dying. It's coat posting. I just keep making fun of people because it's so much fucking fun to make fun of them. Relentless coat posting. Relentless maulding fucking coat posting. And like the weird hyperfixation on like our fuck up, if we made one, is nuts to me. Because the one thing that's driving me crazy, and it's very obvious why it's happening, is it is a full blackout over Iran. That's why people are fucking like going crazy right now. Iran has a full media blackout, essentially. Like, I have never seen a place with less fucking video and audio coming out of it than Iran. And so much of what's coming out of Iran is just raw AI shit and propaganda. You don't know left from right. You don't know up from down. I know why America's not sharing anything from the American side of things is they are playing their cards close to their chest like they are not 2 years old and they don't want fucking Iran to know their next move or what's going on. More than likely on the ground in Iran right now, giant pockets of the IRGC are cut off from each other because communications are fucked. We probably have all kinds of stuff being jammed. So the only way they'd know if this or that or that or this person, area, unit, whatever, had been or wasn't wiped out or engaged in fighting would be to start giving like fucking intensive press briefings to people at the New York Times and shit so that, you know, you could go and read the American newspaper and see what the fuck happened to you. That's why nothing's coming out of the US. It's because Geraldo Rivera cannot be trusted circa 1992 or whatever. You will not see in a fucking operation this big, that's this kinetic, any fucking talking to the press about anything. It's probably why they sent Donnie on a fucking like, Don, you want to go and walk around and talk to people at fucking in Kentucky and shit? I'll do that. I'll go. I've always wanted to go to Ohio. I heard they had corn there. Like, okay, fuck off for a little bit because they are busy as fuck trying to get these people out of here. These fucking IRGC people are fucking, they're dug in like, you know, under the ground. They've all got tunnel complexes and stuff. It's a good fucking move. And so it's this whole thing. It's ongoing, right? Look for a thing, find a thing, do a thing. Look for a thing, find a thing, do a thing. If anything, it's probably pretty slow because these guys have fucking embedded all of their fucking infrastructure next to civilians so that they can try to play a fucking, is it a military barracks? Is it a civilian center that we've refilled with fucking random people shell game? Like, these people are fucking monsters. Unironically. And there's such a fucking hunger for America bad news right now that you can sell bullshit to people. And like one of the things I really want to talk about is this Menab fucking school massacre thing. It may have happened. There is no evidence I have seen whatsoever that it actually has that I would say I would feel good telling people that occurred. And it's kind of nuts because it's very similar to like the Lauren or Taylor Lorenz style of reporting. And this is a problem throughout the entirety. It's one of the reasons I don't listen to a lot of mainstream news sites, but I will fuck with like Reuters to a degree and stuff, is because you've probably seen 100 reports that America bombed this school. None of them have been that they are not reporting that originally. They are reporting on reports of reports. So understand, if you're like, but I saw the headlines and I didn't look. Yeah, you did the thing. So we're going to look. Understand, it may have happened. It's just you're describing a crime. So you need to just prove it. You need proof. And it's going to be, I think a lot of people are going to be interested because I was like, I actually a thing I saw Dylan Burns talking about, like, I was vindicated. I saw this happen, yada, 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 like whatever. And I'm like, okay, but did you, how do you know? And this is the thing is there's the full media blackout essentially in and around Iran right now, imposed by Iran. Like they could let everybody start talking immediately, but they have everything shut the fuck down. So you don't know what is and isn't coming out of there. The stuff that has been shared is from their state news agency, which is not a like trusted, reputable, or honest source of news. I think one of them is Mayor TV is a shared, partially private, and then the rest of it's essentially owned by the government, which is it's not owned. That is not independent journalism. You don't have any ability to share what you want to share. Didn't the US say it was a Tomahawk and they were the only ones using them? No. I've got to hop into this. So a lot of people have just taken what they think, because it's that's why you have to ask this question. You haven't looked at it. No one's looked at it. It's fucking insane. It's actually fucking, I'm losing my fucking mind about it because, all right, let's I've got these. Oh fuck, it's on this live stream. Okay, let me walk you through this. So there is literally no evidence that the school was hit. Which is crazy. Like, not a single thing. I gotta get into this because I was shocked reading it because everybody's so fucking honest. It's one of those things where I was like, okay, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Whatever. But like, let me just double check real quick, and then you double check, and you're like, wait. My first indicator that there's people were lying, raw lying, is the number changed every 5 seconds. Is all over the place. No one knew exactly how many people were dead or where it was. Yada 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 yada. And that's always suspicious to me, is when numbers start fucking floating around. So let's see. Bellingcat. All right. Copy. And the links for these are in the episode description down below. Pointer. Copy. This is, I'm going to be watching this because there's some extra information. And, you know, if we are looking over this and I'm like, I get convinced otherwise, I will immediately fucking like retract. You know what I mean? But a lot of it is people desperately want to believe stuff. Okay. So we have, oh, come on now. I got to unplug this fucking cord. All right. So understand, unconfirmed or unverifiable reports are not, they're not real. You should not run them because it's gossip. It sounds like it feels official, but if you ever hear reportedly, or off the record, under condition of an anonymity, ignore it. Literally disregard it, because you are only going to ever believe that statement if you want to. I'm telling you right now, if you think about it in your life, if I said the opposite, you know, according to unreported sources, the thing that you didn't want to you did want to happen, you'll go, oh, you didn't want to happen. It was like, it's good for you. You'll go, no, it's not. I mean, who is that? Who could it be? And so when we look at it, this whole thing stinks to fucking high hell. Now, we might find out it's all true. And at that point, it is what it is. So there's two major stories here, right? There's the Bellingcat story, which is considerably more valuable, and this literally next to worthless New York Times story. The New York Times story is the heart of what most of you are going to be repeating, because I know you do not read past headlines, and you're stupid. And understand, I do judge you for that, and I think that you should hate yourself. I'm fucking kidding. If you just share headlines, you are stupid. You are stupid. You're easy to control. You're the reason that the causes that you want to support fail, because you're easy to fucking trick. You're easy to get fucking upset. And this is one of the times you got to be fucking on it. Unironically, and I deeply believe this, I think, like, and this is my conspiracy theory, but the vibe I feel like is there. I think the Donald Trump White House and the powers that be around him that want to stay in power after him as well are setting up essentially a McCarthyism 2.0, and these moments are going to be the test of it. This is how they are going to try to articulate that people are engaging in treason, are traitors, are untrustworthy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because they're going to be, a lot of this is just rerunning state media from Iran, and that's it, with no independent verification whatsoever. It's not possible. It's not possible to verify it, which is why it's crazy, because you're like, why are we hearing about stuff coming out all the time? It's because Iran only lets out what it wants to let out, because it is a despotic dictatorship, now a military junta or whatever, and they can control the flow of information the same way that the Donald Trump administration can control the flow of information in and out of the White House. They can control that information throughout the entirety of the country. There is no freedom of speech in Iran. There just isn't. It doesn't exist. So if you see a video come from Iran in the middle of a massive bombardment and you just go, I believe it, Did you believe it because you know it's true, or because you want it to be true? And that's kind of where I wanted people to go from here. Let me hit this dashboard real quick so I can actually read this shit. I believed unconfirmed reports in the past. Just stay consistent and continue doing so for the intellectual integrity of all. Wait, you moron. Stupid. Oh my God. You just do. I mean, I guess if you want to just do that's bullshit, but I believe it. So here's one of the first things, and this is just raw suspicious to me. The New York Times always paywalls basically everything. This is not a paywalled story. I mean, maybe they feel like it's very, very important or something, but normally everything on the NYT is paywalled, and this wasn't. I mean, it might be whatever, but so U.S. fault in strike on school in Iran, preliminary inquiry says. There is no proof of this. This statement is not proven. This is an uncorroborated assumption. This inquiry, there is no access to it. So this is functionally a lie. This is just inaccurate and or a lie. If it's just saying something that may be true, it's a gamble on the truth, which in my opinion is dishonest. Outdated targeting data may have resulted in a mistaken missile strike, according to ongoing military investigation, which undercuts President Trump's assertion that Iran could be to blame. We were two things in here, and it takes a little while to get down to. An ongoing military investigation has determined ongoing. The United States is responsible for a deadly Tomahawk missile strike on an Iranian elementary school, according to U.S. officials and others familiar with the preliminary findings. These people will never be mentioned. So as of this point, this is the crux of it. If you do not tell me who said it so I can verify it, it's a rumor. According to rumors and leaks from the State Department. And if you're like, but like those have been accurate before, it's like, yeah, but how often have you seen them be inaccurate? And you don't know because you don't read the news. You just absorb shit that fucking people get upset about online. And all you want to do is have your fucking your biases confirmed over and over and over again. February of this was a result of a targeting mistake by the U.S. military, which was conducting strikes on an adjacent Iranian base, of which the school was formerly a part. The preliminary investigation found there's no evidence for this. Officers of the U.S. Central Command created targeting data coordinates for it. People briefed on the investigation said. We do not know who these people are. We do not know what this document says. There is no I could just say this about anything. And the only response is that Taylor Lorenz shit. Well, wouldn't they get fired? They would not. The New York Times is not a highly accurate, highly respected, nonpartisan paper. It is a fucking propaganda tool owned by millionaires. They can say whatever they want, whenever they want, for any reason that they want. Everyone in here could lie. More importantly, you don't know that the fucking random people that they're talking to aren't lying as well. That's the most important thing. We don't have any way to fucking triangulate all of these statements. And once we get to the Bellingcat video, I feel like a lot of you guys are going to go like, wait, what? Because even that does not show you what people keep saying they think they see. Officials emphasize the findings are preliminary and that there are more unanswered questions about why the outdated information had not been double checked. So we don't know. We don't know. These are speculations by people who speculations from an unfinished investigation that they have not completed from people we don't know and cannot confirm are suggesting the possibility that we're so fucking many levels of uncertainty here that there is no reason for this U.S. at fault in strike on school in Iran preliminary inquiry says. What's the name of the inquiry? Who is conducting? We don't know a single person who's on it. I don't know how they're getting the fucking information. Is it from the Navy? Is it Department of War now? Secretary of State? Is it the CIA? Is it the NSA? Who the fuck is this that would know? How would they know? I've been in combat. People won't know what the fuck happened about some shit that you literally saw go down for months. And then you'll be wrong. It was like, oh yeah, we figured it was that, but it actually wasn't. Do you know what I mean? There is no direct quote. There is no referenceable information whatsoever other than that the school probably existed. That's actually fucking crazy. President attempts to sidestep the blame for the strike have already complicated the inquiry, leaving officials who have reviewed the findings showing U.S. culpability expressing unease. Whoever that is. Made up people, maybe real, maybe not. The people interviewed for this story spoke on condition of anonymity, saying the sensitive nature of the ongoing investigation, Mr. Trump's assertion at one point that around not the United States is possible. So, okay, yeah. All right. I can't. Fuck off. Who is it? Is it an important person? Is it a guy that was getting coffee and walked past a door? Is it a senator that doesn't like Donald Trump? Is it Thomas fucking Massey who wants the war to end prematurely? What are the motivations of these individuals? Why would they be sharing information? Because I'll tell you right now, anybody that's fucking remotely close to the Donald Trump admin is not doing anything out of the kindness of their heart or for moral or good or grandstanding reason. They are all evil people. They just are. They're politicians. Anyone that's at this level is a career hack, right? They're all the way at the tippity top, or they don't have access to talk about anything that they're talking about. You know what I mean? What level of seniority? Well, we can't tell you because they might get fired. Okay, then I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It sounds like a lie. It sounds made up. It does sound made up. That's what made up things sound like. Well, a guy told me, 2 guys. Who are the 2 guys? I can't tell you. They're afraid if people find out, they'll get in trouble. Okay. Well, would they be getting in trouble because it's true? Or what if they were going to get in trouble because they lied? How do I know that they're not going to get in trouble because they lied? Well, I wouldn't report a lie. How do I know that? I don't know if you're telling the truth or not right now. You're obfuscating necessary facts for me to figure it out on my own. So I just have to I have to trust you for no reason. That's it. Like I have to believe you. And it's much easier to have to believe somebody if you just want to already, which is what shit like this is. Well, we just wanted to get in on the phone. Yeah. They can come back later and say like, oh, our sources were incorrect. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. The rest of propaganda is the truth. Very often. The school definitely existed. You can Google it, find the picture, site's down, obviously, and verify it through Google Maps. It's the same building. I mean, okay, but how do you know there's anyone in there? Do you know what I mean? Like, literally, you don't know anything about it. That there was a school somewhere and that maybe it got hit. We don't know anything. Understand, if you can't directly, then you don't know. If you were not witnessing the amount of people that were walking into the building and then walking out, and you didn't see the thing hit, then you don't know that it was hit. You don't know there was people in it. You don't know anything other than Iran put out videos saying that we did something wrong, which is you're deciding to believe them because you want to. Because it's fucking Iran. They make shit up all the time. They've been putting out literal AI fucking propaganda. They are liars. So who the fuck knows? How it's literally confidence based on only your desire to want it to be true. Understand, it's just the case. You don't have to take a precautionary stance on believing it's the case. You prove the thing happened. You're accusing who even knows who fucking shot the fucking thing? Not even the countries. You're accusing specifically U.S. forces of a war crime. But then, like, when you bring it to it, it's just like, oh yeah, the people that lie told us, and also some people who can't be who can't be named said it was the case. And we're gonna get a little bit deeper into this. It's too obfuscated. It's bad reporting. It's dishonest horse shit. And honestly, if it was just like, oh yeah, no, fucking Thomas Massey came out here and here's 3 documents where he says, yeah, it was fired from this ship. Launcher tube X, and it was unit yada 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 yada, and it was targeted to this based on this report. Oh, of course, okay, then it happened. That's all I need is, and we call it in the business evidence. That's all I need. Just show me evidence. I will believe stuff because it's true, as opposed to just, hey, there's a story out here. It sounds good. Okay, what are the facts of it? We don't have any of them. None. Not a single concrete fact at all. There was a building somewhere. Possibly it's been destroyed. possibly by a missile. Possibly there were people in it. Possibly they're dead from the strike. How do you know any of that? I have guessed. We have guessed. We have believed unconfirmed third-party reports, hearsay, and confused gossip from a literal war zone. But we're all going to say this with the certainty that we witnessed it happen ourselves. It's fucking nuts. This is literally true of literally so many news stories. Why is Tyler choosing this specific story to make a very valid point about untrustworthy news coverage and suspected device? I say this about stuff all the time. It's literally maybe once, twice a month I bring this up, but this is bad reporting. It's bad reporting. Go on if you care about the dead kids and you know that they died, go on the fucking record and risk your career. Like, oh, we have people who are like, oh, we really needed to tell you this. Okay, well, it's a death blow if you say I'm part of the crew and we know what happened and then you release documents. Like, that's like Watergate shit, right? No, I'm not going to do that. It doesn't really bug me that much. I need to keep my job. I still need to keep working for this administration. You know, like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Satellite images of the building, we know it existed at least. I mean, yeah, and that's it. Tyler's going off the deep end about trust and truth. Well, that wouldn't be evidence. That would be an unverifiable report. The person could be lying about the missile being shot from Tube 2. It would be from Tube 1. How could you not know if you were there? You can get the missile fire reports. That's it. I can answer that question. If you expend any munition in the United States military, particularly if it's a indirect munition, there are both records of it being fired, right? You have to do ordnance counts. And if it's an indirect fire mission, that is recorded in the logbook. There's just logs upon logs upon logs to cover people's asses all the way up top to say, fire mission was called in. It was executed at this time, here. It was a fire from blah, da, 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 da. So if you actually look up a lot of these drone shots, or if you've ever seen like reports from like an F-18 engagement, they will say down to the fucking tube, what rock. We fired an ARM 88 from the left side fucking pillar, right? We fired 129 rounds of GAU 8 or considerably more than that. That's all. It's all recorded, right? They have recordings of these things. They're digital systems that create records so that people know what was expended and we can get combat data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, you know, in Battleship, when you put your little dots down, it's that, but complicated. We have that. If you've been to an inquiry and it shows that, then you'll have that. That's all you need. If you can get the fucking the fire report, if you can get the fucking the indirect fire mission information, then you're golden. Because they don't just lightly launch fucking tomahawks. They don't lightly launch howitzer. You know what I mean? Like 105 shots. People are very, very specific. There's plots, all sorts of shit written down just to fire a fucking howitzer. Okay, for a fucking a ship guided, that's completely in there. There is information about it. No one can lie about it because that's where the record is created. But this is the kind of the fucking point. We don't even know what ship it was fired from. I would assume it was some, but I have to assume. You know what I mean? You just need that information to prove the thing happened. Or at least show video of the occurrence. And even that isn't real. I'll get to that. I think you lose more than your job at this point. Whistleblowers have gone to jail for less, and the Trump admin has been really gung-ho about whistleblowing. Well, then fucking, dude, then it doesn't matter, I guess. Fuck. Oh. Tyler, do you think there's a justifiable reason why somebody would want to speak with anonymity about a topic? No, there is none. There is no justifiable reason for anonymity, essentially ever. Because first off, you don't know if the reason's real. The fear of reprisal shit is okay, sure, maybe, but also I don't care because your concern for your well-being has nothing to do with whether or not I'm going to believe you. So you can just start creating situations where you just say everybody is afraid, and then that's always an excuse. I don't care about the individual at all. I care about the truth. If you know what the truth is and you want to fucking tell the truth on people, then you need to have your fucking whole person there for scrutiny. You have to be able to be scrutinized. Otherwise, it is just unconfirmed gossip. That's kind of the point. Like in the United States Constitution, you have the completely inalienable right to say, I want to see who's accusing me of a crime. Because if you don't know who's accusing you of a crime, then you can't defend yourself. You know what I mean? They can say anything they want. They can say that they were in a room in a closet watching you. And you're like, okay, who was in a room in a closet watching me from a closet? Well, we can't tell you. They're afraid. Okay. It's a very good excuse to cover liars. And you're going to cover infinitely more liars than you ever will truth-telling people. In my entire life as a journalist, I found people who would put everything on the line because they were just pissed. They would go on the record all the fucking time. I want to go. I don't care if I lose my job. I want them to know. Do you know what I mean? Because people stand for something. But then you get to fucking Washington, D.C., and all of a sudden the multimillionaire children of fucking Columbia and Harvard and fucking Yale graduates, people who hit fucking golden parachutes and land at fucking IBM and Syntel and shit, all of them are afraid of some level of retribution for reporting a war crime. It's absurd. It's insane. What, you want to still be there? Dude, rat and leave. Well, I was going to tell people who the serial killer is and put my name on it, but I was just worried about some sort of, people are going to come back at me over it. Like, dude, you got to go on the record. You have to go on the record. If you're scared, then stop being a pussy and then go on the record or shut up. Like, I don't fucking care. Because it's like you have to imagine this one fucking wooby in your mind. You have to imagine one wooby in your fucking mind that like has to be like, oh my God. But then everybody else is also that same wooby who is just going to lie to you. And you have no idea who is and isn't going to lie. You have no idea who's a CIA fucking COINTEL agent. You have no idea who's just lying because they feel like it. You have no idea because you don't know the truth. And it's it's crushingly fucking important. I think this is my big man bias talking because I'm 6'5". I believe Haditha was a whistleblower thing. No. That was it. They reported it, and then it was just covered up by brass. And then a independent journalist from Iraq, who had been gone, and it was from that town, came by, and then he interviewed everybody and then released it. It's not even a whistleblower. It was just solid fucking journalism. The missile fire report could be forged. How would you know if you didn't see it happen? It can't be forged, idiot. It's not. You would have to doctor the record in a way that like dozens upon dozens of people would see you doctor the record. Like you have to go into the fire control system and rewrite the logs. Like I don't even think you're allowed to do that unless you're like running the fucking ship, and you probably need a bunch of people to get in there and fuck with it. That's not how it works. That's like you're a kid. You're like a little kid. You know what I mean? Like with no knowledge of the world. This is like what it's always like to deal with lefties. Like it's like, but what if, what if? It's like, dude, you have no foundational knowledge of any of these systems or any of the things that we're talking about, but you have an opinion about it because you're fucking ass mad that you have no power on this earth. And basically everything that you want is never going to happen because you're kind of like a loser pussy. So you want every loser pussy excuse to fucking get away with bullshit to be like morally acceptable and like the go-to, because when you're such a fucking loser, you want losers to be like accepted in their moment of being a fucking twat. And that just lets the fucking assholes take charge of everything. It's like, oh, I just want to make a million excuses that people can lie. Like that's all you're doing. I just want to create an avenue for falsehood to spread. I have to have an avenue for falsehood to spread. Otherwise I'll feel unsafe. How will I confirm my bias if people require evidence? You know what I mean? All I need is a vibe. in a single statement that I can just run with. Okay, but then why do you trust random accounts from whistleblowers? If their names and shit are on it, then their actual reputations there. You can figure out where they were. You know what I mean? Like, oh, hey, I was in this meeting at 3:00. Okay, we can go run that story down. We know who you are and where you were. I can double check, TV stations and shit. We can try to figure out from your diary where the hell you were. If you have a planner, if you have a fucking assistant. Okay, yeah, they were in that meeting and they were doing this, yada, 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 yada. You get closer to the truth. It's not like a fucking dead shot. But like you get to a point where you can corroborate and check and expose and like really interrogate the truth, which is much more important than, hey, some guy said it. You can't have any of that stuff. All these additional questions where you're like, oh, we need to like look harder and see what's it. Those are actually all questions that would be established in a case of guilt. Unironically, like I'm slowing them down because it goes forever. But it would be a court case. It would be a multi-day, push through every ounce of that information. But you're not trying to investigate in the case of criminal culpability here. You're just trying to be confirmed. You just have a feeling and you want your vibe to be unbothered because, you're scared and alone in the world or some shit. I don't know. But like, it's pathetic. And it doesn't benefit anybody. It's just like a weak fucking pawn's version of life. It's a disgusting way to be because you just want to be literally fed slop. In this case, anti-war slop. I want my anti-war slop. I just need to hear America bad so that I can make some fucking videos about, or I can make some fucking posts about like, I don't want people to get a discounted Texas Roadhouse anymore. You know what I mean? And just live in a fucking fantasy world. Have you considered that being an unprincipled pussy is how you get hired? Remember Curacao or Snowden? I don't know anything about John Curacao except for he tells a very interesting tale. All unconfirmable stuff, but as far as I know, but if you actually know who the guy is, you can go and double check his shit. Maybe a dumb question, but how are misses reported to the military? Is that even more documented? I mean, it's the same thing. It depends. The more expensive the round is, like, obviously, the more they're going to give a shit. So if you have some sort of massive indirect fire thing, you have to have your people there confirm hits, right? Which I don't even know how we're doing hit confirmation right now, or if we're doing it. I'm going to assume it's spy planes, and maybe we have some fucking boots on the ground individuals double checking. We might have spies, but you have to have your BDA person who's on the ground wherever you are saying hit, miss, splash, adjust left, whatever. And you write it all down and send it back. Even in the small, like at the tiniest levels, when you're calling in CAS and shit, you call in, like if you're close air support, right? You call in a fucking helicopter to come shoot up an area, right? Hey, we have a car right here. We need fucking suppressive fire, whatever. Okay, call it in. This is this time. We're here. This is our grid coordinate that's calling it in. We need a fire mission on that grid coordinate. It's this time. We need this time for that, or immediately, or as soon as possible for it. We're requesting this type of fire. We're requesting it to go on for this long, yada, yada, yada. And you fill out your giant request. They read it back to you because they write it the fuck down in a big ass logbook. Or on a fucking computer. They put it in the system. And the logbooks are designed such that if you fucking remove or try to white out a log, it will show. Because it's an ongoing series of entries. You'd have to erase it or you'd have to cut it out. You would leave evidence of your malfeasance, which I've seen happen to people, not for anything serious, but just like, I needed to write that this person came back off duty or something, and they wrote in the accurate time, which means they were late. So they edited it. And then people are like, why did you fucking edit this logbook? You have to put your initials in. Because, and then you get fucking scrutinized. And then people snap under fucking any amount of pressure at all and tell the truth. It happens over and over and over again. These systems are in place. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying there's just evidence. And if there's an inquiry and you have access to it, you could just take it and give it to people. You could just leak the evidence. Who gives a fuck about you talk to a fucking New York Times reporter and said like, yeah, man, as far as we know, I think it was us. Like, I don't even know the character of the conversation or how it was delivered, nor can we interrogate the individual as to how that did occur. How specific or non-specific was it? What was the situation? How much access did they have to the information? Just like, no, there was an inquiry. It's still ongoing, and you just got to believe it. So weird. Oh, you like the mouthwashing video? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks for explaining. I don't know anything about the military, so I feel so lost keeping up with the news. Dude, it's baffling. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. And it's not like... the problem isn't that it's inaccurate because of that. Is that it's very often imprecise because of that. And the lack of precision causes more issues with accuracy than inaccuracy itself. People don't know what they're saying. I had people in my own Discord server today saying like, well, whoever shot that Tomahawk missile from a plane should be yada, 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 yada. And it's like, okay, maybe. Do we know? Fuck. Are they all should know Tomahawks can come from a plane, right? Tomahawk fired from plane. They're like 15 feet long. Pretty much sure anything can be fired from anything. Dude, what in the fuck is wrong with this? Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah, Tomahawks are not delivered by aircraft. So they're fired from sea-based platforms or possibly a land-based platform because they're low-flying missiles, okay? So there you go. Tyler, you did a cast call-in once. Were you also responsible for doing the 9 lines, or was it someone else and you were pointing the laser? Oh yeah, that one. That was other people were doing the lines. I wasn't radio, and I wasn't team lead, so I wasn't going to be doing the cast. I've done other casts before for like various different things. Close air support isn't also always like combat. You have to know how to do casts for like evac and shit. Or just to call in transportation. You know what I mean? If you need like a CH-46 to come in. And then like the 9-line grid or whatever the hell, what the fuck was that called? 9-line. I haven't heard their term in a while. That's usually... Okay, so it's a series of steps, right? The radio operator will call it over and is responsible for being accurate about it, but your team lead or whoever is going to be on spotting or whoever is designated for CAS calls is going to be writing it out, right? It's a team. Usually close air support calls are a whole team thing. So a perfect situation would be you're with a platoon commander who are permitted to give CAS, right? So you would say, this is this unit, whatever, right? He's like, okay, the platoon commander's there. He's got his maps. He's working with his XO, probably not, more than likely his senior staff NCO, or maybe like a high-level corporal or sergeant who kind of like assists him with cartography and all that sort of shit, orienteering. Those guys are going to go ahead and they're going to do a bunch of shit. They're going to be looking through fucking binoculars. They're going to be looking at the map. They're going to be doing it. They'll write the whole thing out and then they'll talk to each other about it. They'll literally, you do this so that there's no chance that when you say shoot it at this spot, it's the spot you're standing on. They write that whole thing down. They get it good. They give that to the radio guy who reads literally stand by for close air support. Right, line 1, line 2, line 3, or however your SOP is for it. That does not go to a pilot at all. That does not go remotely close to a pilot. Our CAS calls, if we did one, went to our COC, which is the same place that we call in for, just check-ins and stuff. It's just part of our, there's no air base, no air support whatsoever. Maybe if you needed a mortar mission called in, you would do that. I think I called in a few mortar missions for Illume only. So like, boom, like that horse shit Illume mission, right? And so you call into there, they repeat it back to you. from the COC, because you have to get authorization. You can't have a fucking private fucking dick butt calling a fucking loitering F-18 to ask for ordnance. All right. There's people that check it every step of the way on the way up. From there, our COC, and we can't even connect to that line until they give us the line to connect to the bird, if we even get it. It might even be a pass through. That's comms guy shit. It's fucking wizardry and magic. I don't know how the fuck it works, and I don't care. We stay on channel 1, which is a scramble channel that is actually 5 million channels all at the same time. And we talk to the COC. COC is going to talk to close air support, ops, wherever. And they're going to say, close air support ops, calling in fire mission, whatever. And I don't even think we called it in. We actually got told, we called in the issue. They called us back and told us to set up a fire mission that we had to set up and then call in all the way up, because they told us how they wanted us to deal with it, but then we were still required to do that shit on the ground. They call in all the way to the birds, and they're not talking to the bird, they're talking to the fucking nest. Okay, hey Roger, this is fire mission control Fallujah, or this is fire mission, it's probably Taqadum, Al Taqadum Air Base, fire mission control TQ. I don't know, I never called them. I never would. I would never call directly into them unless I'm a special boy. You're skipping the line. So like, that is the station, the close air support station on station for all of these different units, right? So anyone at any time is going to be like, hey, I need this, I need that. They don't want everybody individually calling in unless you get special dispensation because you're doing something like a fucking battalion maneuver. We're on a post. You don't need any access to this. Maybe some fucking Navy SEAL guy is going to be able to fucking be on direct line with a fucking F-18 control crew or something, but not me. Abso-fucking-lutely. And the people that are flying the planes are colonels and shit. I do not want to talk to them. I do not want to talk to a full bird colonel in control of a fucking Mach 3 Harrier, whatever the fuck they're flying at the time. VTOL Harriers and shit. That goes to the nest, right? That goes to the close air support, and then they confirm that they're even going to do it. They tell you whether or not they're going to allow the fucking mission, because it's a request. It's not a close air support order, unless you're General fucking Patton. It's a request. We are asking way higher ranked, way more important people than us, because we're grunts. Can you fly your pretty plane over here and do a thing? Okay, yeah, we'll do it. We're going to give you X, Roger, this. And then they call all the way back down to us. And then they tell us what is going to happen next. We need you to do this. At which point, I'm sitting there like, and then looking at the guy, and then you got to fucking go and whatever, you know? That's the whole deal. That's what they tell us. Hold fucking on, stay, we're going to be blah, blah, blah. And then they give you countdowns. And then bright lights, and then that's it. You got that stage of people can't be phone gamed because bad things can happen of all sorts, not just a miss, but whatever. Once the hits, by the way, you say impact, etc., fucking effect on target, yada yada yada, whatever the appropriate statement is, you give them that card, and then that goes in the book. Because if you have to go and shoot again, they need to know that they need to go up, fire adjustment, up 3 right 2, or however you're going to do it. Fire adjustment, grid to grid X, whatever the hell. And so that goes all the way back up, and that dude's waiting for a confirmation that he can go back to loitering or go back to land or whatever the fuck. He can go on to the next fire mission, etc., because he needs to know if he needs to come back and fire again. So this is with everything. All fire missions are like this. They have to be because you can fuck up, right? And maybe if there was a fuck up, there was a fuck up, but the fuck up will be logged. They will say where they shot the missile. And that might get you like off, so to say. I mean, if you fire a missile and it misses by 100 feet because somebody put a fucking high level amount of military ordnance and then made girls go to school while America is attacking next to the thing that America would attack, and you've already fucking shell gamed them, that's like way less bad than what the inference is right now, which is just that America intentionally attacked a girls' school because there were girls there going to school or something, which is a very Iranian or IRGC at least excuse to do any act of violence. Makes sense. Someone else called out the lines. You were part of one of the lines, whichever one has the targeting condition, lock on after launch, guided by ground. I mean, sure, sort of. Yeah, basically. They tell you, you can say how you're going to mark a target or mark anything, really. Mark is a constant deal. So, like, you know, if you're calling in close air support for medevac, right? You have to tell people how you're marking the medevac. We're going to mark with green smoke. We're going to drop green, red, and white smoke. Land on blue. We're going to drop blue when we hear your rotor. Or like there's a way to say that, i.e. we don't want anybody that's away being able to target where you're going to land. So they're looking in, they see all that, then they see a blue drop. Okay, we hit that blue, go in, go fast, down, up, gone. Or you have stuff like, yeah, we're going to draw a big Y on the ground so that you know what direction we want you to land in. Follow, you know, when we drop the smoke, follow smoke in opposite direction of wind. So when the guy's looking down, he sees the wind go this way. He's going to go that way with the nose. Put the nose down in the direction of the wind. Put the nose down with wind on port. Put the nose down with wind on starboard, etc., etc., etc. There's all sorts of things. And all this stuff gets written down. And like it's like so much of it's video recorded. You know what I mean? We saw every single strike that we called in as a company was recorded, like fucking in FLIR. You know what I mean? I still remember one of the helicopter call-ins we had to do. We were making fun of the helicopter's A gunner because she couldn't hit shit. The guy was putting fucking bombs on the ground, and he hit him with the fucking, like, busted out of there like a fucking quarterback or like a tight end. He just fucking spinning through bullets. Ran away. He jogged away from a fucking helicopter. Okay, cool. Good for him. Fuck's a chatbot going to do for us armed forces? I don't know what it does or I don't know how valuable it could be. I don't know what it was doing. I know it's like good to blame stuff, but like we just don't know. There's so much we don't know about this, and there's going to be more stuff to talk about. How is AI being integrated in these military operations? No, I don't know. Maybe with certain types of target identification, which kind of makes sense, and that's still going to have to be like I don't think it's doing spot target fire. Like I think people think that it's going like bomb and then firing it. I mean, that would probably be bad considering you have to have multiple people confirm targets for fire because it's expensive to shoot at them if you want to talk about the amoral reason. But like trying to recognize like, okay, we've got 50 cars out in this gigantic fucking GPS or not GPS, but this gigantic fucking satellite image of this thing. Which of these squiggles looks like a fucking, a Buck 32 or whatever the hell? Which one of these looks like anti-aircraft emplacements? Which one of these things looks like the vent for, these, we found out these breathing vents for these underground tunnels and stuff. And then it'll scan those things, right? And you still got to double check. And you still got to confirm, like, yeah, okay. You can't just, because otherwise you're probably firing at fucking everything. I don't know. It would be stupid to do. If they're doing it, it would be stupid. But it feels like someone wants me to think that they're doing that without evidence so that I just think that they're stupid, which is fine. They're probably dumb. But like at a certain point, there's going to be guys who like do have to press buttons down the line, and they're not going to just do stupid shit for no fucking reason. And the fact that we don't have reasons and proof is deeply suspicious. So yeah, anonymous asked about this article as he left the White House on Wednesday for a trip to promote his economic agenda in Ohio and Kentucky. This is from like weeks ago. Mr. Trump replied, "I don't know about that. People briefed on the investigation said many questions were yet to be around, why outdated information was used, and who failed to verify the data. Still, the error has not surprised current and former officials, but we don't know who. Like, if the error existed, so it's like we're now reporting it as it is, as though it's fact. even the statement before said it's a preliminary investigation. So like, we don't know for sure that that's the case. No one does. Like the oh my God, it's a blizzard. There's a full whiteout outside. I just looked to the right of me and it's a full whiteout. That's insane. Dude, it looks like Frosty the Snowman out there. I'm sorry. But like, we just don't have enough information. This is another one of the things. Excavators and workmen dug nearly 100 graves at a cemetery in Manab before the funeral for children and teachers killed in an airstrike. Iran's foreign media department via Associated Press. So maybe, like, how do we confirm this? Like, how do we know that there's a lot of people dying in Iran right now? We're fucking up the IRGC. How do we know that these are for children? How do we know that there's children going in here? You just showed me a picture of a bunch of graves. This could very well be fucking, former Ayatollah Khomeini's like entourage that's getting. I just don't know what I'm looking at. You're showing me a fucking top-down view of holes being dug. But people see this and they have an immediate fucking like deep spiritual response to it and just go like, fuck, that confirms everything I believed. That's a sad picture. Look how gray it is. School in the town of the same block as buildings used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Navy, a top target of the United States. Site of the school was originally part of the base. Officials briefed on the inquiry said the building was not always used as a school, though it is not clearly precisely when the school opened on the site, which is a crazy thing to say as well. Like, the building is there. You're going to see this because a lot of the reporting suggests that there was like, it feels like what you're trying to say is there was a building alone somewhere that was like an obvious, like a fucking school. Like it was a school. You know what I mean? Like it had school vibes, like a lunchroom and shit. And it was not just a nondescript building on a military base, which is what this building is. And it is not remotely separate from a lot of shit that will be targeted and is dangerous if it gets hit. There's no reason children or anyone should be living near any of this stuff. I know people say like, well, don't you have like schools and shit on military bases? Yeah, you keep the residential parts very separate. There's whole rivers, literal rivers on fucking Camp Lejeune showing the difference between what are unironically permissible military targets, our barracks that we live in as grunts, and base housing where like high ranking or even just rando people will live with their kids. The schools and shit are over there. Our stuff is all hittable. You can tell it's a bunch of miserable blocks, just tons of them, all next to each other. Miserable blocks. What's not next to any of that are the fucking powder kegs, the fucking powder rooms, the place underground where you store all the explosives and grenades and bullets and yada yada. Those are nowhere the fuck near anybody in the middle of what looks like a big green field with lumps on it because it's massive amounts of explosives. So you don't have anything like that near anybody that could get hurt by it if we did get attacked, because you want to be able to reinforce where you are and have them fucking leave. They should be able to go away and be away from fighting regardless of what happens. So like it's deeply suspicious at all that fucking school was in when the most obvious military assault on your area was going to happen, and somehow you just happened to be playing shell game with children's lives. In the best for Iran version of this, they successfully shell gamed children into the way of a missile. There's no talking around that. It's, oh, your unit fucking data was outdated, and you'll see this fucking map on Bellingcat. That is the sickest, most depraved shit I've ever fucking seen. It raw disgusting. Raw fucking disgusting behavior on the part of the IRGC. Like nothing about this is like, oh, we need to slow it the fuck down. Like these guys have to get taken the fuck out. On their best day, they just successfully shell gamed fucking meat shields into a building that they didn't need to be in. They did not need to be in or near for any fucking reason at all. Dangerous to be at. Now I'll show you why. Visual investigation by the time shows the building housing the school had been fenced off from the military base between 2013 and 2016. whatever. Satellite imagery reviewed by the Times showed that the watchtowers that once steered near the building had been removed. 3 public entrances were open to the school. The ground was cleared, and play areas, including a sports field, were painted on the asphalt, and the walls were painted blue and pink. So this is like really close. Squint. So they upgraded this. This doesn't really like this. Okay. You can tell, by the way, even with this going on, I mean, they say that these colors are not very readily identifiable. I mean, this is IRGC right here. This is a splash of like serious amounts. All of these buildings as well. We're going to be getting into some of this with the Bellingcat. They're zooming in a lot here, which is kind of deeply suspicious because they start half zoomed and then like slowly zoom in a touch more. But like they are in the middle of a fucking compound. I know they said like fucking fence was removed or whatever, but this still is clearly the same fucking block. Like that is all just together. Like it's crazy. Target coding provided by the DIA, labeled school buildings military target. I mean, that's what you say. Suspicion. Investigators don't fully understand how the outdated data was sent because they don't know because it's not done yet. So ignored. Military targeting is very complex. Duh. Fast-moving situation. Information is sometimes not verified. I mean, prove that. Prove that that specific information wasn't verified. In addition to this, working on this, blah, blah, blah. It's ongoing, and there's more to learn according to the people. Okay, yeah. Even they're like, well, we don't know yet. Officials from CC declined to comment. Officials from the DIA referred questions to the Pentagon, which declined to comment, saying the incident was under investigation. NGIA did not immediately respond to requests for comment. So no one's talking to us, and we don't know. Except for 2 people who won't say that they were talking to us. And we don't even know where they were at. They're just officials with something. When these guys targeting data is older, intelligence officers are expected to use imagery or data from the NGIA to update and verify. Okay. Made targeting. This is extra. Officials kind of examined whether, according to U.S. officials, nothing extra. Start, point. Okay. Unlikely. So this is all just supposition, unconfirmed reports. We looked at something and we saw that the school was severely damaged by a precision strike that occurred around the same time as attacks on the naval base. Time analysis showed the base was hit again within around 2 hours of the first strikes. I don't know how they know it was a precision strike. This is one of the things that's fucking throwing me, and I'll have to get into it here in just a second. A video uploaded Sunday by Iran's semi-official Mehr news agency and verified by the Times also shows a Tomahawk cruise missile striking the naval base beside the school in Manab on February 28th. So this is the video where everybody has been sharing where it says it hits, and we're going to see this on Bellingcat as well. This is, I don't know the context of it. They said it's been independently verified, but I don't trust Times to independently verify anything. I don't know how you did it. Go into that. Otherwise, I don't care. It's even their version where they say it hits the school, or people have been saying this is evidence of it hitting the school. It's not evidence of it. There is no video of a missile hitting the school. This is not the school getting hit. This is something else being targeted. And we'll see that it's not even in a cone where it could have hit the thing. So it's just, there were attacks. Something happened to this school. We are going to say that it was a precision strike based on vibes, and we're going to say it was a Tomahawk because there was a Tomahawk in the vicinity, and Donald Trump saying, I don't know, maybe they hit it with a Tomahawk or whatever the fuck he was rambling about at the time is him like obfuscating or something, or saying that's the official response. When we have a video that's just like, oh no, it's something else. It literally striking the naval base beside the school. And to what level is beside? Well, we'll see in the Bellingcat thing because they actually did some work. Ron, okay, it's very inaccurate. Monday Times reporter, I don't know if enough about it. Presidents, yada, 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 supposition. This is like opinion article stuff. Tuesday, Miss Levitt reiterated he would accept the findings of the investigation. Not complete. The use of old data evoked the biggest misstep of the Cold War. This is a supposition. This is literally, this is badly, this might actually be intentionally misleading. On Tuesday, Miss Levitt, the White House press secretary, reiterated Mr. Trump would accept the findings of the investigation. This sounds like this is a continuing aspect of this statement, but it's not. This is completely new. This is a completely new thought. While the investigation into the school is not complete, the use of old data evoked the biggest misstep of the Kosovo War. So this is just, we remember 1999. It's happened before, but all this is all completely fucking ignorable. One time it happened before somewhere else. In a different war, almost 30 years ago, something similar happened. Like, okay, all right, I don't know. There is no evidence. There's no evidence whatsoever. The inquiry itself that people are saying proves it is not over. The preliminary aspect of it is the best you can give me, and I don't know who isn't looking into it. Now, it might be that it did happen the exact way they're saying. None of the presented evidence proves any of it. That's not proof. That is not proof at all. That's all correlative, assumptive, gossip, speculation, and guesswork. That's all that is. I'm going to go. I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in a second. I'll be back in just a second. I got to take a leak, and then we're going to get into the Bellingcat thing. There we go. Okay. There we go. Got it. Take a fucking piss. Lord Almighty in heaven. So yeah, this is bad reporting. Dog shit stuff. I mean, if true, literally. I mean, understand, the biggest issue with this is that like statement. Big if true, the fake news wants to say whatever they want to say about me. They lie. And that's like, if you're trying to convince the American people as a holistic body that does vote en masse, that this thing happened, you know what I mean? Or other things are happening. This like pretense that's been going on for decades now of constantly pushing forward and permitting at the highest levels of journalism, all of these unverified, on background sources has destroyed, utterly annihilated the average American's ability to trust these stories or to even gain a sense of like expectation of trust. It is just, you will believe whatever you feel like believing because you have to just feel like believing it. Understand, you have to feel like believing it because you don't know. You don't know who said anything. All you know is they said that somebody said something and they're not going to tell you who. And if you ask, oh, you're trying to get someone killed. Like that's like, if you understand that that's basically what it's abuser language, fucking a sneeze away from it, you're out of your fucking mind. And that's like the problem with the news these days. And it's one of the reasons people are like, wow, just nobody looked at this story and believed stuff about Donald Trump. Like, dude, we eroded people's faith and shit because you've been doing this fucking like on background secret fucking who's, whisper networks. And some of these fucking stories are wrong. And news agencies just lie. I mean, there's people that have worked for the New York Times and just made stories up living out of their fucking apartment building and other major news organizations as well. And the reason that they can get away with stuff like that is because of just blind trust in the idea that you are somehow less scrutable than any fucking jackass that comes in off the street. You wouldn't trust a fucking like random junkie that you ran into high as fuck. Like, hey man, I talked to Gene guys. He sent this thing, man. I got a good hookup for you. You wouldn't trust that guy. But like, why would you trust the fucking news journalist that is up at the highest echelons of America and he works directly with people that have been to the fucking pedophile island and went to school with all of these fucking people that are running the country for better or for worse, left and right? Like, why do you trust that person more than the rest of these people? There's no reason to trust them other than you just feel like they're like a higher class of citizen. You don't have any sense of anything other than like, I really want to believe what they're saying. So I'm just going to, because there is no evidence. A guy told me is all that is. A guy told me and he knows what he's talking about. Who? Well, no, I know a guy. If you doctor it up enough with enough fucking frou-frou language, I talked to a guy, my buddy knows a dude, somehow starts to sound like it's actually a legitimate way to convey information and like make life decisions, but it is not. It isn't. Would I trust a professional panhandler though? Depends on what they're talking about. Show your clean tans, Tyler. We know you skipped the soap. No, I didn't. They fucking smell nice. Smell like, what even is that? Sage or some shit? I don't know. We got some nice soap. Bro speed ran pissing. Holy fuck. I'm quick. Also, my bathroom is not like on the other side of the fucking world, dude. Unlike all of the rest of these people online, I don't have a fucking prostate the size of a watermelon, I guess. To be honest, I haven't seen too many people not believe this happened. It's more that people either think it's bad or they believe it and don't care or think it was based actually. I mean, it's just gibberish. So the reason people can have any fucking opinion they want about it is because it is just horseshit. It's just a horseshit story. It's a media filler. It's a feel bad story. Instead of a feel good story, it's a feel bad story that you can decide to believe in or not. By those sim standards, how do you know there's dangerous stuff around military installations? Include a lot of stuff. It doesn't have to include a big building with TNT on it. Okay, good question. We're going to get into that on the next one. This is the Bellingcat article. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this once I get down to the maps and stuff. March 8th, 2026. New video footage shows a U.S. Tomahawk missile hitting an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps facility in Manab, Iran on... If I was saying Iraq instead of Iran, that's my bad. February 28th, showing for the first time the U.S. struck the area. For the first time that the U.S. struck the area. Footage released by Mer News and geolocated by Bellingcat shows smoke already rising from the vicinity of the girls' school where 175 people were reportedly killed. So from the vicinity of, near, around, by. Who the fuck knows? So understand, from this point, there is no actual evidence that we hit a school, that there was people in it, that anyone was hurt. How many people were, we don't know any of that. And none of the evidence that's been presented is actually evidence of what people have been thinking is happening, which is that was a video of the school being hit. We do not have that. There's been reports that they're like, oh my God, that we attacked the first responders. Smoke in me. I have no fucking idea where people are getting this shit. And understand, America holds the cards. And if you can't convince people by being honest, once they find out that they can ignore you because you're being dishonest, they will ignore you even more. Which you're like, they couldn't ignore me any more than they already do. They could. They unironically fucking could. Footage released by Mer News, which is not a legitimate news agency. That is an Iranian fucking propaganda wheel or outlet. Geolocated by Bellingcat. Bellingcat's okay. The footage would appear to contradict U.S. Donald Trump's claim that it was an Iranian missile that hit the school. That is not. It does not. It doesn't because the missile is not the missile that hits the school. So we don't know what hit the school. We don't know that. We actually don't fucking know that. Which it's a crazy thing to say because you do not have evidence that that's what happened. It could have been an interceptor. I'll talk about what I think might have happened in that area as well. But look, So this is the video of the airstrike. So they're confirming that this is a Tomahawk. Okay, I'll take your word at it. Why not? The U.S. is the only participant in the war that is known to have Tomahawk missiles. Israel is not known to have Tomahawk missiles. The red cone superimposed over this image shows the estimated area of impact of the missile visible in the footage, which is the only footage we have. It's the only footage we have. It's the only footage we have. It's the only footage we have. The red cone superimposed over this image shows the estimated area of impact. The graphic also shows the position of a clinic, the school, and other damaged buildings. All right, so this is... Can I just open this image in a new tab? All right, so this is it. So this is where the elementary school is, okay? And these are all legitimate targets, from what I understand, basically in this one. I think they showed down here that this is actually a covered up, a covered up like thing that's under the ground. Let me see actually if we get another one. But this is what they show. So you are seeing, I mean, they're really just, this is the fact of the matter. They're confirming that missile is not the missile that hit the building, which it's a weird thing to say that this actually confirms that the building was hit by a Tomahawk, because we don't know. We don't know what hit it or if anything hit it, because this isn't a video of that. It's such a strange thing to say to me. Like, to the point, I feel like I'm fucking high when I'm reading this, because I'm just like, okay, 1 + 1 should equal 2. 2 - 1 should equal 1, right? Fundamental facts. Tell me if I'm missing something, but we have a video and it's of a missile hitting somewhere here. This is the thing that you're mad about. The missile hit here. We do not have video of a Tomahawk missile hitting this, or even passing in the vicinity of this in such a way that it could have been damaged. It's over here somewhere. So like, what in the fuck? What in the literal fuck? It's actually like, I'm losing my mind. Planet Lab satellite imagery shows that only 2 structures within this cone were damaged, including a clinic. That's okay. That's the fucking whatever. All right. The other structure appears to be an earth-covered magazine or bunker. So that's this thing, right? So we have the school here. We have a clinic here. I mean, I don't know what they mean by clinic. If it's a military hospital, okay, we'll figure that one out. But this is a fucking underground magazine or bunker. So here is a fucking target. So, you know, it might be, but like also this. Now, what in the fuck? First and foremost, what in the fuck? That's the end of it. Imagery showing 2 damaged structures, planet, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Bellingcat is not, and that's it. That's the entirety of this. So open image in new tab. So we have all these buildings. You have an evidence of this fucking thing being destroyed and this stuff over here. The elementary school has been broken off there, I think. It's such a fucking hard thing to see. As of now. So this has been clipped to the side, right? And this has been blown out this way. I've seen people share this. This is the clinic, right? I think the reason they're putting this up is because people have shared this shot as though this was the school. I've seen that, which is not the case. So this is not the school that's in question, with a big fucking hole going down right through the middle of it. This is the school in question with a chip out of the side and debris out in front, which looks, in my mind, a little bit different. This one's also looks like it's been hit. I don't know if that's the case or not, but that's got a big old fucking hole in the middle of it. Big old hole in the middle of it. This looks like some fucking bullshit. Collapsed maybe. This one is collapsed on the side. So, like, a Tomahawk cruise missile is big. They're designed to actually be able to carry nukes. Tomahawk cruise missile specs. Okay. They are 3 tons, roughly. About 3 tons to 35, or 3 to 3.5 tons, depending on if they have a booster. And they're 20.5 feet long. They're fucking huge. And they're made for either like anti-ship activities, they're meant to punch in and destroy the inside of something, or like deliver a nuclear bomb to it. Essentially, they are not piss around munitions by any sense of the imagination. And they're pretty fucking accurate. So on this fucking screen that we have, right, we have a series of these things with big fuck off holes in the middle of them, right? Like dead center. And then this with black all over it, I guess, like burn marks. And then this is like chipped off, which is just strange to me, as you don't have any evidence of it. And then like it's the one that doesn't get hit like everything else. Like, I'm not sure why that's the case. Why does it look different than these other things that you're suggesting may have gotten hit? And this is supposed to be an underground, what you call it. Okay, so let me hip you guys to the way that the Iranians kind of work here. Actually, I should get this up. Do I have this ready? No. Okay, I don't. But it doesn't matter. So Iran as a political entity and as a place that has issues with getting exploded by United States troops, especially if you are in charge of the place, they have been highly fixated for the last many, many years on building tunnels under the ground. Okay, so we're going to go view, detach canvas. Time to start drawing a little bit. This is like my last drawing I'll probably ever do on this old pad. So let me explain how things work and what I think probably fucking happened here. Barring is, like I said, barring information to the other way. If I see a fact, that's a fact. I'll take it. You know what I mean? Confirmable. But like all the stuff that's been getting shared right now is not proven. Shocking lack of any fucking evidence at all. So when you're in Iraq, they have these, or in Iran, they have these fucking bunkers, okay? And is that showing up? Okay, let me get that just real dark, and I'll use this. All right, so they have these bunkers, okay? And the bunkers go down like this, all right? So this is all stairwells, okay? And we go all the way down through the concrete, through a big-ass fucking tunnel, and then we're all the way underground. Actually, let me get something that doesn't suck to draw with. That was ass. Here we go. So you have these tunnels, right? And they go all the way down. That's a way better way of articulating this, okay? They go all the way down, many, 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 many feet under the ground. Once you go down to certain levels, these tunnels will spall off so that you can go up to different areas, okay? So you'll have this spall, and then you'll have other tunnels, maybe that are deeper or even horizontal. We'll just use this to articulate deeper or horizontal ones that will go very, very far, okay? And they might come out the side of a mountain, and these will come out of, maybe you have your little presidential palace, right? And then over here, you're going to have something that you also might need to use. So you might have a hospital. Okay. And then over here, you might have your barracks house, right? So we got like a little barracks where all your little soldiers live. Okay. So what you do is, if something bad happens, you run away down here into your tunnel. Okay. And you can go out and in through these other different areas. This is just how fucking Revolutionary Guard Corps forces and these people have been getting around forever. It's hyper known. A lot of you tankies can't even argue with this because you've been sharing the nuke cities that are underneath the ground. Some of these tunnel complexes, if you believe what you see, are like massive industrial tunnels that run the length of whole cities or sides of the country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And these have missiles, right? They've got little missiles and stuff. They've got trucks. And you can get around. Look at that little fucking jalopy. Let me draw a better truck. They've got trucks, right? They've got like missiles. And then they've got personnel all through it. Maybe even like a tank or two. Okay. So they can get around without being taken out. Because everybody knows that America America is really the eagle of the moment. We love being in the air and we love dropping shit on you. So what happens if you blow this place up? It goes, right? Okay, we don't like the presidential palace anymore. We hit it. It turns into rubble. Okay. And then when it's done, you go ahead and you rebuild again. Okay. New presidential palace with a little bent flag, but you're feeling good. All right. You're feeling good. So what we've discovered is that you want to hit underneath this plane, right? The reason that the ground is so cool is the ground absorbs all kinds of energy, thermal, shock, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's called grounding. You know, when you ground something with a fucking, electric ground, that deadening effect that the ground has with electric kind of happens with everything else for whatever different reasons. The ground eats force. The ground also is hard and impenetrable, et cetera, okay, and thick. So if you can build this tiny little tunnel like an ant, then you can get around here. Oh, look, America is pummeling us, but we have all these nice little bunker spaces, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Very nice. And if this gets blown up, all that you'll see is some damage right down to here. As a matter of fact, we'll just take this guy out, right? Boom. Actually, no, I want him there because we're going to re-articulate it. So you have all of this stuff above the ground, okay? And then you have all this stuff under the ground. What America says we want to do is we want to hit these sites, right? Say that our target, our spalls also have some additional stuff, right? So right here we have some ammunition people, right? Over here we'll have maybe just another little ammunition, whatever. Down here we're gonna have our storage for our nuclear stuff. This is our little nuke storage, et cetera, et cetera. So we want to be able to get these, or we want to make it so that's completely you're unable to get into these things. So when you have these tunnel complexes, and if they're especially connected to each other, right, and next to them, when you're getting bombarded from the top, all people can do is kind of just dig down. But what we have now are bunker busters, and we've been working on them forever, and they can go up to 200 yards down. Apparently, even through fucking concrete. They are insane weapons, and they are one of our premier type of ordnance that we designed for attacking Iran. This is what we have been planning for this. So what happens when instead of getting blocked by the ground, right, we go and we hit this. Shoom, whop, bam. Okay, so now we have an explosion down here. An explosion underground is considerably fucking worse in every conceivable way than an explosion up here. It's kind of the inverse effect. So when you're exploding up here, all of the entirety of the atmosphere has the ability to dissipate the blast. However, when you explode down here, the blast has to dissipate along the path of least resistance, which is no longer the entirety of the atmosphere, but a fucking tunnel network that connects everything. So if we say we have this connected here, right? What we do is we go, boom. We don't even hit this building, right? We say that's not on the target list. Boom, bam. We strike this. Now what we have is all of the energy from this explosive going along all of these paths in order to dissipate itself, which can go pretty damn far. That's the cool thing and the horrible thing about bunker busters. So what you see is it goes this way. Maybe this tunnel gets fucking collapsed. Whapa! Okay, so this is a collapsed tunnel. The explosion continues down along this way, right? It blows up this. When this thing gets exploded, if its supports go, it will do this. It will sink. It'll cavitate, right? So something like this we'll just redraw it a little bit. If this cavitates a bit and goes down, something that was built here, right, will go, oh, fuck. And it'll slightly collapse. So that will collapse. This explosion travels along this whole big little pathway, right? And goes up. So this thing that was next to it now is actually an outlet for a fucking bunker buster bomb that went off underneath it. Boom, bing, bang, boom. Bunker buster. The explosion comes up through the tunnels that connect to this and then blows chunks of this building off like a fucking volcano going off. And it'll cause an explosion because basically every door from that tunnel and every hallway from those doors is now an outlet for an explosion. So it'll blow your windows out. Boom, boom, boom. It'll blow the doors off on the sides. And if there's a part up here that holds on to too much pressure, just like if you were to go and blow into, anything that has a bunch of little straws coming up of it. It'll blow all that stuff off too and go bam. And then that will go all the way over here. This makes sense to me. This is physics, okay? So what happens? Okay, well, we know that these guys are hiding from us. What we're going to do today is we're going to attack this, okay? We hit this with our bunker buster. Boom, 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 boom. It hits other stuff. And then we have additional targets up top. We're going to hit those with the much less expensive, though still very expensive, tomahawks, so that we can clean those out, right? And we're hitting those directly in the fucking middle of the target because they're guided munitions, so why not? We're hitting these dead the fuck on. All of a sudden, this is fucking smoking and on fire, right? Why? Because we didn't know a fucking tunnel connected to it. Or we didn't know that it had a subsidence underneath it. We blew up something that goes boom under here, or even further under here. And then this goes blah and hits all of it and destabilizes the building and causes a partial collapse of the building. These are all things that can happen. And it doesn't mean that they did. But just because I can't prove that it happens doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Just the same way that I haven't had this proven to me doesn't mean that it's not the case that we just hit that one building with one of these fucking rockets. I don't know why we would waste it. Okay, maybe the fucking targeting data was bad. Or you could say, well, if we hit something there that we didn't mean to hit, it would have to have meant that it was bad targeting data. But you have to tell me that that was targeted, that you know it was targeted. You have to tell me that a fucking tomahawk was fired at it and successfully struck it, and that it caused that damage, and that there was people in it, and that those people were harmed, killed, etc., etc. Then I will believe it. These are not a great deal of facts to prove. It's actually a handful and a half, most of which the same fact proves 3 or 4 things at the same time. But none of that has been provided, and I don't understand why people aren't asking for more, aside from the fact that they just don't give a fuck. That's all I can think of. Ugh. Everyone escapes through the tunnels, y'all. I mean, maybe. Is there molding happening in chat? Yes, there is. All right, I'm out, Chad. Stay anointed, people. See ya. Double taps are spiritually Israeli, though. It could be them. Jesus Christ. Seeing a tomahawk was sent at first responders is such a fundamental misunderstanding of what a tomahawk is. I don't know why they would shoot the same thing unless they were looking at it. It's bizarre. You know what I mean? Block button is free to everyone forced to play. I don't know what that means. Yeah, spending $1 million cruise missile to destroy like a fire truck seems like a reasonable use of hardware. Yeah, I mean, there's some things that you have to get it with the tomahawk because it is immediately necessary and you can't ignore it. Like, okay, well, it's a stupid whatever, but like we have to hit that thing because it's in the way and there's nothing else that can get to it but this tomahawk, and it feels like overkill, but like that's the only tool for the job at the moment. Okay, cool. Wow, that makes sense. Get rid of this work program. No, I don't need to save it. Thank you. No, it isn't. You are talking out of your ass. I don't even know if you're talking to me or not. Okay. There are people who believe it equals 3, whatever. I think we got some like cough syrup enthusiast style talking over here. To Russia, yada, yada, yada. Also, Iran war reporting has felt surreal to me for similar reasons, and the deluge of Twitter AI slop being passed off as fact too. Yes. What do you mean? I don't know what the hell's going on. And explain to me why you'd use a bunker buster or a non-bunker. What would it do according to you? I don't know. Are you talking to me or not? What reason would they have to report on it so confidently when it is presumably counter to the billionaires owning it and people want to know? I don't care. I don't I don't. That's like one of the biggest idiotic fucking. Never try to figure out somebody's motive. It's not. You don't need to know. You don't need to guess why somebody's doing something if like the thing that they're doing is already sufficient in and of itself to have been an issue. Like it's always such a weird like. Why would I do this? I neither know nor care. Because, you know, the accusation isn't against you. I don't care. I don't need to prove anything about you. You need to prove this, and you haven't. That's pretty much it. That's another one of the things is the Hasan sphere is especially bad about it right now online, but it's really a talking point style that came from white supremacists and neo-Nazis, which is if I say something for you to disagree with me is not a suggestion that you're not convinced, but rather that I am being intentionally duplicitous. And now you have to prove I committed this crime, right? You have to prove that I'm a liar. Whereas I now no longer, because you have suggested I could be a liar, I now no longer have to prove that I'm telling the truth, which is an absurd statement. You know what I mean? Why would I lie is a fine thing to say in like, you know, certain low stakes idiotic circumstances, i.e. we're playing a video game. You know, why the fuck would I lie to you, you idiot? We know each other. I don't know why you would lie to me or not lie to me. I don't know you. I just know that I'm not convinced because you haven't provided evidence of something. That's all you have to say. But it goes back to that same stupid shit again and again and again where someone's like, hey, what reason would I have for lying? I literally don't give a fuck. I don't know what motivates you to do any of the things that you do, nor do I give a shit. I know what motivates me to need to know the truth, and it's that it's in my best interest, and I don't like being deceived or pissed around, nor am I going to accept substandard explanations from something for people whose entire job is it to give a super standard explanation of it. You know, you should be above the standard set. If someone uses EW and a missile falls on the wrong thing, where would you put the blame? What do you mean EW? What am I saying? What is EW? Why is I'm having a brain fart here, kid. Energy weapons. If there's an active war zone happening, all of the like nuanced horseshit happens after the fact. That stuff is going to be figured out by some lawyers in some room years down the line. Right now, it's impossible to tell. It's kind of like why you don't get hung up on it unless you're like the parties involved. It's because it's a full investigation. You know what I mean? I have no idea. It all fucking depends. It's like, okay, so what happened? All right, well, we invaded their country. Okay, well, that's bad. Yeah, well, we invaded their country because they were going to kill our friend. Okay, well, that's bad. Yeah, well, their friend is an asshole and none of us like him. Okay, well, that's not the worst. And he's also a genocider. Okay, well, that's bad. Yeah, well, he is fucking trying to genocide me. I just happened to do it first. Okay, well, that's bad. And now it's weird. Yeah, well, we wanted to attack him because he was getting ready to attack us eventually and trying to build up the means so that we wouldn't be able to like beat him when the time comes and he could like economically control a small section of the planet against the will and wishes of anyone that's around there. Okay, well, what proof do you have of that at all? Well, the second that we attacked him, he attacked everybody that's around him so that he could do that specific thing. Okay, well, that's pretty bad on you. Yeah. So what's the casus belli here? Well, we don't like him and he doesn't like us. All right, well, that's kind of a fucking wash at this point. Yup. So whoever wins gets to say that they were right? Yup. Okay, cool. All right, we can ignore that whole thing. So what's the question of the moment? All right, well, we were engaged in a war that was basically completely unavoidable at this point, I guess, because we didn't avoid it. Everything else is fucking hindsight 2020 bullshit. So what's going on here? What's happening between you two? What's occurring? Okay, well, we shot a thing at him and we didn't miss anything, but he's saying that we missed and killed somebody. Okay, well, yeah, they had to have missed because there's a building exploded over here and we didn't do it. Well, how do we know that you didn't do it? Well, I wasn't the one that was attacking me. Well, maybe you shot a thing and it hit it. Well, maybe you shot something and it did extra damage. Yeah, well, maybe. All right, that's 15 years of investigation into that. I would just like claim, okay, well, what happened? Well, this building did get blown up, okay, and your missile hit it. Well, my missile only hit it because we were shooting at you to make sure your missile didn't hit us, and it malfunctioned and it hit that thing. Yeah, well, that's on you. Yeah, well, they were only there because you made them live there because you wanted to make it look bad if we ever missed, because you know that we miss sometimes. Yeah, well, I can make people live wherever I want. It's my country, and if you hadn't attacked, they wouldn't have died. Yeah, well, if you wouldn't have made them live there, which is like against every norm, then they wouldn't have. Yeah, well, if you hadn't shot, yeah, well, if you hadn't made them live there, yeah, well, if you hadn't shot, yeah, and then it goes on forever. The only way to know who's really right is for one of the two parties to beat the other one to death with a rock and say, actually, I was correct the entire time, and then hope that no one else comes and gets you with a rock and says, actually, no, you weren't. And that's all that it is. Everything else is just like this play pretend horse shit. It's exhausting at this point to like pretend that anyone cares. It's not even like I don't care. I feel like I'm the only one that does. Everyone else is just literally hyper fixated on sharing the first win that they can get, and they don't give a fuck about any of it. None of you on earth give a fuck about any of those kids if they're even real, and don't even pretend. None of you do. You don't. You do not care about dead kids. None of you care about dead kids there or in Palestine. You think you do. You get upset about it, but what you're really upset about is the fact that you know that you don't have any power to control the great forces in your life, and that shit fucks you up. And so all you want to do is get morally upset at somebody on the internet over that thing because you feel like when the bad thing happens, it proves your worldview right, and that's literally all you have. And that's it. Everything else is just fucking is play about. The whole thing of this too is like there's no point in getting hung up on the morality of something that we don't even know if it occurred. If it did happen the worst possible way, then oh my God, it's very bad. And if it didn't happen, then it's not. Are people going to be talking about this in a year? I think this one's going to last. If I had to guess, Tyler's callous clock. I'll give it, unless somebody just comes out and says what did or didn't happen, for the love of fucking God. I think we're going to have another return to it that's super hardcore in 4-ish weeks, maybe 3. And then one last like 6 months on in September or whatever, and then you're never going to hear about it again. Unless somehow the world conquers us and Donald Trump has to go to The Hague. Then you'll hear about it. Otherwise, it will fucking vanish to time, and it'll be something that gets brought up in like random tanky arguments, with even more embellishments and incorrect statements as time goes on. Like you'll see this. Mark my words, you'll see people returning to this 2 years from now. The type of ordinance, the amount of people, where it was, what was happening at the time will have completely mutated. No one fucking cares. They don't care about these kids. They don't care about the fucking truth. They don't give a fuck. The people that are closest to the investigation don't even care to fucking confirm sources for you so that you can double check. They don't give a fuck about any of this. It is all just trying to take advantage of the fact that like right now is a great time to get some fucking algo love off of dead kids. Whether the kids are real, whether the kids are dead, it's just a really good time to fucking throw a story into the algorithm, especially because in the heat of war, this one's going to get real hot for a couple weeks. It's going to make a few companies, a fuckload of money. And because of the way it's reported, you can either go like, oh, hey, if we find out it's true, we'll return to it and we'll say like, wow, we told you all at the time. Now we'll reveal our source. And if there's any minor inaccuracies or imprecision, they'll never bring that up. And if it's wrong, they'll just never talk about it again. It'll be one of those things that Donald Trump brings up all the time. You remember when he remembers every ounce of press that's ever been, he's seen every story about him, which is insane. Do you remember when you ran that story about me in September 20? That was wrong. You never got to apologize. You never got to apologize for it. You were wrong. You lied. You're a liar. It's going to be one of those stupid things. And that's it. And I'm irritated with everybody. You know, when people are like, Tyler fucking hates everyone. I fucking think I do. I think I fucking do. I think I actually do. I think I am actually starting to begin to hate everyone. This doesn't make me a centrist by any stretch of the imagination. I'm still fucking lefty, more lefty than I swear to God, all these fucking people on the internet. You don't get to be a lefty just because you talk. You have to be able to pursue your goals and do something. Fucking Joe Biden is further left than fucking Bad Empanada. God damn. Preemptive moral outrage is pretty stupid. EU needed to get their shit together 35 years ago. True. So yeah, I wish it wasn't. I wish the EU got their shit together, use their somewhat equal economic power to be as important on the world stage, but it isn't, and nowhere else is either. No. Dude, people like being bottoms. All of Europe loves being fucking America's bottom. You guys fucking love it. You love it. You watch politics that matter on your TV and then participate in your goofy little fucking elections for your goofy little kingdoms and fiefdoms and whatever the fuck you guys have over there. And then you participate only like in the most tangential amount in the actual politics of the world after raping it inside out for like 200, 300 years. It's crazy. Europe is completely, and Europeans have completely absolved themselves for all moral ills of this earth and just pretend like America started to exist out of nothing, as though we're not made out of all of you. Like, America is the ultimate expression of colonial whiteness on earth. That's fucking inarguable. Whose colonies were? It was you guys. From Portugal up to fucking Norway, all the way down to Belgium. Every fucking ounce of you motherfuckers is over here to some degree, and the ones that weren't actually like benefiting a lot, you still came over and supplemented the forces. You know what I'm saying? And then like what we fucking separated, successfully fucking murderized our monarchs. And now you guys pretend like, oh, America is a uniquely evil thing that we have not. We would never do that. We would never be like that. While you guys all have like, some of you still have kings and queens and shit with like African blood gold diamonds and shit in their silly hats they walk around in. Fucking Rome has got one city with all of the fucking money in it. Or Italy has got one city with all of the fucking money in it. It's fucking sat upon by somebody who just robbed everything on earth for fucking, 600 fucking years. Do you know what I mean? And then I gotta pretend, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of like entertaining like this idea at all that America is the actual main character of the world, because that's what it feels like. It's crazy. No one on earth has responsibility to any. You're all too stupid and poor, too weak, too backward, too fucking ignorant, too tired, too lazy, too conquered, too pushed over. You're all too anything to ever have a fucking ounce of responsibility for what happens to you and what you do in this world, and it drives me fucking nuts. Well, would you not concede that America has a lot? Yeah, we do. I mean, the moon has a lot of power. Do you just go and fucking drown every fucking low tide because you're like, oh my God, I can't believe the moon's pulling the water closer? Do you guys have like no fucking responsibility? The entire earth has no fucking responsibility whatsoever for anything that they do, good, ill, otherwise. It's just always us. Like, you guys are all the fucking third and fourth children of history, and we're the first two of fucking Republicans and Democrats. And then the third child of history is the Green Party or something. And then it's all the rest of you paddling behind, just fucking pissing and moaning, your fucking limp dicks in your hand, wandering around. Why couldn't America was there. America existed. But I was going to, but America. Like, America wasn't fucking, like, dude, it's been 1775. 1776. And then, like, the year that fucking the entirety of the Earth's need to fucking take responsibility for anything that ever happens just ended. Like, it was over. Sorry, ABC, XYZ affair. No, everything. America is the only immoral thing that's ever existed. Anyone that's ever stumbled, we tripped them. Anyone that's ever been impoverished, we stole their money. You can always, like, 15 fucking degrees of being a pussy at any fucking place on earth. It drives me nuts. It's like at a certain point, do you just like it? Like, I don't fucking get it. I like this fucking, like, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go about in grievance all the time. I'm gonna whine on Twitter. Like, dude, get your fucking life together. Well, I would, but you understand. In my country, America came down here in 1962 and they fucking blah, 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 bribed this guy, slaughtered 10 million people. It was all, it's fucking, okay, well, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like, I'm not giving up anything. Like, I don't even have the ability. What are you going to do? Are you just going to fucking whine until you expire? Like, yeah, pretty much. Okay. It's so weird. It's a weird way to exist. To just like constantly go about crying, whining, bitching about a country that you don't live in when you have every ability to do things on your own. Like the entirety of history is full of Romes, various Romes of different sizes, and then people that didn't have to fucking deal with Rome from a fucking bitch position. But people just like it. I swear to God, you guys love it. You love it. Europeans are about it. They exist for it. The two things that Europeans love to do is pretend they've never done an evil thing in their entire history. Somehow. No idea how you have money in London. London, cultural fucking wasteland. In the heart of what do? We made fucking 5 plays 600 fucking years ago, and that's it. We can't grow shit. Our soil fucking sucks. We wouldn't even be able to grow a corn here if it wasn't for fucking Scotland, which is still just a bunch of grass nothing wants to eat. Fucking it was some sheep and shit. If you can keep the Welsh from fucking them or whatever it is you guys say about each other. You got nothing over there. Somehow you got one of the richest cities on earth. Why? It's full of stolen shit. All the average fucking European from fucking London can think of is like, oh, you don't know, Native Americans. Have you heard of Native Americans? School shootings. Like, what in the fuck is this? You impoverished fucking insignificant fuck. God damn it. Do something about it. If you give a fuck, there's nothing worse than hearing a moralizing Brit. Jesus Christ. Just put your I wish you guys did have access. I wish you did have a Second Amendment so you could start taking the fast way out. Go to the tube and play fucking chicken with the front end of those trains, you dickheads. The French, you know you're lower than filth. The French are the fucking worst people on earth next to the Belgians. The Belgians are dogs. Unscrupulous, murderous rapists. The entirety, they're fucking trying to trick you with the fucking waffles. They're still raping the fuck out of people with the goddamn rubber mills. France is trying, finally the fucking people of Nigeria have thrown off the goddamn yoke of French oppression after till 3 months ago or whatever, so they don't have to fucking give you all their shit anymore. Fucking France parasitizing off of Haiti. Have you ever heard of a Native American? What about Vietnam? Like, you were in Vietnam first, you fucking idiot. I don't know if this is true. I go to public school in France. Fucking Germany, I don't even have to, Austria, too. And like the fucking rest of you. The only cool ones there are the Balkans, because the Balkan people at least have the decency to just kill each other. They just walk around in a fucking circle, stabbing each other in the fucking back of the head. Do you remember 1725? Get that motherfucker pissed off about something from the Bohemian area or something, whatever the fuck is going on, Czech Republic. Motherfuckers, dude, I swear to God, the whole goddamn world. Every time. Like, why don't you go to get one of your fucking little boats over there and then say, America, go home. But no, you like it. You like the money. You like us. You like having your fucking Eurovision. You like fucking Tom Cruise movies. You like all this shit. You love it. You fucking love it. Even China's having to fucking admit they love it. China's over there sitting in the international fucking cuck chair, just saying like, oh, America, we're watching from afar. We're going to get Taiwan if you don't leave. Okay. Fuck. I'm so fucking tired of it. Famous European is saying is a crying baby gets fed. The whole fucking goddamn subcontinent must be fat as fuck. I always like talking about Tyler's streams because he always takes me down a peg and puts me in my place. I figure that's healthy to have happen once in a while. Well, that is nice. I'm not Loner Box, I'm just the Clipper. Ugh. Stolen Valor. When did the Loner Box fan cam guy get here? That's rough. That's harsh. That's cold. The U.S. strike that hit a school in Iran, would that be considered a war crime, or was it just a massive military mistake? It depends on if it even happened. Go rewind. Directly targeting a school is a war crime because it's unnecessary to kill children. That would be a war crime. If something else was targeted reasonably and then that building was damaged or destroyed, that would be very, very bad. But barring a series of considerations, it may or may not be a war crime. You can't go like, okay, well, we were targeting the fucking tank next to the school and we targeted it with a fucking thermonuclear device. We hit the tank, but then the fucking school got swallowed up by the rest of the fucking blast wave. You can't do that. You got to pick hairs at a certain point. I don't know what the hell you're saying. Your like comments are getting cut off, Loner Box Clipper. So American imperialism doesn't exist. I don't give a fuck that it does. That's my fucking response. I don't even fucking care anymore. Like it does, but like why are y'all getting imperialized? Like what the fuck? Vietnam's based, okay? Taliban could do some shit. Go kill Americans or something. I don't know what to tell you. Like go join some sort of fucking I don't care. I'm not doing anything about it. I'm not fucking doing anything about it except for voting. And this like constant malding and shit is fucking insane. You know what I mean? Like you guys aren't putting yourselves in a position to do anything. Like what are you going to do about it? I'm sick of it. I hate it. 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 Oh God, America. Like, bro, are we the only people on earth? You know what I mean? Why do you fucking lose fights? Why do you suck? Oh, they're the poorest people. They don't have okay. Well, get a fucking job. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Get a fucking job, or dissolve your nation and join up. Leave. I don't know what the fuck. I can't help you. Imperialism has existed for time immemorial. It's a series of empires because people go, do I want to let this country get strong and then have to fuck it with them normally, or do I want to just eat them? They fucking eat them. Like, we're the first bad guys in the history of mankind. Like, I don't know. Like, one of y'all needs a scrappy fucking chosen one or something to go slay the dragons, because this like piss pantsing shit is fucking pathetic. It's not even like, you're not hurting my feelings. I feel like disgusted by a lot of you. Like it's so fucking loathsome. It's such worm behavior to like, oh God, I hope you're going to kill yourself. Like you better fucking hope I do. What, you have no fucking other ability on this earth than to pray. You're fucked. Well, I really hope somebody does a terrorism. America doesn't know that at any point now, I think another 9/11's coming their way. Like, yeah, you better hope someone's going to fucking do it. Because all I hear from all y'all is, I hope somebody does something. Hope somebody does something. Hope someone does something. Why aren't you doing something? Don't you even feel bad? Like, dude, I don't know how bad I can feel. I can't be performatively upset. I don't know if it's autism or what, but I just can't be like performatively mad. Like at a certain point, it's like, dude, we don't have that much control over this fucking country. These rich motherfuckers, half of them are paid to do stuff by people from where you're from. You know what I mean? Like if you're a Russian, you have no fucking place to complain. Not because Putin's evil, just because Putin paid to have fucking Trump win. You know what I mean? Like, what? You're out of your fucking mind. What the fuck? It's absurd. It's like I don't know what the fuck. none of this is changing on our side. Americans generally like America. We're like literally like slightly irritated by it, but there's like pushing 500,000 people in this country that are like, I gotta pay my fucking taxes, bro. Like, yeah, this shit fucking sucks, but I can't even waste time going out to fucking protest. You're like, oh, we're about to see general protest, fill the streets, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if people give a fuck that much. Really? Like, it's all fucking theoretical and shit. You guys don't? Where you do the stupidest shit. Like, what happened? Like, oh yeah, the French went to downtown Paris to protest Iran, and they fucking beat up French policemen and set a building on fire. Wow, they're really putting it to no one. Like, I don't know, what the fuck do you want? We're gonna get in a flotilla and we're gonna float toward Cuba. It's like, okay, I hope you brought 15 million gallons of gasoline because that's what they need. You're a little too late. I don't think that any of the thing, you're not gonna be able to see the fucking island because there's no lights there. You're gonna fucking bump into it and sink. Like, it's so fucking pathetic. I don't know what to tell you. Like, we can't do anything. There's nothing. I'm not fucking rising up. You know, like, no one is. Maybe for me, definitely not for you guys. Fucking another goddamn country. What the fuck are you? No. Bro, what the fuck? Like, it's crazy. Are y'all rising up? Like, if you're mad that your country's not like fighting America, why aren't you fucking doing a coup and establishing some sort of military fucking dictatorship in your country so that you could build a great army and fucking do something about it? Oh, you're not going to do that? Okay, then who gives a fuck? Like, I think it's over. I think it's done. Because, like, no one fucking... It's stupid. Stupid complaints from stupid people who just spend all day getting their fucking brains irradiated by AI. And then, like, what are you going to do about it? Like, bro, I'm going to give money to an American company just to fucking whine at somebody on Twitter, YouTube, whatever my social media drug of choice is. I just need to fucking bitch on there. Okay. God damn it, dude. I like how you didn't try to do the Chinese accent. I don't even know how. Lunabox is lame. Tyler goes on a Balkan rant, then manages to pick a country that's just outside the Balkans. Classic. Sorry. Meanwhile, Ireland gets fucked for 1,000 years because the British were sad that they had a better island. They do have the better island. As a Cambodian, I thank you for dogging on the French. Yes. There's a bunch of downtrodden countries in Europe: Ireland, Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania. Yo, Poland's based. Well, actual state Chinese news are very nice to the U.S. I guess you check their news. Even now with Trump, they don't usually criticize you. Now Chinese people talk about the U.S. after the TikTok ban thing. So I have no idea. I have no idea what the fuck's going on in other countries, actually. I don't speak fucking Chinese. All the Chinese news I see is like some like smarmy fuck from China, like bragging about America's century of humiliation or just whatever Hassan Piker is saying. I assume that people across the world are just like me. Like, these are the things that I would say to myself to get myself pissed to do something if there was something to be done. That's it. Do you think there's any credibility to the claims of there being Iranian-aligned sleeper cells on U.S. soil? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Cellular terrorism is like old news. Probably they are. Who knows how fucking good they'll be or if they'll actually do anything. It's kind of hard to be a sleeper cell and then get really... That's the thing. It's hard to be in America and remain pissed at America because it does fucking slap. Like, America cracks. I've been to other countries... and they're as good or worse than America. And if you're most of the world, where you're from like some poor place or you don't have shit, you get to America, all of a sudden you get fucking Xbox and shampoo. You're like, what the fuck is happening here? Well, you mean I don't have to fucking, like, I'm not gonna get gunned down by a random fucking like gang of cattle thieves today? Like, no. Like, are we having a fucking... Are we on our 50th year of an AIDS outbreak? No. Are we fucking, you know, do we need to do a ethnic cleansing again this time of the year? Like, no. Like if you're from places that actually have like real race issues and shit, like America probably looks like fucking cakewalk. And I know they're bad here for people that live here, but then like you go somewhere else and they're like, what did you guys do? Like, yeah, we have a fucking made up ethnicity that exists only within the bounds of our postage stamp of a country. And we were just hacking them to death with machetes for like 10 years. And then they kicked us out and they starved us for like another 15. Like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Like, yep, ongoing. We still have slavery or some shit. Fucking sucks. The thing about the American Empire is that it kind of fucking cracks. Like, as bad as it is, it's still like better than being out of it. You know what I mean? And then not being in any of the other empires. The American Empire is bad. Okay, well, we have the Chinese Empire. We have the Japanese Empire, which is dying to restart. Ask any fucking Korean how fucking shady Japan has been looking for the last 10 fucking years. You have the Korean Empire. You have a series of whatever the fuck's going on throughout all of the rest of Southeast Asia at any given time. Few literal empires or emperors or whatever the hell that would spread if they just had the money for it. You've got all of the old empires of Europe, which are still imperial powers holding on to fucking this, that, or the other island somewhere out in the fucking world. Like, it's just a series of empires. You're going to have to pick one. And most of the time, people are just pissed it's not them. Like, there is no real united fucking USSR. USSR was always just going to inevitably become another Russian empire because there was a Russian empire. They took 2 fucking years off, went, let's kill all the anarchists and slowly work back to that. We just got to bring back the czars, all right? You just have a czar again. That's all fucking Putin is. He's just a fucking czar. You have Tsarist Russia. It's back. Congratulations. There's another fucking weird squint-eyed fucking pervert on the fucking throne doing the little Slovak, or not Slovak, what is it called? What do you guys call it? Slavic glare. You know that fucking... They love that shit. The fucking Russians. They love it when you have a forehead that looks like the front end of a bullet, and you have one flat one fucking expression. Fucking stupid fucks. You guys got czars again. Whoops. I don't know what to tell you. Like, there is no, like, people have this idea that they're gonna beat a quote unquote American empire, and I don't know what you think is gonna happen afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, people praying for the balkanization and death of America. Like, what do you think the fucking nukes are gonna vanish? Texas is gonna become the fucking Evangelical People's Republic of Texas. They're gonna fucking bomb Jalisco. Like, what the fuck? Shit's fucking pretty solid. I don't know what to tell you. This shit fucking sucks. No, America should do nothing. Yeah, beg, plead, pray. Okay? Otherwise, actually do some shit. America needs a timeout in the timeout chair. It's true. Speaking of France, since France fires nukes as a warning shot, do they? Or is that just like a joke? So basically, protesting is useless, and the only way to do change is by using the Second Amendment on rich people. I mean, it's one of the choices ever. I mean, that's definitely one of them. But like, no, you've got to get involved in local politics. You've got to get involved in local business, and you need to build real power. The only way to change the world is to have power and access to it. You're supposed to vote. People like in Hassan's camp, foreigners with barely functional understandings of how America works, will piss and moan and shit about the pretend duality of the American presidency, while ignoring the fact that the vast majority of power throughout the entirety of this country is shared and commanded by the leadership of states and just any cocksucker on the world. You can start running for state office at 18. You know what I mean? You could just go and be a state senator or a state representative. It might be different wherever you're from, but you could just do that. You could go have the state pay for your fucking, go get paid by the state and then get a law degree while you're a fucking, representative. You could build power. You can go start a business. How to start a business, be a business owner. Well, that's where the power is. I don't know if you know that. If you can find 7,000 friends to do a workers' revolution and steal the means of production in a country where people are just as likely to fucking shoot you and take it for themselves the second you get to the top. Yeah, go ahead and try that. But you can also just start businesses and then you can have money and then you can use your money to pay for elections. And that's just how the world works. That's just like right now that's happening wherever you are. But some fucking paving company is bribing some asshole to get a paving job. You want journalism? Go start a fucking newspaper. Like, I don't know what to tell you. If you want to sit on your ass and complain, then you can sit on your ass and complain, which is what most people are doing. That's what people do these days. They want America. There's people from other countries who honestly think, they earnestly fucking think that they're going to share some sort of depressing statement or meme with someone, and it's going to make that person rethink their entire fucking life and like go fucking like Manchurian on the fucking United States government. Like, how fucking stupid can you be? Like, you need to build strong bases of power. Everyone's always wants to go, I want to go straight to the top. Yeah, you go straight to the top and you fall right off the top right after you get there. That's what happens. Fucking so dumb. Kind of hard to rise up in the U.S. The 22 LR ain't gonna do shit against a Predator drone armed with a Ninja missile. I mean, why are we fucking trying to fight the drones? You're a little bit deep in there. You think you're gonna have a fucking presence big enough for a drone? God damn. BS argument against Carpin. No uprising is about shooting down the drones and other heavy military hardware. The thing you start shooting is the local soldiers trying to keep you down, win through attrition. Sure. Can you imagine? Man. Do you know how big I am? I am Hassan Piker's height, and from what I remember, I weigh 40 more pounds than him. And I'm pretty fucking strong for almost 40. Okay? I am average to below average level of like oomph for your average United States Marine, right? Like, there's a lot of guys that could out PT me. And that's grunts. That's not even getting up into fucking SOG and shit. You know what I mean? And you see, like, I really have to harp on it all the time. It's one of the reasons I go to people's bodies. It's like, you can't be talking about political violence and be built like Bam Empanada. He's got tits. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't really hammer that. He's got tits and no arms and soft little hands. Like, he would jiggle if he shot a gun. He would wiggle. Like, you'd see his, like, tit fucking vibrating around. It's disgusting. He's a disgusting fucking body. Who is he going to fight? What if we plant a bomb in the ground? Could you even dig it up? Like so many of you fucking internet, like, lefties or whatever, or you fucking anti-Semitic fucking maroons have disgusting, broken, diseased fucking bodies. And like, what, you're gonna fucking, at best, can you even summon up the fucking lung capacity to walk a fucking bomb vest into a fucking crowd of Marines? Like, you're not built like the fucking Al-Qaeda guys who look like they survived on 7 fucking beans a day. Do you know what I mean? And you should be ashamed of yourself for talking about political violence if you can't fucking walk up 10 flights of stairs without basically having a fucking cardiac moment. And I can't hammer that home enough. Like, you're just not built for it. I can't, like, shut the fuck up about, like, trying to game a military action. Like, you can't climb ladders. What are you going to do about a sniper, American? Snipers get you guys all the time. Yeah, they can go up a flight of stairs and lean out of a window. They can spend like 10 whole minutes not fucking distracted by their phone. You know what I mean? They're not fucking, their first thing when someone says, hey, go do a mission, isn't like a fucking 15-minute spiel about how it's ableist to suggest that they need to fucking load their weapon, but then keep it on safe. It's very hard to take a weapon off safe and then fire it. I would rather, like, whatever. Dude, you guys are cooked. Like, you know how fucking cucked it is to celebrate the death of a person that you couldn't ever have gotten yourself? You know how fucking low that is? Like, why not just fucking take the easy way out? Like, why not just fucking check out? I don't get it. Because it's so fucking loathsome. Like, it's hard to think of you as a human being. And it's not because I'm offended. It's just because, like, yo, dude, whoever the fucking actual soldier is out there that fucking took out one of my guys, he worked super hard for it to have some schlub like you that barely understands what they're fucking looking at take credit for it. Like, just piss pants credit. They probably would have fucking put a bullet in you first, too. Fucking just for being gross looking. Like, it's loathsome behavior for fucking, like, squid people. I don't know why you engage in it. Like, and understand, it's not like it doesn't bother me in a way where it's like you're an equal and I'm like inconvenienced or hurt by it. It disgusts me the same way that I know that there's shit in pipes underneath the fucking, like, you know, underneath the road that goes away. Like, oh, that's disgusting. Shit as a concept is gross. That's why it gets flushed. Like, you're a flush away, like a block button. It's a you're flushable. And like, why would you live like that? Like, why would you subject yourself to the indignity of continued existence in such a state? I don't understand the point of it. You know, like it's bizarre. And and low and horrid. I freak out all the time because people will see individuals like that and they will think, because I'm socialist aligned, that I'm like them or would tolerate their existence in some sort of like organization. I wouldn't tolerate it at all. You understand? Like, if there was ever like an organization, there would be no fucking purple hair and green hair and fucking multicolored nails and everybody dressing up like they're getting ready to fucking go on to fucking Hassan's live stream. You would have short haircuts and you'd be completely fucking unidentifiable from everybody else. You would have fitness standards. I wouldn't make you do push-ups. I would fucking like harangue you for falling short of your issues. And all you guys out there that are like, blah, 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 but like, dude, the fuck you talk about, the revolution won't be televised. It also won't be handicap accessible. I don't know if you know that. Like, we don't live in a fucking, indie game from 3 years ago. Like, no one's going to be fucking carrying you to the fucking finish line. And you're not like building up and supporting people like this. If you can't do it, put something like that together. But it's just like, what are you? It's like, you're just like fucking disgusting slug creatures across the world, speaking all different languages, that just like exist for the briefest fucking hit of a vicarious kill. And that's just as bad as it gets. Like that, like, if there is a system that harms you, you probably deserve to be harmed by it. Like, the world was not meant for your joy. You don't deserve the sun. You're a slug thing. You're a cave creature. You're some amoebic, something that can't be exposed to all of the things like warmth and sunlight and good food that we all enjoy, lest you replicate or simply perish from the fucking exposure. And I hate the concept of you. You yourself as an individual can't be processed in human form in a way that I could like equivocate you with someone I know or respect or myself. Like, you're not real. Even if you are, you're not. Like, you're not a person. You wouldn't show up as a number on a casualty report. You just aren't. I like, disgusting. Like, I loathsome. American imperialism's most low effort weapon. I mean, no one's even using weapons against anybody half the time. Every time you're like, oh man, American imperialism really got us. It's like, what happened? Like, dude, they started a fucking Walmart. Our guy that we trusted to lead our country decided to actually just sell all of our fucking oil at like 10 cents on the dollar. Every time. It's literally millenarism for the left, the second coming of Christ. I don't know what that means. There's a fetishizing of the revolution that's about the romance of it, like left-wing mall ninjas. I mean, yeah, there's LARPers everywhere. Motherfuckers be like, the Civil War is imminent. You ordered DoorDash 4 times this week and it's not even Thursday. I mean, yes. Are I still talking to Dylan? Oh, fuck. Is it past 6? I mean, eventually, yeah. Shout out to that guy making a 3D printed man pad. He's bringing the change he wants to see of the world. He is going to get put in jail or probably killed. Apparently, that's not that hard, and he's not the first guy that did it. You're not allowed to do that. I was looking it up. Yeah, nobody's saying that revolution is coming is going to add any worth to it, nor will it happen in the first place. Dude, you can't even get some of the laziest people that have ever existed. Like Hassan Piker's fan base. Some of the laziest, most politically and socioeconomically ineffectual human beings on earth. They're literal do-nothings. You can't even get them to do a strike. Hassan could do like, oh, I'm going to have everybody in my fucking audience. I'm going to wield my power, have them all do a strike, right? Just do it as a statement, right? Well, do it like a hunger strike. You know, you don't expect a hunger strike to change everything. They're not going to do that. You're fucking awesome. No, what are we going to do? Oh, we're going to fucking raise money for Hassan to go to Cuba on a boat. He doesn't want to go now. Now they got no power. Bro, how am I going to go live if they don't got any fucking power? He's going to have to like be really fucking stingy with all of his batteries he brings. The fucking Cubans are coming up like, yo, can I get some of that? Can you lend me a battery? And he's like, dude, how am I going to fucking televise the revolution? Whew. 3D printed guns are a big no-no in the eyes of the ATF. Some of the 3D printed gun pieces are okay, but like that's a destructive device. You can't have it. How can you strike when you're unemployed? A lot of people technically when you're unemployed or you're striking, a lot of times you are unemployed, which is why they have strike insurance. But damn it, I didn't get to this thing. Okay, let me see what fucking Dylan Burns is up to. He's not live. Is he on like Twitch or something? Well, this is his .tv, so that's not even on. I guess now? Live from Monday to Friday at 6. 6 p.m. EST. Maybe he's delayed. Okay.
Buckle up, you big bloody beautiful bastards. This is a long...
So I'm going to look at this one. Dude, I got to take a fucking piss again. I'll be back before I hop into this. Sorry, they got our asses with a Target shopping center. Dude, you know how fucking... Dude, if talk mad shit about Donald Trump, but if he gets his way, there might be a Buc-ee's in the Darien Gap. People will be like, no, the Darien Gap's got to be kept whatever. And like the fucking native peoples, and then the native peoples get a taste of one of them fucking Buc-ee's spicy pulled pork sandwiches, and they're like, man, fuck all that. Bulldoze it. Knock it the fuck. They're gonna knock it the fuck down. And we're like, man, what have I been eating? A fucking chagas palm? Whatever the fuck. What is this spiky horse shit? Y'all had fucking Buc-ee's sliders before? Y'all ever had fucking KFC? People get mad as fuck. Well, are you trying to bring fucking KFC to the noble savages of Latin America? Like, dude, they are gonna fucking love this shit. They fuck with it here. Fucking got like 10 guys on a fucking roofing crew. They're at the fucking KFC like, fucking yes. Fuck with a KFC, start up your own shit. What did you used to do? Man, I used to be in a fucking some sort of horrible, depressing, get my hands cut off camp because fucking some dipshit in 1962 decided to do socialism while not remembering that America still existed and was pissed at him. So he fucked that all up. And so, like, yeah, we don't have shit. I don't have a pot to piss in because he cut us off. They actually weren't going to let bygones be bygones and were still mad at us. And so shit sucked. Okay, what happened? Well, that went away. And now I got a food truck and I sell fucking arepas to fat fuck American oil contractors. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a little fucking fat myself. Yeah. Yeah, all I do is make money. I got a fucking Ford F-150. You ever seen one of those? My cousin, he got involved in oil. He got involved in the fucking petroleum industry. He has a Rivian. I didn't even know that shit was real. Okay, the only part of the printed MadPad is the ManPad part. You aren't allowed to have anti-air rockets. The ATF hates that it explodes. The FAA hates that it flies. Yeah, I mean, it's construction of a destructive device without a permit. Off topic, but I listened to Electric Ladyland by Hendrix last night. Remember how good of an album it is. 10 out of 10. It's very good. Pollo con Perro is way better than KFC. Fucking bring it up here. We'll see. If we like it, it'll be everywhere. So now I want to know what millenarism is. Oh, okay. Yeah. Fucking 1,000-Year Reich shit. All right. Based. Actually, not based. Truck vendors on Army Post, dude. Yeah. Roach Coach guys. Dude, you fucking doing some horse shit in Venezuela. You ever thought about driving a Roach Coach on fucking Camp Lejeune? You fucking make money hand over fist. Everyone likes you. Yo, what's up, Chewy? Hey. What's up, guys? Do you have the little pizzas? I have the little pizzas. He's got the little pizzas, folks. Give this man every fucking dollar we have. Okay, so this is another video about the stuff we were just talking about. I wanted to watch it because it's from Aussie Man Reviews. Whoops. I don't know if you guys remember this dude, but like he's the guy that's like, oh, fuck me, dude. You know, reviewing the like pretty Mexican weather lady, right? From Mexico. And like, oh, there's a Jaguar. Oh, there he goes. I don't know anything else, but apparently he did a whole fucking 18-minute breakdown of this. I want to see what he has to say. We're going to watch this while waiting to see if fucking Dylan goes live.
It definitely happened, but Gavin Reza, name redacted for safety, said they filled the school with ammunition and equipment, and IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, didn't send their own kids to school on that day, and the principal locked the school door. This is a message that came into my inbox after someone had spoken to a friend of theirs who lives in Manab. The person goes on to say everyone only has state TV, people are left in the dark with what's happening, and there is also a heap of military equipment moving into Manab. Yeah, this is the town in southern Iran that's become known to the whole world because of the school that was blown up. Within hours of the conflict escalating between Israel, USA and Iran on Feb 28, news of this school being hit by a missile spread like fucking wildfire all over the world. Every media outlet lit up and had a story straight away based on what the Islamic Republic officials would say and with what they thought was enough verifiable content from Associated Press and Getty Images. Minimum journalistic thresholds to report something as fact were met. It was a bloodthirsty, cutthroat day of journalism. But I don't know. After 12 years of experience online tracking user-generated content source videos for wildlife commentaries and nutshot fails, I thought I should look at this. I thought maybe my skills are transferable for something more serious. So I reckon the first thing to do to see how much of this is true is look at the imagery around the school bombing plus who and where it's come from. There are 3 photographers that are constantly cited in hundreds of news articles: Abbas Zakeri, Amir Hossein, and Ali Najafi. There is also a ghost author hidden by a credit that says Iran's Foreign Media Department, whose work has appeared in hundreds of articles. You know the one he's done. It's the bird's eye graveyard photo. It's highly emotive. This ghost author's name is Morteza Akhondi at Mori BNDHAA on Instagram. Mori short for Morteza, BND short for Bandar Abbas, a town near Manab in the Hormozgan province. I'll get back to him shortly. He's playing a huge part.
Holy shit. Okay, this guy's clearing me. This is what evidence looks like. You guys, you know what I mean? When I was saying that a little while ago, like there's such a thing as evidence. Those are facts that I can go and double check. I'm not going to do that whole thing right now. I'll just take him at his word but that's fine because that's all things that also anyone else can refute too. Because that's the thing about good facts, isn't that now we can go, oh, okay, well, let me just double check that. Or other people will go double check it. The whole fucking comment section will be full of, well, that's not that guy. You know what I'm saying?
In the school bombing narrative the Islamic Republic and the IRGC wants out there. I'm not saying the school wasn't hit. I'm not saying it wasn't a US Tomahawk. I'm aware of that footage in the last few days, and I'm also aware there's a lot of conversation around whether...
How long is the flesh simulator going to be? Fully, the whole recording of everything I say is only 22
or not
minutes.
it's specifically
so like
Tomahawk. I'm questioning the
maybe?
facts after the explosion being distorted and warped to create misinformation and or disinformation. There's a nuanced difference between both of those terms we should all be aware of in 2026. This whole journey started for me because of one little metadata anomaly. You can see in the Associated Press newsroom website that there's a discrepancy in creation dates on the work of Abbas Zakeri. To reiterate, his photos are everywhere, global, all mainstream media, Australia, UK, US, probably fucking Iceland. Sorry to drag you into this Iceland. Outside of the UGC, the 2 to 3 user-generated content videos of the aftermath, his photos were the first to be getting out there in the media. If anyone truly knows, maybe I just needed explained to me as to why between two very important body gore graphic images do we have a change in the creation date. The close-up says Feb 28, 2026. The other one, the wide shot, says August 13, 2020. You can enlarge the photos and on the website and you can get the same details. Feb 28, 2026, August 13, 2020. The clock, funnily enough, stays the same. A close-up of a child's arm in rubble at 2:30 p.m. and a wide shot at 2:32. I feel like when you have an innocent tech issue like the clock resets to something random as well, midnight or midday, I don't know. Look, I felt like I'm overthinking it, but maybe too many people are underthinking. We can get more info in Adobe Bridge and see that he's not using 2 cameras. If he was, he could say, oh, one of them has a date that's wrong and the other one's good. He's using a Canon 6D with the same serial number. This seems nitpicky. I know. And believe me, I've had so many days where I'm like, it's nothing. But wouldn't you think, pragmatically, wouldn't you think that when a 47-year-long terroristic government is accusing other countries of deliberately killing its schoolgirls, wouldn't you think that this metadata would be air fucking tight? Associated Press, yeah? Nah? He legitimately gets his photos over the minimum threshold with that discrepancy on full display. I want your forensic people to email me, AP, like explain the rationale with those casualty images and why they're approved with those conflicting dates, because casualty images are very important in conversations around this event. The other verified graphic body images have conflicting information across Getty and the AP newsroom. In the AP newsroom, there's a child in a body bag photo credited to Iran's foreign media department. I mean, look, basically, even with that, any journalist worth their weight in gold should be reading that as Ministry of Bullshit. But
okay, I don't know where Aussie Man Reviews came from with this, but yes. And the thing is, this isn't like a partisan deal. This is just how you should approach anything. Like, when the State Department releases stuff, you should go, well, that's a State Department release that nobody else can verify. Iran's state government releasing... state news agencies releasing information should be treated with not even a grain of salt, but a fucking ocean's worth of it. They are liars. And they do hate us. Literally. They just have songs about it and stuff. There's no reason for them to not lie. That's just the whole thing. This is crazy.
Anyway, over on Getty, it's credited to Anadolu, a Turkish news agency. That's telling us that there's a ghost author for these images, and we don't know who that ghost author is. They are credited differently, but they are surely likely the same photographer. Metadata is pretty shady on these because...
I can speak to this, by the way. That's highly irregular. I have fucking published photos for the Associated Press, and they do not piss around at all, at least when I was submitting mine. You can look it up. If you say Tyler Bell, Associated Press, right now, a little picture of a fucking brown slip of river will show up. It's from me covering a fucking oil spill. To submit the fucking photo, I had to have a metadata chunk put in there. If you guys don't know what metadata is, or you think you do, kind of, when you actually use it in conjunction with things like Adobe Lightroom and stuff, a photo has a piss fuck ton of metadata. First off, when it's submitted, it has the camera, all the zoom, the f-stop, all that stuff is part of it, because the camera data shows you that they took the photo and didn't futz it. They didn't just turn in something else. So you have to, if you put stuff into Photoshop and then pull it out, like, and you send JPEGs and export and stuff, it might not keep all of that metadata in. And if the thing is operating correctly, it might add stuff like, this is a photoshopped document. You know what I mean? This was cropped, whatever the hell. It'll have new information because things are changing to the pixels. So things like Lightroom, which was an old Adobe product that was still functional when I was in, you could do some small amount of like basically developmental processing a little bit of crop and a little bit of fixing your exposure and stuff so that everything's visible and shit. But changing people in it or manipulating a pixel left, right, etc., or changing a specific region of pixels and not doing what I always did was a full regional change would be completely unacceptable. And then they'd be able to follow most of that information with it. In addition to that, they have a whole giant chunk of fucking information that's next to the photo in the metadata screen that you have to fill out. A lot of it's auto-populated, but the rest isn't. And that includes cut line, dates, times, your submission date, all sorts of stuff. And it takes, they're very exhaustive, or at least they were when I turned it in. So to have, because they have to know who to pay, and they used to, at least, want to know who to fucking credit, because if you don't know who you're crediting, you might not know if they took the fucking photo or not. You don't know who took that photo or where it came from. A ghost photo in AP being used by regular photographers is fucking weird. It's fucking weird as shit. It's a weird fucking thing to do. Very fucking strange. Because now I don't know who took the photo. If you don't know who took the photo, how do you know it's what you're fucking talking about? Literally, how do you know? And that's what he's getting into. He's like, there's metadata discrepancies between dates, times, and authors. This photo can't run. Any place that I've worked, the photo can't run. Stuff that we know who that it's from, we can't run that until the guy comes in and fixes his metadata so that it's all good in the system. A lot of the times that metadata gets put into the content aggregation systems as well when the people buy the wire stories, and then like that, it populates stuff underneath like the photograph itself. So those little cut lines is what we call them, and like the byline, etc., will populate because it's already attached to that photograph. And that's weird as shit. It's very weird. You can't change the metadata on the time of the exposure easily, and you would never ever touch it. Every photo I have that's going to be in my fucking hard drive was going to have the shutter time correct and sequential. If the battery ran out or whatever happened, that I was like, the date was off, you would still see that all of my photos were still sequential, because you would have to go and individually change one, and now it's out of sequence with the others, which is sometimes why they'll tell you to turn in your battery instead of just your selection, not your battery of your electric battery, but your battery of photos. I want to see all 5 photos, all the snaps that you took around this, because I know if you're a real photographer, you're taking 15, 16 exposures, you know what I mean, per subject, if not more, and picking out 2 or 3 of them that are like the good one. No one's blinking, the sun's in the right place, etc., etc. This is one of those issues where this is like, okay, Ozzy Man actually knows ball. This is deep ball knowledge. Like, this fucks. If you were hearing other people, how would you know? How would you know? This motherfucker, he's slamming it. This is 10 out of 10 shit. Wow.
Metadata has been stripped quite heavily. The make of the camera used for them is Joint Photographic Experts Group, JPEG. They've been through a photo editing process and exported using the Save to Web option to purposely strip them of metadata. This basically means the dates are attributed to 1994 onwards, when
I just said that. Okay, so deep ball knowledge. This guy, this is unironically, this guy's one of the best this guy's at actual photojournalism level, photo editor level, like ball knowledge. This is good. I've never heard a person online talk like this outside of photography specific circles. And even then it's rare. Like people will talk about nits before they ever talk about metadata. This is crazy. I'm very impressed.
JPEG was fucking invented. The noise analysis and error level analysis on both the AP and Getty photos of the same child indicate dodginess. There's been color grading. There's an attempt to draw our eyes to the victim to make that really stand out. Wouldn't you think that when a 47-year-long terroristic government is accusing other countries of deliberately killing their schoolgirls, wouldn't you think, I gotta say it louder for the people at the back, wouldn't you think that this metadata would be air fucking tight? Associated Press, Getty, yeah, no, you're still good. A JPEG is good on this other body graphic gore image. Psychologically, having these body bag images get approved over your minimum thresholds is validating the Islamic Republic's narrative to the fullest. If Abbas Zakari's photos with his conflicting creation dates and this ghost author's images were not in the AP and Getty search results for Manab school bombing, USA, Israel, airstrike, school death, schoolgirls killed, what have you got? You got pictures of diggers and rubble. That's not what the regime wants, so they've got these over the line. USA and Israel missile hits empty school. It doesn't serve either the regime or the world's media, who are in a codependent relationship. It's incredible manipulation, but it's destructive manipulation. The only people that get hurt from this media-supported regime circus are, again, the Iranian people. Haven't they fucking been through enough? Ali Najafi, I'm sure it's nothing I had to say again. I go to his Getty account on March 5th. I screenshot it because I thought the scarcity of editorial images diminishes my trust in him. Anyone else out there? I mean, maybe I wasn't alone, because when I went back to his account on March 9th...
No, yes, absolutely. If I went and shot a disaster, I mean, I can probably... No, I don't have them on me. Every time I shot an assignment as a photojournalist, I operated by what you would call like the rule of 7. Minimum 7 submitted images, all right? And it would break down like a detail shot, a main illustrative shot. Hey, this kind of like sums everything up. A wide shot. Make sure that you get a vertical, make sure that you get a horizontal, and then make sure you get headshots of major people to throw them in there, which gives your people that make stuff the most amount of leeway to kind of get the story and the illustration of the story into the paper or on the screen. So if you look up some of the old videos of me, I mean, I don't know if Tyler Bell, Williston Herald, Shadow of a Monster, Blind Eye. I have proved how much I love this country. Damn, I was beating people's asses back in the day. Force fraud, coercion, harass, fired, supported, push for permits, helps responders, and ND oil patch. That might be a good one. Which chance? God, I fucking hated it. They made me write columns. I hated it. Bismarck. Yeah, this is the... Is this all they have now? Journal record. Damn. Bro, that sucks. Oh, here we go. So yeah, okay. This is a solid one. Okay, so this is actually the first this is my first cover story I ever got. So this is from 10 years ago. These are all just kids. It was like the first day of spring, really, and they had all this stuff opened up. So, motherfucker. Okay, so this is how many pictures, and I took all of these. Look, there's me, Tyler Bell, Williston Herald. And I talked to these guys so they knew what was going on. This is how many pictures I took of kids skateboarding because they fucking finally opened the park, right? This is the major park that's off the main road and stuff. Like, hey, you guys are out here. Do you mind if I take some pictures of you guys? They're like, yeah. My mom's going to want some. Okay, cool. So, like, these guys are all fucking rocking and rolling on these skateboards and scooters and shit. Are you fucking serious with this? All right, hold on. Let me just reload. So like, oh my God, I'm gonna have a conniption fit. Why is this like this? This is not my fault. This website is fucking cooked, bro. It was just working. Reload. What the hell? There we go. Hell yeah, dude. That kid looks fucking awesome. So yeah, these kids just fucking mugged out. There's a ton of photos. I mean, look at all these. Hanging out, doing stuff, cool, sports shit. That's like, there's probably in that whole fucking kit or that whole story, there's probably like 15, 20 photos, right? And that's not a super important thing. That's not like that's a feel good cover story. Hey, spring is here finally. Okay. And the fucking skate park that everybody loves is open and the kids are fucking tearing it up after school. Based. All right, cool. For like one of the biggest tragedies that would ever happen in the region, to have 3 submittable photos is crazy. Like 3 submitted photos is fucking bonkers. That's nuts. And for them to have inaccuracies and shit in the time codes, it's all really crazy. It's
what do you fucking do? There's 713 images now. Seems like an overcorrection. Getty has removed 2 of the 4 that were originally there on March 5th because it seems like they were just cropped photos of the 2 that he had. Oh, I'm sure it's nothing. Give these guys the benefit of the doubt constantly. I don't know. He's been credited as a trustworthy source of information in a lot of articles again. Amir Hossein, he's predominantly provided funeral procession photos, which there's a lot of those credited in articles. Media was spoon-fed this story every step of the way, daily, to keep the content machine churning out articles and images. The company he's credited as working for is ISNA. It's a softer, sneakier portal of propaganda aimed at attracting young people in Iran. But we know a majority of young people have not taken the bait. It's been young people on the streets in January chanting Javad Shah getting shot and killed, requesting the return of Reza Pahlavi. Long live the king. They've done it at universities in late Feb as well. So ISNA is an epic indoctrination failure. I've heard people go, oh no, all these photos come from Man News or Fast News. These should be good regional news agencies. Even if you do not know any bloody Persians, do one search and you can find out that they operate only for the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's a facade.
Fucking dude, he's on it.
The regime has imprisoned Iranian people since January, or 47 years. They can barely ever contact the outside world. But the fun fact of the day is that it also actively stops you looking into that prison. If any journalists have tried, which I don't think you have, but if you've tried to look at the news agency websites .ir, you can't. I wanted to see extra photos there so I could maybe just throw this away and get on with my day, but you get met with this message, which from Farsi to English translates to, back the fuck off from our website of incriminating conflicting information. Or thereabouts. I need to ask me Miso and my Iranian friends again. But his photos, I haven't run metadata on really. I need help. They have an AI feel. It feels like there's a prompt to say, make sure mourners have phones in their hands, because it's naturalistic for every large event to have people filming. So they've been hyper aware of putting that in there. But every large event.
You know how people film with their phones in their hand with their finger over the lens? Wait, what? What the fuck? That's a crazy little moment right there.
To have people filming. So they've been hyper aware of putting that in there. But we're not seeing that user-generated content, are we? Again, reality, the internet is cut off. There are zero witness testimonies for any of this, for most of this. I have the one message, and I believe there's sincerity in the substance of it. I reckon I've got thousands of Iranian followers on Instagram these days. So that is a big word-of-mouth message to have had land on my desk. The aerial drone photo, let's do it, let's unpack this. It's been everywhere as well. On Associated Press, it's credited as Iran's foreign media department. On Getty, it's credited as handout, indicating it's come from the Islamic Republic government in both cases as well. It's highly controlled. The ghost author is Morteza Akondi. He has uploaded drone videos on his Instagram account over the last week. The one that's approved on the AP website shows a camera in Adobe Bridge, Hasselblad. That's in the DJI Mavic 3s from 2021, that particular camera. In his Instagram gallery post of the funeral day, you can see the drone shadow in a photo. ChatGPT and Gemini have led me down some fucking dodgy paths over 80 hours of looking at this. But yeah, look, they say with 90 to 95% confidence that shadow matches the DJI with the Hasselblad camera in its metadata. It's got to be him. How many blokes in Manab have this gear to do this type of imagery? And why am I fixated on this information being known? Because is reputation not everything in photojournalism? He's an IRGC bloke, like especially wartime photojournalists. Like, are they not prone to professional accountability? He definitely shares AI in his Instagram stories. There's lots of regime-approved content creators who have their internet whitelisted. There's 17 hours from the date of creation to going live on the AP website and 22 hours on the Getty aerial shot. That's a lot of time for a war photographer to figure out how to get maximum impact from these photos with the government's involvement. The AP one is probably the realistic scenario. Still, I'm not congratulating you for using it. Like, yeah, we can run the noise analysis and the ELA on that as well, and it's not as tampered with, but still his integrity is fucked. And of course, the Getty one and the social media ones have hotspots and signs of manipulation specifically around crowd sizes. This is frustrating because the realism pictures end up mixed in with the bogus crowd sizing pictures. Media outlets pick one or the other, or sometimes both, which is jarring. You have this graveyard photo with a scarce amount of people, and then fucking bam, look at that, there's a huge crowd of people that actually cared that were there. So no matter what, it's bloody jarring on all occasions, and it's causing misinformation. I'm stating the obvious to Iranians, but yeah, even some of the memorial signage Iranians are spotting, like AI slop, or the writing is off, where it says martyr, martyr twice, or a similar or the same name twice. Like, yeah, I mean, here's one death during January.
Here's the thing, it stinks that, like, you know, the Iranian people deserve an apology, and it's like I said, this will never be looked into again by any of the parties. Like, no matter what happens, if we find out that nobody was hurt, or this was like, you know, it wasn't nowhere near as bad, the Americans didn't do anything, that was exceptional, or it was 100% the Iranians' issue, you'll never see the New York Times apologize to these people, because it has nothing to do with no one gives a fuck about these people. No one does. No one fucking does. They never did. You never did. You don't fucking care. You just want to hear someone say something that you expected to hear. And looking into that would ruin that moment for you, especially when you have like no wins. And like that, like, yeah, those, I'd want to fuck neck it out, dude. I'd want to be fucking, pretense to self-slaughter. If I fucked people over that bad with that kind of reporting, you know what I mean? Like, it would be horrible. And that, I think that would actually like deeply affect my personal belief in my reputation, if not my reputation at all. It would be actually, that's one of my like things. I've gotten stuff wrong. You get stuff wrong all the time. It happens because you make mistakes. It just happens. But you just got to come clean with it. I don't think you'll ever see that. It's hard to get a fucking retraction out of these people. And a true apology for what amounts to potentially treason. I don't think it'll ever happen. I think these people at the New York Times and a lot of these high level journalists are self-important fucking hacks. They would lie for the belief that they know what's right and that they're not lying. They're assisting in the development of the real truth. You know what I mean?
That could be verified here. Taha, I mean, I'm not going to show the imagery of his death here, but people got interviews with his family. It was proper citizen journalism. I really have to censor his death photo. You know what? You can go scroll down the timeline of @Vahid over on X, and you can see all the uncensored footage of protester death back in January. Or I'll put an uncensored link in the post description to the hospital or morgue of this image of Taha, or the comments or my bio. Go click it if you have a strong stomach, or you don't. Gauge how you react. Like when you see it, to unfiltered realism. Just gauge how you react emotionally. There's no facts in that, but it's interesting in this day and age. I mean, I do think that, yeah, obviously the school was hit, the strike hit the school. Pissed. Maybe there were some IRGC kids there on that day, and it kind of matches up with the message I got that they didn't bring their kids to school, but maybe a couple of poor fucking kids were there. And I will always segregate the kids and say that's a tragedy. But we know the school was in an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps fucking base. The media needs to stop giving these bastards the benefit of the doubt. The citizen journalism that gets out of the country when there's a flicker of 2% internet shows how the IRGC uses schools and hospitals as military war zones. Iranians are telling us. Why constantly forgive them like this propaganda? Why constantly forgive this sensationalism and this outright manipulation of photos and this weaponizing of schools and hospitals? Is the priority that America and Israel be the most evil entities in the world that important over truth? Do media and activists and content creators want to say 165 school kids died? Like, why? Is that a good thing to go around fucking saying that? That gets you the most clicks and engagement?
American Israel bombs their capital, including a girls' elementary.
Man, of course it's fucking Dean Weathers, man. Please set this person out at the garbage. I fucking hate this kid so much. God, I fucking hate Dean Weathers. Dude, does he take call-ins? I gotta go fucking smoke this
preschool,
guy.
killing upwards of 80 children.
For your own business and popularity, you want to go out and go around going, a high number of school kids are dead. That's your position. I'm just telling you, maybe they're not. Like, that's my position.
No, I said this isn't 100. This is 100 and this is 1.5. Someone heard me say this is 100% speed. No, this is 150. This is 1.5 times the normal speed.
Epilogue. The 2026 propaganda hierarchy goes like this. Representative of oppressive government gets platformed by the United Nations. Photojournalism with sensationalism gets over the minimal thresholds of verification with established institutions. AP, Getty. 2 to 3 pieces of user-generated content known by or filmed by oppressive government also go online.
Bro,
or filmed.
Look at the fuck. Look at the smoke. Look at the smoke coming off of this building. Look at the smoke.
User-generated content known by or filmed by oppressive governments of user-generated content known by or filmed by oppressive government also go online. Let the geolocators do their work. Media has enough content then to spread the story over and over and over. Open source AI content, not as easily identifiable anymore, gets mixed in. There's a profile called monib.academy on Instagram. I found it through Mortez's profile, where from December 2025, it is all about very realistic AI. That's what that community is about. Some of the video AI is eerily similar to the bombing funeral procession imagery that we've been seeing. And you put that into an AI thing and it's like, it can't tell. It just says, no, it's real. And then you can play whack-a-mole looking in the comments and seeing whose bio has Instagram stories, which means they have whitelisted internet from the regime. And 9 out of 10 times their bio will say AI content, bloody passionate about it, media, blogging, graphic design. It's an amazing rabbit hole to go down. Your whole algorithm then puts you in a brand new echo chamber, which is a hoot. Look, the same propagandists from the beginning of the cycle keep working as well. They look to further abuse children by shoving cameras in their faces. If they aren't realistically in distress or grieving, I guess, you've got to make it happen or you get them on camera no matter what. And so much of the world laps up this icky, privacy-invading fucking child abuse. Repeat cycle, works every time. And I've made this video because with how well the school bombing has gone for Islamic Republic's reputation, despite massacring 30,000 of its own fucking people back in January, they will try this again any day. I'm just waiting for what the next fucking narrative is going to be. And it may be that a video like this is already drowned out and overwhelmed to ever really be heard properly, or journalists will just go, it's just a bloody content creator, listen to him ramble. But I think the metadata is off in multiple places. And I think there's probably a lot of retractions on early articles to do with this that genuinely need to be done. Because these photographers are not trustworthy, their work's not trustworthy. Fuck it. The fact of the matter is Iranian people aren't being listened to. You can't hear from them. There's no witness testimonies. They're imprisoned. And we're not looking out for their voices properly, or media is not looking out for their voices properly. All right. Cheers.
Profoundly fucking solid. I had no idea that was going to be that good. Solid fucking video. That's Aussie Man Reviews. He does not make stuff like that normally. It's just, he's getting hit with the same thing that I'm getting hit with, which is just the like, bro, that's bullshit. Like, it's nuts, man. Like, to see how stupid people are these days, like, it's beyond the pale. You just want to believe stuff so fucking bad. Want to believe it so fucking bad that, like, you just accept the narrative. Like, and you don't even know how to check it and then share it en masse. It's so stupid. And like, nobody even knows how these things are done. You know what I mean? But people are so fucking confident. People in my own community are so hyper confident that like I know I'm hurting your fucking feelings on some of this. You're like, oh damn, I guess that one was directed at me. It was. Trying not to fucking light some of y'all up by name, but like, yeah, you don't know how any of this fucking works. So like your opinion on it and whether or not it's good or bad doesn't even matter. You don't care about any of these people. You do not care about them. You never have. You may never. All they are is a way for you to articulate your upsetty spaghettiness with the United States and or the Israeli government and or the existence of Jews. And that's it. They don't serve any other purpose other than as a fucking route for your outrage and your fucking feelings of butthurtedness and your own self-righteous indignation. And the second somebody sold you something, you bought it. Which means you would just be one of those fucking abusers. You are one of the bad people. You are. You're one of the fucking easily hoodwinked, one of the easily tricked, and you got fucking dragged around by your dick because you wanted to believe something, and the second someone offered it to you, you believed it. And if you shared it, you contributed to the abuse of Iranian people, and you don't care now. You're already probably trying to think up a way to like, no, but like, wouldn't it be, but you know, the America would do it, and it's pathetic. And it's disgusting behavior, and you should not engage in that. Preach. I like Joe Rogan thinking a deep fake about some Dem was real and Papa got called him out for it. I'm sure he heard that. Is his argument that the metadata was changed for the later pictures? It's part of the same set of pictures, and the metadata was different. Sweet Cheeks, are you doing shenanigans somewhere? Bro, this snowstorm is actually fucking crazy. It's sticking. I cannot believe it. Like, dude, it was like fucking 80 degrees like 2 days ago. I'm shocked. Is he live? Is he going live tonight? Are you ducking me, Dylan Burns? Right? Am I crazy? Does he go live on a different? Dylan Burns live, right? Dylan Burns is a morally corrupt man. Dylan Burns TV and 3 more links. Dylan Burns TV? No? It doesn't look like he has anything scheduled either. 2 weeks ago. Right here. 5 years ago. Twitch.tv. Big news, games. Yep. Dylan Burns. It's morally corrupt. Bankrupt man. This is just a VOD from 3 days ago. That's it. Maybe he's on Twitch or Twitter. Bro, I only fucking streamed this late in the day to talk to him. I'm gonna be a little fucking irritated about this, but I mean, people have their own fucking things to do. You better not be dead, and then I'll feel bad. Dylan, if you're watching this, you better not have been injured or something in a fucking bombing. I'll be pissed at you. Dylan Burns TV. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can I send him a message? Are we friendly like that? Fuck is that? The fuck? Bro, who the fuck are people have been sending me messages and I can't. Are they not in order? Whatever. Go back. Dunbirds. Hello, hello. Yeah, fucking out. Bro said he would see me, but he's not gonna see me. I think this is what I mean. I can even just like talk about, explain this, right? Twitter.com. Thank you for the 20. I don't know what that means. From did y'all forget about Fall Spring? I mean, no, not really, but I mean it's just a crazy amount of snow. Like it's actually like very shocking. Okay. Yeah, so like I guess I'll just explain this at least. This is why I was going to talk to him. I was a little mean. I'm always mean though. I was skeptical of Ron's claims surrounding the school strike at first. I believed it when all the major news outlets started to confirm it. I didn't really question it until now. Yeah, like, dude, there's no way for them to know. So it's like, how the fuck do you have information on this? It's the middle of a fucking war zone, right? Like, if something like that had happened where I was, it would have taken us as people that were like next to it hours, days, months, maybe even to find out exactly what the fuck happened and what went wrong and ever, much less if like, you know, the further you get away from it. So how does all of a sudden he knows everything? It's crazy. Do you really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and lie? Dylan got caught out in the snowstorm. Dylan's on his way here. It's going to be 29 degrees in Yelkutsk, so spring is coming. Okay, based. I don't know what that means. Okay, so yeah, this is what we were going to talk about. I guess he's probably not going live, and if he does, I might not have enough time to stay online to talk to him anyway. So, oh well. Unless you guys, if I'm not seeing, my internet's been fucked, so he's actually live, and it's just not showing up on my fucking screen. I can't do anything about that. Dylan Burns, 1776. Ukraine gives up its nuclear weapons. So this is Treasury Secretary Bessent says no price tag would make the Iran war unaffordable. That's a pretty standard statement here. I think it's probably reasonable. I want to explain that real quick. Now that we're in it, we're in it. I believe at this point that any reduction in effort on the Iran issue would probably be worse than having done nothing at all, because they're whatever, upsetty spaghetti, yada 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 yada. They're also not going to be able to ever take it out on us in any way that matters. If they do, and then we have to come back, then we're just gonna have to like come back for them again when they're like more ready or something. There's no point in that. If we do leave, they're just going to take it out on our regional allies and basically act like a bunch of fucking street toughs. Like, oh, you guys want to fucking talk to the cops now? Blah, 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 blah. They're just basically like fucking, they're corner boys. They're hoods, right? They're going to try to control their territory by being violent to the people around them. It's very obviously what they're doing. There is no other excuse for death blossoming all of the countries that are around them after fucking with us. It's like, oh, they attacked your bases. Yeah, but they missed a lot of the bases and hit hotels. So it's kind of beside the point. So they've got to get done. Like at this point, once you kick it off, and I think this is really the reason that most of the other, I think this is always going to happen. There's always going to be a matter of time that we're going to go to war with Iran. I think Trump thought that Obama was going to hop on the train before him, basically, kind of deal. Or maybe Joe Biden would with the Afghanistan pullout, but it didn't go that way. Iran can't, and the IRGC specifically cannot exist. It just can't be permitted to exist. It can't. There is no cohabitation. There is no world where there is an America and also in Iran. Any idea to the contrary is just like experiencing the moment that the can has been floating before it hits the ground and we decide not to kick it anymore. It's not doable. They want us dead pretty much no matter what the IRGC does. They want to fund us. They have a regional like reputation as being pro paying for us to not exist. They'll train people, they'll supply people, they don't like our allies, and regardless of how you feel about our allies or ourselves, Israel in this case, they are still our allies. Iran isn't. Nothing about Iran, the way that the country's run itself or its revolution, yada, 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 its entire past, will change the reality of we are enemies. We're enemies dyed in the wool. They're people who are fighting, running the country, basically. I'd like to do the death to America shit, and America wants to fucking death to them. Kind of what happens. Like, at a certain point, you got to understand, if you do national death to America chants with your entire military, when people in my country do see you getting fucked up, aside from the literal price tag, they're not going to care about you. No one gives a fuck about dead Iranian soldiers on earth. I don't think even Iran does. They are going to be unmourned, largely probably unburied, rotting out in the sun. Their wounded are going to be left by the fucking roadside. You think every mean thing you've ever tried to say about an American vet is going to be true of them and worse. They are the non-children of history, especially if this goes all the way through, because their own people don't like them. They don't like themselves, and they can't be permitted to continue continue to exist on Earth. They just can't. Maybe if they surrender in a way where they cede all power and remove themselves permanently from leadership, sure. But otherwise, they're just a permanent threat. Permanent threat. It's like having a wasp hive, right in front of your front door at eye height. Like, okay, none of us want this to be the case, but unfortunately, at some point, it's going to be me versus the wasps, and I choose me because fuck wasps. That's it. And that's where we are. Iran is bad for business. They're attacking civilians. Whatever they do to their own civilian population, we probably wouldn't care, but also it's just an additional like, hey, fucking, yeah, you can suck a dick. We'll fuck you up for that and say that we're good people anyway. They're bad for business, and I've said this a bunch of times anyway. The Middle East does not want to do Middle East shit anymore. All of the major and growing powers love America. No matter how much they say they don't like us or they fuck with us or do whatever, they still prefer the American way of things to the living out of fucking like, Tora Bora caves and doing terrorism all the fucking time. Money is awesome. It fucking slaps. And you don't get to take in and spend money when religious nut jobs blow people up in the middle of the street and like convince your kids to go to fucking Britain for some reason and blow themselves up in a fucking subway tunnel. It's irritating, is really what it is. It's an irritating fucking type of person to have around you. If you could just get rid of Israel, they say they're going to fucking fuck off, right? But you know that they're not going to. Hezbollah, Hamas, the IRGC, whoever the fuck is running Houthis right now, you know that if they get whatever their first goal is, Israel gone, America gone, they're just going to want to do some ISIS shit, right? And they are not going to want to share with you. None of them ever going to want to share with you. All of the share and share like liberalism type shit comes from American alignment. That's just the case. Maybe to some degree with Chinese alignment, but the Chinese are their own thing and the Americans are the other. And the Americans kind of fucking pretty slap to deal with. The Chinese do not have a lot of friends, and most of the Chinese friends suck. And it's Russia, Iran, and then some other poor and insignificant countries that can't do anything for you. You have like one friend, one sociopath who's his friends and smokes cigarettes and sits in the back of the van staring at people. And then just some fucking no account poor kids that can't help anyone or do anything for themselves that basically exist for you to pay for them to live. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, hey, you want to join our crew? You've got to pay taxes to keep these fucking two idiots alive. All right. Now dwindling number. So, like, what about America? America's like, I want your fucking oil. Don't ever stop selling it to me and we won't have a problem, but we'll pay you for it. We will make sure oil comes out of there all the fucking time. All the fucking time. We're going to put our military around because if you try to fuck with the oil that we're buying, we'll fucking kill you. But if you don't, we won't. We just won't. We won't. Stop. Don't ever fuck with our resource extraction and you're probably going to be completely fine. Anything else, who knows? The other people are like, we want whatever the fuck comes to our mind in the moment. We kind of want to fucking slaughter Israel, but also like if we can't get to them because they're kind of fucking protected, we will just kill Shia. We're just going to start killing Shia Muslims. And like, if we can't get any Shia Muslims, we'll figure out some Sunni Muslims to kill for like, we have reasons. We're feeling pretty fucking dickless and inept. So we'll kind of just kill whoever. So like these fucking terror cells and then like Iran's paying for them to exist. You're like, fucking, oh, this is such bullshit. So it's like, I don't like America. Who does? But like, if you ask for America for help, they will come up and they'll probably give you at least a little bit of help. And if you have a lot of resources for them that they don't have to fucking work their ass off to get or fight a war for you to get, they'll probably fucking help you a lot. China, who the fuck knows what the fuck's going on there? But you've got to deal with fucking Iran. Who's going to deal with Iran? America will. America will fuck them up. America's been chewing at the bit ever since that whole fucking Mabaru Shah bullshit. They're ready to fucking rock and roll. So they get over here. What's going on? Like, hey, America, we are going to not fucking get in the way at all of this. Just make sure it's done. Like, you're literally watching Iran get set up like fucking Caesar, and we're the only one with knives. Cha, 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 cha. The slow moving of this fucking invasion is very likely because the IRGC is deeply intertwined with the way that they have their secure buildings and facilities with civilians. So you have to go bit by bit by bit, plotting shot by plotting shot. You have to make sure nobody important leaves. So you have to watch all that. And then you just have to kind of bit by bit squeeze all the fucking pus out of a sebaceous cyst that is that fucking country. So that there's something left and everybody's not fucking mad at you when you're gone. Could we have fucking done a bulldozer run? Yeah, we could have done it just like we did in Iraq. And then we'd have had all the same fucking issues as we did in Iraq. And it would take fucking 10 years to get it normalized instead of just like a year or 2 years. The people that are running this have probably been wanting to run it and thinking about it for most of their careers. This is not an unpopular war by any stretch of the imagination outside of what people tell themselves on Twitter. The people who might have their taxes raised by it are a little irritated. People who Iran and China are paying to be irritated are irritated. The entirety of the Iranian diaspora, which is crazy, is about it. They love this shit. They know that the IRGC people that have been fucking with them for decades, years, whatever, and fucking with their family back home are being fucking slaughtered day in and day out. They love this shit. The fucking smell of blood on the wind is like fresh fucking spring perfume. They fucking love it. American arms companies are about it. The entire East Coast is about to get an influx of money like you've never fucking seen. We make a lot of our own guns. So even if, you're like, oh, we spent all that money. When we spend it, a lot of the times the money that we're spending on this war is already fucking gone. If we're shooting Tomahawk 4 missiles that we bought in 2020, we already paid for them. This war isn't costing anything. This war is already paid for. Now we're going to have to restock our supplies. Who are we buying that from? We're buying it from American arms manufacturers in fucking Pennsylvania, in Virginia. I think there's some in Ohio. And there's different arms manufacturing facilities throughout the entirety of America. There's a bunch of fucking Tennessee, Nashville. They're all over the place. They are going to make money hand over fist because that is a fucking industry. They were getting ready to shutter. Some of the Tomahawk 4 production sites were getting ready to shutter because people stopped making it. So they're like, well, if we make you these missiles and we deliver, but we're not going to fucking keep paying rent on a building that you're not buying anything from. So now we're buying it. That's fucking gold. All of the people that are about to start going and working in fucking Venezuela, that's coming, by the way. I was right. By the way, shout out Bad Empanada. George Ganitis, guess what? I was fucking right about Venezuela, and you got fucking nothing, cunt. Hope you enjoyed your last trip to the shittiest years of fucking Cuba's life. They're about to be rich as fuck over there, too, probably. Sucks to suck. I don't know what to tell you, but, like, it looks like it's going away. We are the revolutionaries. They're dead and too poor to give a fuck about fighting money. That's what it is. They'll probably wait until at least there's some cash there. Can the fucking Americans land before we start getting mad at them this time? Fuck. Our fucking people are raising the flag over the Venezuelan embassy again. Venezuela's open for business. And are we going to treat them well? Probably not. We're going to treat them like dog shit. But dog shit's better than fucking human sacrifice, which is what they've been getting treated as. And now it's like, oh yeah, well, you guys did it. Okay, well, we did it, then we undid it. I guess we are a fucking benevolent and fickle god. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's about to be fucking gangbusters down there. We're about to I don't know if I told you guys this. Tyler was right. The Orinoco Mining Arc is one of the largest collections of bauxite on Earth. Just a couple weeks ago, or a week ago, all these fucking Twitter lefties that don't know their fucking ass from their hand are talking about America just lost the most important radar in the history of mankind. They lost a THAAD radar. It's worth $1 billion. Who has the materials to rebuild a THAAD radar? China. They own 99% of the world's gallium. No, they have 99% of the world's productive gallium. Do you know who has a fuckload else in bauxite? Venezuela. Venezuela has one of the largest collections of bauxite on Earth and coltan. All the shit we need to make more THAAD fucking radars are in our new best friend's backyard, Venezuela. About to have Amazon tourism and shit popping back off. We're about to have 1,000 Americans on the fucking beach in Venezuela fucking pissing the water warm, shit-faced and spending money. And I'll tell you right the fuck now, if it pops off that way, the people of Venezuela are going to be happier than they have ever fucking been. Because if you're our friend, you're our best fucking friend. That's why people don't fight with us. They fucking love it. You have to get 15, 30 fucking years down before they finally go like, that kind of trade deal did suck. Fucking Delcy Rodriguez or whatever her name is. I can't even remember. The one who's like, oh, this is the worst day of our life. Give back President Maduro. She's now shaking hands with fucking our diplomats, smiling, waving, and talking about sales of Venezuelan gold to America. We're about to give Venezuela billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. Billions! What the fuck has anyone else ever done for them? Nothing! Play pretend shit. Hey, we'll let you fucking take on debt to take some of your shit ass oil. America's like, hey, well, we'll fuck the whole oil market up for you. Hey, remember you couldn't sell oil? Shit's about to be 110 a gallon. Why don't we just go beat the fuck out of Iran for a second? We'll mine the Strait of Hormuz. Fuck them, dude. We don't even need that. We'll fucking fill that whole thing in with dirt. They can build a fucking highway. I don't give a goddamn. You guys want to fucking jack oil up to 110 a barrel and we'll start making some motherfucking money? Like, you start saying gangster shit like that and people are like, oh, I do react to that. If it works, you're fucked. And there's nothing you can do. This train is going. Literally, people are being put in a position where the only thing that they can do is hope, beg, and fucking crawl about on their bellies, praying that Donald Trump fucks up a thing that helps people. And you're screwed. Like, he's a pedophile, sure. I'll tell you, dude, this is why the pedophile got away with it that already got away with it. He's a pedophile, but he's also rich as fuck and gave people money all the time. Ain't nobody give a fuck. Dude, people are hungry. Well, you just pumped $35 billion into our economy. Well, bro, I can fucking afford a new car and all of the gangsters are dead because you fucking sent some guy in a fucking helicopter to just gun them down wherever they were. Wow, that was sociopathic of you, but the gangster problem is temporarily solved and I have a new car and a job and I am not remotely hungry. Holy fuck, what is this shit on this? Is that Life cereal in my fucking grocery store? Wow. And all the pissing and moaning and fucking, YouTube shorts and who's that stupid fucking Coos? Oh, she's so fucking irritating, from fucking California with the goofy hair and her fucking profile pic. Girl Hassan, fucking Madeline something, just right. If you wouldn't have never, blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, you can't fucking wind the clock back. If I take $5 from you and then punch you in the face and give you back $6, and you're standing there looking at that $1, unless you're ready to fucking really like stand toe to toe, you did just get $1. Fucking bullshit fucking dollar, but I got $1. You know what I mean? It sucks. But like, no one's saying anything. Everything, all you can do is hope for the worst for the fucking most immiserated people on earth. You have to pray for the downfall of just Iranian innocent civilians. The best day for fucking lefties online in the last 2 weeks was the sheer possibility that 165 girls died. They were coming in their fucking pants over it. Jerking, they loved it, dude. Ooh, fuck, dead girls. Like, dude, you're sick fucks. Everyone can see it. It's over, man. If it's not an op, I would be shocked. I would be shocked at this point. Because, dude, you got the fucking, some of the biggest people who were like anti-Israel like a year ago. Fucking Bandit Banana, dead ass calling a fucking black communist a Zog slave to his face, bro. Cooked. Oh, fuck, dude. What are you gonna do with your fucking, your little crew of copists out there begging somebody? Dude, his fucking posts are so pathetic. He's got to do it in Spanish now. Begging fucking Latinos to pick up arms and do some sort of fucking guerrilla warfare against the Americans. Because you know his fucking bitch tit ass fucking having motherfucker ain't gonna be doing none of that. He can't. Dude, if he could actually fucking shoulder an AK-47, I would be shocked. I would be, dude, I want to see George Ganitis, Georgie Porgy, Fat and Florgy, pick up a fucking AK-47. Somebody clip this. Clip me making fun of him and share it on his every Twitter post he makes ever for the rest of time. And just be like, hey, George, we want to see you hold an AK-47 so that we can laugh at the size differential. I need to see George Ganitis holding an AK-47. I need to see him. I need to see if George Ganitis, the goofy toothless motherfucking A-cup having guy online, can actually rack the fucking slide on an AK. Can he rack the slide on an AK? I want to see it. I want to see his little girl shoulder buckling under the fucking sheer difficulty of holding a wooden buttstock against it. I bet he looks like a 5-year-old. Have I got it? He's trying to fucking mortar the first round in, dude. I would be beside myself. Can we get video of George Ganitis shaking under the weight of the revolution itself? I want to see him hold an AK-47 so bad. An RPG-7, I would, dude, a full RPG loaded, dude. That thing's like what, 7, 8, 10 pounds? I can't even fucking remember. Oh my, could you imagine his little weird fucking Kermit the Frog body just buckling as he tried to hold the fucking tools of revolution? You could literally see him collapse under the responsibility of organization for the workers. I like him talking about like Americans are going to get executed if there's like some revolution, and just the thought of his nasty little fucking Q-tip body, the flesh shivering on it like so many fucking slugs on a salted stick, wavering while his fucking wrist just buckles under the weight of a Makarov as he has to step onto a stool to try to put it behind someone's ear. Have him lean down. Oh yeah, well, you're gonna kill yourself statistically speaking. I fucking better, homie, because you ain't got it. His whole claim to fame, if he actually was a terrorist, would be he'd be the first person that got sent to Gitmo and ate all of the Ensure. Don't worry, comrades. I'll eat all of this so that you don't have to get force fed. He's getting rolled around like Veruca Salt, that fucking blueberry bitch from the fucking Willy Wonka. Fucking rolled out. Sir, we've used every flavor of Ensure we have on it. We force-fed him at least 15 gallons of Ensure. He won't stop. He gets it shut down. He just rips a fucking massive one. Brrr, one of them fucking protein farts. Oh my god. Oh. Fuck me, that's fucking funny. 2 burgers will not get real sugar. You'll eat the corn syrup. We have real sugar too. We got beet sugar up out of North Dakota, and we got cane sugar out of fucking Puerto Rico and in a series of other territories and shit. I think we got cane sugar in Southern California. You guys got cane sugar down there too, right? Madeline Pendleton. Yeah, what an absolute fucking Dark Academy name. Tyler, stop pronouncing the AK as a non-acronym. It hurts. I fucking love it, dude. We used to talk about. They got the AK. Remember the kid with the RPG in American Sniper? I think he has a little fight. Dude, people sharing that video is fucking hilarious. Oh my god, people are sharing American Sniper, the movie clips, to be like, America is pure evil. Like, bro, that kid got paid. Like, he's alive still. He's not real. like, Chris Kyle, before he died, was accused of making up all that shit. People were like, oh yeah, Chris Kyle, the American Sniper, fucking war criminal. Like, we don't even know if he did any of that shit. Like, his own guys were like, he had a tendency to embellish. Oh my god. Dude, people are sharing that like, look what Americans will do. Bro, that's a fucking movie. That kid ain't even fucking Iraqi. That's that little motherfucker's name is fucking, that's Rafael Gutierrez. He's a fucking child actor in SAG from Southern California. Like, this didn't happen, bro. Chris Kyle made up all that shit. He's a fucking liar. And then he died. If he was a real one, he would have fucking smoked that dude that smoked him. Okay? That's what I think. Somebody is self-therapeutically rambling. Yes, we can see you typing. It's about how the Venezuela and Iran ops are going to unruin those countries eventually. Tyler, please stop pronouncing AK. Yes. My family grows sugarcane in Florida. Yeah. Sugarcane down south. The very bottom parts of America, and then I think there's some parts of Mexico, but then a lot of Mexican sugar and sweetener comes from agave, but not too much. And then up north you have sugar beets. So we have plenty of natural sugar in America. We just have a ton of corn syrup and stuff. I wish we had less. I hate the fucking corn subsidies, but what can you do? How would you pronounce G34? Just G34. Act 47, baby. I know you're not supposed to say that. We would, that's like an intentional and ugly mispronunciation from when I was in. That's very rare. Get that. That is what we would say. That's crazy. Oh, are you guys reacting to the Zog slave comment? Yeah, it's absurd. It's the most wretched shit. Yeah, hold on. Twitter. I think I had this. Jesus. Okay, these are just groypers. I couldn't tell for a second because they talk exactly like he does. I know I saved this, right? Yeet. Oh yeah, there we go. So yeah, like, this dude's just a flat out Nazi at this point. I mean, that's just not, you could be a Klan or two. Look at this pathetic, obedient little Zog slave. He kneels before his masters and begs for scraps. Like, bro, I can't. Why would the Ariana Grande of Revolution say this? Sincerely bone shaped. That is a racist. I think the only thing you could do is say the N word, which he said before. Fucking, he called AB a house slave. During the whole E3, H3, I was like, hey, yo. All right, let's see where you go with that one. Oh, okay, you're just a racist. I can't even say it. God damn. Kyle Kalinske shared the Netanyahu is dead thing. Dude, Kalinski's so fucking cooked. That guy's, his hair looks like shit. He's starting to hang out with fucking Vosh. Kalinski's starting to fucking hang out with horse pedophile, which is like, that's a good sign for anybody's career, is starting to hang out with the fucking horse lolly guy. What the fuck? Black Red Guard original tweet is such a reasonable ask. I'm confused. Well, if you're confused, it's because you don't see Jewish people as a subhuman vermin that need to be exterminated. Because you're probably not a Nazi. Bana Panada and his followers are Nazis. They are. They always were, I guess. And probably during the Noah Samsen thing, he enjoyed a pretty substantial population of like new people, and now he's trying to radicalize them. But it's always been, especially like the more I paid attention to it, I was like, oh, okay, yeah. Like, why did you guys like lock on to this, like, he's insane, yada, 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 yada stuff, and not just focus on like the obvious anti-Semitism? And then it's like, oh, it's because you guys wanted to do the anti-Semitism too. Fuck. Yeah. He also got way worse after that Noah Samsen thing. It was like, dude, he hit the full bore. I think he thought that was his moment. I think he was like, oh shit, I'm going to fucking radicalize some anti-Jewish terrorism. Because that was when we had the Jew hit list, jewhitlist.com for Canadian Jewish people, where he's like, this doesn't even have any Jews on it. And like the first, it says it's just Jews. It just says it's Jews like 4 times on the first page. And then like the first like rows of names are like Stein, Steen, and Gold. Like one after another. It was harder to find a like reasonably possibly non-Jewish last name on that list than anything. Fucking free arm patch giveaway ass list. If I ever get into a Twitter beef, put me down. I can't say that about myself. I live for the Twitter beef. Chris Kyle technically lost his life because of incel culture. That's what some are hearing, because that other guy kept trying to holler at his wife. I wouldn't know or care. I'd rather him say the N-word over this shit. Like, what? It's nuts. It's actually crazy. There's also the Nick Cruz, socialist MMA guy, who calls all Ukrainians Nazi and then shares Nazi conspiracy theories. Oh yeah, I've seen him around too. He's a little cracked out. He's a little fucking nuts. What do you think about the argument that the war is unpopular because the administration hasn't done enough work communicating to the public the need for this war? Okay, actually, that's a good question. I'll explain this. The war, popularity of something in America doesn't matter on a day-to-day basis. This is one of the biggest issues with people like Hutch reading polls, is they don't understand the temporal nature of the American psyche. And it's not even just a thing that's as simplistic as education. Americans are all over the place. Political capital. This is a good... Okay, you know what? I will fucking draw this again. Let me explain how political capital works to you guys through the power of drawing. Get this fucking racism, literal racism, off the fucking screen. New image. Create. File. View. Detach canvas. My new pad is finally arriving tomorrow, and I'm so unfathomably fucking excited about it. Like, I'm like freaking the fuck out. Like, I'm so fucking stoked. Okay, what? I hate it. I hate you, Krita. I hate you for doing that to me. Okay. So, time is a line, right? Okay, so it goes, never forget that time moves. So, at any point in time in America, you may have lost your marbles and you've decided, hey, I'm going to ask people what they think about something. So we'll say that this is January and this is February and this is March and this is April and this is May, right? And then this is questionable for a trend, right? So in January, you find that people will say that this is favorable or unfavorable, mid, and favorable. Okay, just real quick. In January, people are here on this issue, and in February, and then March, and then April, and then May. Okay, so would you say the next dot on this line is going to go up or down? And would you say that it's going to go crazy? Well, here's the actual answer. You have no fucking idea. You have to guess, right? Polls select one of these moments, right, to try to articulate what we call a trend, right? Trends can be mapped, but trends are never actually linear. What actually might happen with this favorability rating is that it goes like this, and then it goes like this, and then it goes up. And then you go, oh, okay, well, it went back down. Maybe it'll go blah, 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 and then you have no idea. Okay, this is all just a way to try to explain what is really the most important thing ever, which is called political capital, which we will articulate with this big omega shape as though it is a big bucket of something, okay? So political capital is quite literally, we'll go CAPITAL. Political capital is literally just a big fucking jug. Big fucking jug, all right? And in it is your favorability rating. So up here you have like 80. Down here you have the standard 45. And then down here we'll say that you have 15, okay? And then in between it are different levels. When you usually get elected is your highest favorability rating. You'll actually see this. People say it all the time. So my election, right, as we go on time, is here. My election's here. My favorability rating is very high. As we go in through my first year, my favorability goes low, right? So year 1. And then my favorability might go up at some point during year 2. And it might go down during year 3. And then usually by the end of your presidency, you're at your lowest rating, right? Now, why does this happen? Okay, because you expend political capital. When people like you, they will do what you want, okay? So heart equals compliance. Or compliance or cooperation, right? Political capital is more than just favorability ratings. But the lower your political capital gets, the more likely you're about to get something like a big series of protests. You might find that candidates that want to run against your interests will become more popular, and people want to try to shut down your quote unquote agenda. This happens every time. This is why the midterms, everyone's always trying to start returning course. This is naturally built into the structure of liberal government. So like the rotation is, election, midterm, election, midterm, over and over again, right? Usually a president will win 2 of these and then he'll be really low. And each midterm, you start losing control of the House and then you have lost it. And then right here, you have the most amount of political capital you'll ever have. Donald Trump is in the second time of having the most amount of political capital he'll ever have. And this time he knows he's a lame duck. So he's not even going to get all the way to like the 8th year, right? Or the 5th year, as you would say. So what he's going to do now is he's going to spend political capital by doing stuff like Doge, right? And the war. So you have spending, right? You're going to spend. And he's going to go down this way. Now, what people mistakenly believe when they see the expenditure of political capital and the decrease of somebody in a poll is that that trend is going to continue permanently. But that's not what people care about. Political capital is also more than concern. It's also going to be how you relate and work with your own party, which is why there's like, he's letting his party down. And people, he's focusing on, he's not being a good Democrat. He's not being a good Republican. He's not being a good whatever. Because they want to try to articulate a dissatisfaction between you and the people that are going to support your agenda. Because you're the president, but you still need Congress, you still need the Senate, you still need, to a degree, the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, this presidency, Donald Trump has been handed everything. He has the Supreme Court works for the president now. That's just the case for conservative presidents, and they will work against progressive presidents. That's pretty much it. They've been selected, and until they die or the size of the Supreme Court gets changed, that's the nature of the Supreme Court. It is an anti-progressive Supreme Court in every case. So no matter what, the Supreme Court is going to be on his side, barring the most extraordinarily egregious acts of all time. Congress is basically on his side, and the Senate is always going to be on the side of a conservative president. It's very hard to get the Senate because of the way that the Senate is set up. It is a land-based constituency as opposed to a population-based constituency. So when you have more land of the country voting for you, you have more of the Senate. It's just the fucking case. So most of the land in America really is conservative land-wise because we do very bad jobs at appealing to people not on the fucking coast. So we lose Senate seats all the fucking time. And even a lot of the Senate seats that are in the moderate section are considerably more conservative than they are Democratic. And they will be more conservative in, they'll be more oppositionally focused in a pro-opposition year than they will be pro-cooperative focused in a cooperative year, which is where you get mansions and cinemas and stuff. You might notice that you've never really heard of a version of that for the Senate. It's because it doesn't fucking exist. Senate is a conservative body. So really all you can hope is to win is Congress, really. And then put something in the Senate that nobody can ignore. Because of that, the normal power balance is really tilted for Donald Trump. So he can do a lot of different stuff. So the popularity of his presidency doesn't matter as much. It's not a popular war amongst Americans. It doesn't matter because most Americans don't matter. A lot of Americans don't vote. A lot of Americans don't live in somewhere where their vote fucking counts against him, or they're just actually on his side. The United States military, as long as they're not being completely abused and misused and put up fucking wet, will go along with rational direct orders. It's going to be, I cannot think of a remote reason why anyone in the military would refuse orders to attack Iran. I haven't seen anything about the Iran war that's actually provable that has suggested we've operated in anything but the utmost direct and professional manner. It's mostly been Iranian fucking lies from their propaganda arm, unprovable and you know, weird fucking accusations. Delcy Rodriguez is her name. I thought I got that right, but maybe I didn't. So where we are now is Donald Trump's approval rate is plummeting. Oh no. But that's not the end of his presidency. His presidency ends possibly with an impeachment, but he's already been impeached with 3 or 4 fucking times. What's his name? That one black dude that's the only cool guy in Congress. He fucking raises articles of impeachment against Trump all the fucking time. It does nothing because there is an understanding that the Iran war for the powers that be especially is only good. If you are a person who trades stocks, this is going to be a good fucking moment for you. If you had investments in oil futures, you just made an unfathomably massive amount of money. And you're going to be making more money. If you are in the energy sector, you are very happy with Donald Trump right now because he just made you a bunch of money by jacking up oil prices. Oil prices going up only are bad ever if the subsidies don't keep gas prices low for the average American to the point where the average American is going to be significantly inconvenienced. Donald Trump has already had prices low because he's been subsidizing the fuck out of gasoline itself for a long time. And a lot of that credit goes to Obama for opening up fracking and stuff with his energy sector people. But still, Donald Trump is going to get credit for that. If you have gas prices went up where you are, more than likely you're somewhere that's blue or somewhere that's really fucking remote and it doesn't matter as much. Here in Kentucky, we barely crossed 325 and it keeps going back down to 3. And as long as it doesn't hit 4, no one's even going to give a fuck because people don't live just in the absolute moment. And a lot of people understand like, okay, but like he got the fucking Venezuelan oil, right? And we're like, yes. Now, all the news coming out of Venezuela is actually pretty cool with Maduro and no one gives a fuck. And Maduro's kind of a fucking like very funny person who's being like mentally tortured and no Venezuelan that you can talk to in America gives a fuck. They're like, he walks around in a fucking, in an isolation cell all day screaming that he's the president of Venezuela, but he's not because Delcy is now. And it's very funny because he was dancing and then he talked shit to America and America reminded him that he's not an American by making him a permanent resident of America. And that's pretty fucking crazy. And also like, we're kind of cool for that. Do the Venezuelans like having money and selling stuff? And like, they're about to say like, yes. it actually kind of fucking cracks. Actually, Trinidad is really bad. Is Trump still fucking up all kinds of shit? He is, but a lot of it's getting fucked up in blue states where it doesn't matter, because fuck blue staters. So all of his if you really think about it, all of his most unpopular things that he's doing are in the blue strongholds. He's fucking up Minnesota, which is the only Midwest blue stronghold really outside of maybe kind of Illinois. He's fucking up LA, who gives a fuck to people of LA in general. Like, I live in the Midwest. I hate the movies you guys make about us. Fuck you. Well, there's more people than Hollywood. Okay, well then put the cameras on them, because all I hear is Hollywood people. You guys got a bunch of like fucking rich pedophiles, right? You know, New York gets fucked over. Fuck New York. I don't give a fuck New York. They're rich cunts that fucking put their nose up about us all the time. I don't care about blue cities and blue states, because blue cities and blue states don't care about me. If you're in red states right now, things are possibly very good for you. It might be bad. The economy's not perfect. Tariffs are a pain in the ass. But the thing is while things are bad now, if you start making money and the propaganda can show you that that money is coming from Donald Trump, you will flip in those expectations and in that fucking personal view of what's going on. If Iran gets solved, I mean, he's gambling with the end of his presidency, but of course he can go all in because he's all in on this anyway. If Iran turns out good for him, as Venezuela's a win. Venezuela is it's in best case scenario right now as for his presidency, as I described it in my video. Best case scenario. He is going to be replacing money. He's going to be replacing oil, resources, etc. with stuff coming from Venezuela, cutting China out of that equation, because China and Russia were taking advantage of it. And that is going to be a win for his side. Once that economic engine gets started up, depending on how we fucking do it, if it goes hard, especially, it's good. They can already propagandize that it's going to be making us tons of money. It's very good. We've got coltan. We're making cell phones. We got a lot of gold. I love gold. I love gold. I love diamonds. We've got diamonds coming out of there. All of that stuff is good for him. It's good for his main donor people, and it's good for the class of people that want him elected. If he makes the money, he makes the money. The disastrous war in Iran has to be disastrous, which it does not look disastrous at all right now. It looks really good. The issues so far are we've lost 6 people total in 3 weeks of prolonged conflict with what was supposed to be a regional superpower. And then 1 refueling plane was destroyed, and we lost 6 lives on that because there was a crash in hyper-crowded airspace in a highly kinetic environment, which happens all the time. Most of the casualties in Iraq were actually like incidental. It's a very dangerous, there's no OSHA compliance really once you start getting into combat, because there's no guardrails. Life beyond, so planes crash, people fall, guys get run over and stuff. It happens, and it's fucking stupid as hell. But trust me, if it's happening to us, the other side, you would be shocked, right? Negligent discharges, incidental ammunition expenditure, and premature detonation, et cetera, things that are insane happen. The death toll on the Iranian IRGC side of this is, I would say, probably fairly mind-boggling at this point. The amount of ordnance we're dropping, unless they're completely sheltered, which is possible, it's going to be crazy. And I don't think it is, because if we're hitting their main guys, fucking Jesus Christ. I don't know where their main dude is. We've only seen AI video of him talking. It's the guy's kid. The New York Post is releasing stories like Donald Trump reveals fucking new Ayatollah, probably gay, which is a real headline that came out from the New York Post today. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life. I don't know if you know this, but Mojtaba Khamenei, he's a bit of a fairy. He's light on his feet. His dad said he doesn't have what it takes to take over. He's a bit of a fairy. He likes to flutter around in a little Tinkerbell outfit. But he's not flitting now. We got him. We took his legs. No more ballet, gay boy. It is the darkest fucking timeline for people who root against my country. If it goes well, it's very bad. The fact that like other polities in the region are not trying to score points by attacking us is one of the strongest indicators in my mind that this shit is not going well for the Iranians. Not going well. When you have Iraq and Afghanistan, which people are going to try to compare, because I know it's just for lefties have no concept of history or international politics. Iraq was a pain in the ass because of Iran. Do you know where you could get more money and entrance into Iraq during the Iraq War? You came from Syria, enemy nation, Bashar al-Assad. He's gone now. He's in Russia, and I'm sure very alive and well. But he's gone. Like Al-Qaeda's taken over Syria, or a former Al-Qaeda fighter. Okay, sure. But that guy's friendly with us and not Russia, which means that he buys NATO, which means he doesn't do the supply runs that are a pain in the ass to us. Iran comes in from the other side, and then Turkey with their little fucking shit heels have a little bit of fucking nonsense happening up there as well on their weak as fuck southern border. But now Iraq is ours. There is no fucking Hussein family, Ba'ath Party supporting anybody in that region, so you're not getting any help from there. Bashar al-Assad is fucking dead, so unless the Syrians want to fucking get involved in some other horseshit, and I think we're helping them by bombing ISIS holdouts in Syria still. I think we're actually allied. I can't remember, but that's a whole thing. Sorry, I guess Golan Heights and Lebanon and some sort of nonsense, whatever the hell's happening there, it is. But the main dictatorships have solid support for fucking terror cells in the area where you can make money off of that and use that to sell your petrol. That doesn't exist anymore. Libya doesn't have a dictator like they used to anymore. There is no fucking Muammar Gaddafi down there doing Muammar Gaddafi things. His asshole got stabbed up and then he fucking died. So there is no Muammar Gaddafi helping you. Now you're down to fucking Saudis who do not fucking like you, Bahrainians who do not fucking like you, Qataris who do not fucking like you, the UAE who does not fucking like you, and a series of other knock-on countries and regional issues that are of people that are just like, you pay for shit that fucking, we don't like you. Afghanistan is no longer a fucking active terror site. It's just the home of the Taliban who fucking run that, and they're fighting with Pakistan right now. Pakistan and fucking India have their own fucking thing. They're too busy. Maybe you can get some fucking assistance from there. Maybe, but they're busy as fuck. All of them are occupied. There is no like multiple American 500,000 strong like energy drain everywhere. It's just you're alone now. You used to be the people that paid for other people to do shit. Now you have to do shit, and every dime that you spend is not going to get fucking reinforced. There's some suggestion that there's fucking land supply routes from China refilling stocks for the Iranians, but like, who knows how accurate that is or how much they can even get. I mean, maybe some like this and that, but I mean, you're going to cross the great, whatever the fuck it is called, I can't remember, desert, right? That's the desert side of China to get over there. So that's not cheap to drive across, not cheap to you're spending a lot on money and food to get people through there, to get probably money, food, and water. Money and water and food to get people water and food out in the middle of the fucking desert. So like you're tight on supplies. You are getting fucking bombarded all the time. And as always with America, if we come back, it's better. We learn more than you do. That has to be hammered home. If you're trying to do a threat assessment of America, you fucking lefties have got to stop bringing up 1961 because all of those guys are dead. They don't serve anymore. And what they did was write books to make us better. I learned from people that learn from people that learn from people. And you cannot kill me when I was in the way that you killed them because they taught us. And we were ready for it. That's why all those fucking Al-Qaeda guys got turned into fucking red smears on the side of buildings because they were fucking getting all hyped up in their mind. This is going to be like Vietnam. No, it's not, homie. You're out of your fucking mind. I'm not doing heroin and smoking weed on post. I'm fucking staying awake all night looking through infrared lenses, and I'm going to shoot you in the fucking face if I see you. That's how it is. The guys that are in Iraq or going to Iran now learn from us. 20 years on, better and better and better and better. Every time we've got to go fight in one of these places, we spend money to not lose even what we lost last time, which wasn't even that much. Now we have the bunker busters and shit. We're fucking thinking, we think about you. We dream about killing you. If you're our enemy, that's all that you are, is our enemy. We eat, sleep, breathe, and think you're death. And I know you think you do too, but you just write little fucking poetry and shit in your fucking room. We're out there in the fucking middle of the Nevada desert trying to figure out how to punch through bedrock so that we can put a bomb in your fucking lap while you're looking at pornography. Like, it's a nonstop obsession with your death. And you think that you're on that level, but you're not. I can tell because you still weren't ready. Iran probably has to be one of the most ready for us countries that exist. Has to be one of the most ready. They were ready to fucking bomb people. They had their strategy set up. They had all their stupid little fucking Shahed drones or whatever the fuck. We're already just like, okay, little bro, to fucking Ukraine. All right, what do you got? This is irritating. Literally, that's it. The Shahed drone is going to teach Americans fucking respect. Bro, we're just like, oh, what is that? Okay, Ukraine, what do you got for us? Well, we were going to tell you, okay, I don't give a fuck about 6 months ago. Be polite and tell me what the fuck you got. Okay, well, we got these. We will buy those. Give us like 2 million of them. All right. Send that shit out there. We want to see them fucking get killed with it. That's it. That's all that it is. We get better every fucking time. Every fucking time. So if you don't convince us not to come fuck with you and we have to come back, we're going to be better. Fuck it. Did Saddam Hussein probably thought we maybe weren't going to come back after the first Gulf War. And now Saddam Hussein is got a fucking severed cervical spine and he's been dust for about 20 years. Like, yo, you gotta understand it's fucking nuts. And if Donald Trump does this shit, it's not him. He doesn't have to be skilled. He has a preset game of Age of Empires being put together by the best Age of Empires player and fucking money hacks. And all he's got to do is, I want to see that one explode. They're like, okay, you've got to wait for it a little bit. I'll wait for it, but I want to see that one explode. These guys are the best. Did you see they're playing the game for me? They got a little guy. He came out. He said, I'm going to go all the way to D.C. I'm going to take you out. And then we watched him. I saw him on a little TV screen. He got exploded. It went right into his ass. It blew out of his ass like a log. He had diarrhea. Diarrhea of death, I said. Diarrhea of death. And like, that's who's fucking you up. It's crazy. The humiliation is like off the scale. I'm trying to escape the American 100 years of humiliation. Like, dude, could you imagine the fucking IRGC, like, end of your literal fucking existence on Earth? Possibly humiliation. What happened? Well, America finally just shuffled towards you like the Leviathan approaching Bethlehem, and now you're dying. And the thing is like, yeah, Americans don't like wasteful foreign wars, but the waste is the worst part. We're using stuff. There's nothing that's happened in this entire conflict so far that can't be propagandized away. I've seen way worse shit. And none of the stuff we're here is even 100% true. Like, it's just fucking AI slop. Most people that are freaked out or like, Iran's got this one, are just on Twitter all the time. Like, America, like, oh, dude, no, the American losses have to be insane. They have to become, like, dude, we report everything. The second that fucking refueler fell out of the sky, they're like, yeah, we're going to tell everybody. The fucking dead pig guy's fucking family is already on TV. Like, I just wish that he wasn't dead and that he was alive. And I'm sad that we're doing this. And I wish that my son wasn't dead. Like, okay, that's fucking, I respect that. Gold Star family. Shout out, base. God bless you. All right, kill 15 more fucking thousand IRGC people. Dude, if he pulls it off and we solve the Iran problem, he could win a third term. Like, you understand? Like, we're dick deep in history, and he just pulled the stops out. Donald Trump does not benefit from the status quo. That's why people vote for him. That's really it. He does not benefit from the continued existence of the status quo because they get in the way of him doing Donald Trump shit, which is just graft and I guess pedophilia, whatever the fuck it is he's into. he knows that that's what the average American dildo also feels. I don't give a fuck about the democratic way of America any more than like, I get like, it's the system I've always lived under. Okay. And it's benefited me, sure, but the only true benefits I see are going to like super rich people and all these fucking hoity-toity fucking, Ivy League cunts. I don't give a fuck about those people. And when the rules come out, it's always like, we've got to do this because it really benefits me. This benefits us. We don't like this because it benefits us. It's our bottom dollar. And then when Donald Trump goes and talks to random people, he's like, I didn't fuck their bottom dollar. I want to see Iran said death to America. Wouldn't we all like to see death to Iran? You're like, all right, kind of. Well, all right, whatever the fuck. For so long, the other side of things, you get promised a lot. But like the best you get is like a little gay marriage. Like not even 100% like gay marriage, like possibly reversible gay marriage. And then you sacrifice the tenuous grasp you have on reproductive rights. Like that's all we've gotten from the other side is barely undoing some of the stuff that the Republicans do, doing next to nothing for working class people ever. Almost to the point of refusing to do it because, you're still underneath big business. And then like the occasional fucking like culture war addendum. Like people are just tired of that shit. So it's like, yeah, it's unpopular. Everybody's unpopular. There is no such thing as popular politicians in America anymore. Everybody hates everyone. Like who's the most popular Democratic politician? A mayor in a city that I don't live in. And an old guy from a state I've never been to. You know what I mean? Who's going to die probably in the next 10 years or start setting records for not being dead. And like we're kind of out of it. Other than that, all the other politicians are either on the take or they're boring or they're fucking mid-zone. We don't have any real leadership. The Republican Party is the only party that has leadership, and it's Donald Trump. It's not like he's like, it's good leadership, in my opinion, overall. It's kind of fucking evil, but he does stuff. And that's the point of political capital is when you expend it, you can get your fucking money back, so to say, on what you spend it on. So it's like, okay, yeah, I'm going to tax everybody, but then we're all going to have a higher quality of life. Okay, well, you're going to be unpopular when we tax it. And then like Democrats will freak the fuck out and then they'll never tax anybody because the Democratic mind is so fucking tied into polls and to like favorability because they all want to look cool. They don't want to do shit. They want everyone to like them. But they never fucking do anything. Same with a lot of Republicans, but Donald Trump's just like, yeah, go ahead and fucking hate me. Let's see if we can get bling, bling, Venezuela, bling, bling. And then like if it fucking happened, no other president would have done it because their popularity would have plummeted. You have to go and sit and people fucking whine in your fucking ear about sovereignty and all this shit. But now he's just like, look, the Venezuelan diaspora loves me more than anybody ever. Delcy Rodriguez. She's reopening Venezuela for business. We're getting rid of the Isla de Sola cartel. Tren de Aragua is going to go Trende away from us. Is he going to deliver on anything? Everything? No, I don't know. Think about Obama. How fucking little did he deliver on other than hope and change, hope and change. It's all the same. Nothing changed. It's the same fucking America at the beginning and the end of the fucking Obama presidency. You know what I mean? Like rich got richer, poor got poorer. We had Occupy Wall Street and we bombed the fuck out of a bunch of random Pakistani weddings. It was just it was, usual shit. Donald Trump changed America. For the worse or for the better, I don't know yet, actually. It feels like for the worse. I don't know what the change is going to entail when he's no longer around. But like America's finally different because of Donald Trump. He broke something and it's good it's broken. And I don't know how it's going to get fixed, right? Like he has shattered the illusion in these can-kicking fucking establishment organizations. He's ended a bunch of unnecessary stalemates that have existed between us and like these unfriendly countries that are around us that nobody had the dick to either let go of or just finish it off. Like, what are you going to do? Like, oh yeah, we're fucking Cuban Missile Crisis from 1964. We're going to still treat Cuba like it's fucking the Cuban Missile Crisis Cuba. Okay, well, are we going to fucking remove the sanctions? No Democrat is ever going to remove the sanctions. They'll never do it. will never elect one. They'll go in and then they'll go, I don't know, and they'll piss and they'll moan and they'll prevaricate. Obama was going to shut down Gitmo. That's one of the reasons I liked him so much. I was in the military and I wanted him to shut down Gitmo. It's a disgusting place with a disgusting reputation. It needs to go. Never happened. All the fucking progressives that you could elect in this fucking country get there and then they just don't do it. They don't fight for it. They try to maintain. They all want to be cool. They all want to go fucking hang out with Beyonce and like have fucking, I don't know, fucking Steve Colbert go like, I remember when diplomacy mattered. Everybody, Donald Trump's like, I don't want to hear about Venezuela in the news anymore, so we're going to go steal their president. Like, if you told me the day before he did it, I'd like, that's stupid. Don't fucking do it. Who knows what's going to happen? And now it's been 2 months, and it's the best thing that's happened to Venezuela in like 20 years. Is it all our fault? Sure. I don't even care. Who gives a fuck? What does that matter at this point? Well, if you wind the clock back 20 fucking years, 30 years, you can actually find it's our fault that it happened in the first place. Okay, well, then we did it and we undid it. I don't know what to tell you. And he gets the credit for fixing it. If it gets fixed, he gets all the fucking credit. He gets all the credit, no matter what happens. He gets all the fucking credit because no progressives did anything about it. We could have removed every fucking sanction on Cuba and fixed Cuba. We could have just sent 15 money boats and said, we're sorry. Here's a bunch of Toyota Helix vehicles. And here's some guns to defend yourself because we're sorry about that. So you don't have to be afraid of it. And here's money. How about a crate of bananas for reasons? We probably stole something from you. Here's the shit we stole. More money. We could have done all that. We never did. And we were never going to. And so it remained this permanent fucking stalemate that punishes everybody that's fucking related to that country for decades. For decades and decades and decades, doing nothing. Their fucking leadership sucks ass. Whoever the fuck's been in charge of Cuba, Fidel Castro included, like, yeah, you managed to make it so like America is not like in charge of you, but like you're poor, you're fucking politically insignificant, and you kind of would never get invaded just because like if you did, it would be us that took you over anyway. Like it's like a matter of time. You know what I mean? Oh, well, America did this and that. Like, when you went and did your thing, did you think America was going to vanish overnight? Didn't bother. Vietnam seems fine. They did a little socialism. They fucked around. Now they're okay. I don't know. What the fuck is the difference? How the fuck did y'all fuck it all up? And then all of these other current and former communist states seem to be engaging with us economically unfazed. Well, because we're already poor. Okay, well then maybe you should have made the decision that fucked you. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? And like we're too far down the line. No one's gonna care when they start getting paid. No one's gonna give a fuck. The grievance is for the wealthy. Grievance is for people who can afford to have a past. No one gives a fuck about that when they don't have anything. If you're hungry as shit and everyone was telling you, like, hey, America's starving you, and it's true, America's starving you in Cuba. Okay, whatever. Fuck America, damn you. But then America shows up and Cuba goes away, and then you stop starving and you've got food all the time. And people are like, we only have food now because America's here, but America was starving us in the first place. You're going to go like, okay. And you're going to eat a fucking burger and you're going to be happy. Like, that's how you play people. That's how you fucking dominate the world. That's it. That's the entirety of the fucking playbook. And it worked. I wish it wouldn't have, but you have to pray that it's not going to. And maybe it won't. Maybe everything's going to flip. But like, understand all of the like worst situations going in the other direction are like so much worse. It's like, you've got to have like these dictators that they have are somehow worse than ours. Like, how the fuck do you do that? How the fuck do you do that? How do you out fucking murder ICE? Like, you would think that ICE is the worst thing ever. And then you see other countries and they're like, dude, ICE is like cakewalk shit. Like, ICE apparently is as bad as some Mexican police forces. What the fuck? How is that possible? Like, I don't know, man. Just our one side of this city has just the most murderous piece of shit cops ever. Okay, what? That's fucking horrible. Yeah, it is. Y'all don't know how lucky you have it. Like, don't say that. It fucks up the fucking narrative. You know what I mean? And like, what should we do? Like, I don't think we fucking do anything. I think you got to start fucking building. You got to start realizing wherever the hell you are. Stop pretending that there's some sort of fucking international cooperation between fucking Twitter accounts to bring about a fucking some great unemployed people fucking general strike, and start accepting the fact that if you're not building power for yourself, then you're just along for the ride, and just be along for the ride, or complain in a way where the people that matter hear you and want to listen to you, because no one's doing any of that. This entire grievance culture about America that's been set up online, I'm assuming it's some sort of fucking Chinese based op, considering that fuck it, you get Hassan to start talking about Chairman Mao and he cannot not hit his knees and start fucking glucking. Like, it's not working, man. I don't know what kind of fucking propaganda you feed y'all's people, but like, America, dude, we feel bad for like 2 seconds, and then we fucking beat the shit out of all y'all in fucking Olympics. We lie to ourselves about getting the most medals, and then just scream USA, USA, USA. Like, there's no amount of Chinese propaganda on earth that can beat Americans loving America because we beat Canada at hockey. And like, that's just the case. Like, it's kind of a joke, but it's also not. What? Ooh, what is that, Huey? Tyler's Blue State viewers keep burning the toast, but he's a good guy, really. I think just like I need like Blue Staters to just accept the reality that they don't have the reputation to the rest of the country that they think they have. Like, I think like there's a lot of people that are like blue state, progressive state voters that think Americans in the like middle states look at them and go like, well, they are actually smarter than us, so we're just going to do evil to like get back at them. And not like, wow, you guys are a bunch of stuck up twats. You guys are the most self-absorbed pieces of shit on earth. Man, you are so fucking insufferable. New York Post is one step above supermarket tabloids. It's true. Tyler, they sent a Mew. That I can't even. Something that's never happened. They sent a Mew. A Mew is not an invasion force. Like, okay. Shipped ashore. It's the Marines. Like, what, you think you're just gonna send 2,000 Marines in? Like, at first, it's a landing force. You bring other people at, it's the tip of the spear. What, you just gonna stab me with 0.5 ounces of metal? Like, yeah, that's the blade part. They just deployed a Mew. Like, the Mew is out there. The Mew is out there. Mews are always there. It's a Marine Expeditionary Unit. It's med float. They're going over there all the time. Now they actually have something to do. They're all pissed because they can't go to Djibouti and fucking run around with the goddamn gazelles and fucking elephants and shit, which is real. If you go on a med float, you get to have a magical experience in Djibouti, Africa, which apparently to some Black Marines is like the most life-changing shit on earth. So obviously, like, Djibouti's kind of like poor and stuff, and it might be a little bit nasty, but then like you get to go run in Africa and it's hot as fuck, and there are literal fucking giraffes and gazelles and shit off the side of the airstrip where you get to run. And people are like, come home to my motherland and shit. Fuck. Do you know how I knew I was in Germany? Because we did stop in Germany. I think that was my return to my motherland, because all I remember was complaining about the cost of things in the fucking duty-free zone and why we weren't leaving on time. So I had my moment as well. I got to return to my fatherland. I complained about the cost of these Diet Cokes are too small for their cost, and they are too costly for a duty-free zone. Also, where is the plane? The plane is late. The best Age of Empires player is a Canadian named Hera, who replaced a Norwegian named Viper. The US doesn't even have a top 100 AoE player. It's very sad. Fuck. I didn't even know that that competition existed. We got to get our guys in there. I think it's sad that people would vote Trump for a third term for any reason. Dude, we are past the point of like rules and laws and expectations. I don't think it'll actually happen. I think legitimately my prediction is the old is dying and the new cannot be born. I know you didn't necessarily come up with that, but that's a based quote for what's going on right now. I think what's going to happen is the ratchet, which is how I describe capitalism in my head. I think Donald Trump is going to create a new American empire era in America, and he's going to lose the election to Democrats, and we're going to fucking whitewash the last 4 years with Democrat can kicking. It's going to be 8 years of the best. We're going to call it the best Democratic presidency of all time. Doesn't matter who gets elected. It doesn't matter. We might finally get a lady in there. By the way, I think the person that's going to run for president is none on the Democratic side and might win. Is going to be none of the candidates that you think. Republicans are not going to win, but that's not a good thing. It's going to be 8 years of America going around apologizing for Donald Trump, whitewashing our reputation, building economic bridges, but we're going to take advantage of everything that he did. We're going to hold on to the territory. We're going to maintain the trade relationships, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the real kick is going to be that we're going to reestablish ourselves as a pro-hawk country again. And we are going to be hawkish once more, because there's nothing that makes you worse than nothing makes you more arrogant than a win. And the next Republican president that's after him, which I don't know if it's going to be any of the people, maybe it might be some fucking worm like Marco Rubio, because they won't need a fucking real leader anymore, is going to pursue imperialist American policies like you've never seen before. It's going to be a whole different thing. And that's going to be the new way that America operates. I think we're going to start seriously encroaching on the world. You all lost your chance. If you were a leftist for the last 10, 15 years, you lost your chance. Fuck, I took too long. You know what I mean? But I mean, maybe this is just inevitable. Don't know. But it's going to be Democrats will get in. They'll whitewash everything. We'll get a bunch of gimme victories. You know what I mean? We'll get some gay shit, some marriage shit. We might get abortion codified constitutionally, something crazy like that, where everyone's going to go dude, the end, we really have passed the end of the Donald Trump presidency. Wow. We are in a new America. But what we're never going to address and what we're all going to ignore is the fact that we're going to own fucking Iran, however that's going to look. We are going to own Venezuela. We're probably going to own Cuba by then. If not another series of other countries. And no longer will the stain of George Bush and Dick Cheney's mismanagement of American adventurism in the early 2000s linger over our collective heads. Other countries will mold and they'll piss and they'll moan, but America might actually become unmanageable. China's probably fucking terrified right now, if I had to guess. I've seen some stuff. Who knows how fucking true it is, but a lot of Iranian weapon systems and Iranian training is early field craft for China, right? China is the only other game in town. Russia is bleeding. Something is going to change with them. They're connected to too many other countries. My craziest belief would be we might turn Japan back on. We might reactivate Japan. I think Japan wants it. The Japanese president and Donald Trump are fucking in love, if you didn't know that. Or prime minister, that lady that looks like she looks like an Attack on Titan monster. They love each other, and Japan's nationalist movement has been growing for good reason for the last, several decades. The Showa era and the Reconstruction, post fucking, self-confidence era is gone. And Japan wants to reestablish themselves, or a lot of Japanese people want to reestablish Japan as a place of safety. Doesn't mean it's 90% of the population or anything stupid like that. It's a sufficient amount of that 10% of the population that is the kind of people that do stuff and will make it happen. And I think the Japan Defense Forces, if you've been watching a lot of their propagandizing, are trying to expand themselves into more than just a defensive force. And I think that they're going to want to reestablish a lot of Japanese coastal control of those waters. If China's fucking with Taiwan and China ever fucks with South Korea, Japan is right there. And they are ancient enemies bar none. They have a lot of shared history in that region, China and Japan. And if China wants to start building up a navy and fucking with Japanese waters and stuff, Japan is going to have to get to a point where they're either going to go, we move America here permanently, or we become like America again, and we become a serious political force. If we re-empower Japan, that's going to be the beginning of the end of the fucking arc. And that will be a slow impingement, a slow and unignorable impingement on China, which I think China's going to get cowed. I don't think they have it. I think China's way papery compared to what people think they are. I think they like money. I think they like doing business. And I think a lot of their military people being purged has something to do with this overall view. When we talk about Japan, we're talking about Kamchatka. We're talking about fucking East Russia. And if we were going to start fucking with Russia, that's how we start going in. And Russia is in a position now where if there were people that wanted to come in and start carving off little bits of it, the ignorable cut, you know what I mean? This is the time to do it. Like, you're not going to nuke anyone. We know that. You're busy with Ukraine, but like now we're just going to seize a bunch of your eastern ports. What are you going to do about it? You're going to nuke your own fucking ports? You're going to try to nuke us past China? Maybe, if you got it. And I think that that's going to be edging in there 30, 40 years from now. China can't continue to exist the way that it is. It won't be permitted. The whole like Yuan, whatever the fuck, is doing good and they've got all their tech. That's nice, but them having a military is unacceptable because they are in a position now where they're obviously selling weapons. They've been selling weapons to the people that are doing fucking genocide in Myanmar. Those are, as far as when I looked into it, those are Chinese drones that are being used to fucking kill the Rohingya. Whoopsie-doodle. And of course, they're spending a lot of money to propagandize to us. I think a lot of these Twitch people are basically like, in a lot of news orgs and stuff, I think basically what it is China's like, you can operate here and you can sell money, you can sell movies here, but we want you to run or push or permit certain types of activities down the line. So like, you can sell stuff from Amazon here. We want you to keep Hassan Piker where he can talk, and we want you to ignore the fact that we're botting him into hyper existence. Those are all like nice ways to try to operate, but that's paper tiger shit. It's all on paper. Paper gangster. When comes time to lead, are you going to have it? And we as a country have been slowly but surely annihilating, removing, curbing, and cutting off a lot of China's friends around the world, particularly the ones that are close to us, right? I know China has a lot of inroads into Latin America, but like one of the major ones of Venezuela has been cut off. That's done. Venezuela's over for you. Cuba might be over for you very soon as well. So all of a sudden, a lot of the dictators and stuff, you know, friends in a port in a storm, friends, a lot of those are vanishing. If Iran goes, that is one of your biggest and best proxy conflict people for an entire region that was going to keep that region anti-American and bad for business in a way that you can blame America for. What are you going to do after that? Now you're down to, I keep forgetting about North Korea, but who doesn't? You're down to fucking North Korea, which is a politically and economically defunct fucking corpse state with one goofy fat guy running it. Hell of a friend to have that you basically have to bail out at all times. And South Korea is a very aggressive nation. They are economically very strong from what I understand. You know, they have their own problems at home and abroad, but who doesn't? And Japan wants to rearm. Russia is fucking cooked. Fucking cooked. I have no idea the extent that their country is in trouble. I mean, they have a lot of money to fuck with, but now that we're doing power exports, this last one where we relieve sanctions and they're like, oh, Russia made back all of the money that they lost in the last few years in a second or something. Like, okay, that's good for them, but that's temporary. And we're bringing Venezuela online, which means there's a possibility because no one has to deal with your horse shit if we can just truck straight across the fucking Atlantic with all this fucking refined fuel, build pipelines if possible. I don't think that's really the case, But Venezuela starts bringing their shit to America. America refines it, and then we send it over to Europe on an increasingly strong and safe Atlantic voyage. Man, fuck the Baltic Sea pipeline, okay? Fuck all that shit. Japan starts going like, hey, we don't really like your control of Kamchatka. We don't really like your control of whatever that is, the North Sea or whatever the fuck. We're going to start fucking poking, prodding, pushing in. Do you have the juice? Aside from your fucking nuclear armaments, which if you use, it's game over forever. Putin's getting old. Who's in charge over here? Do you want to fucking keep fighting? Do you want to fight forever? Because we're all getting stronger and you're getting weaker and sicker and uglier and stupider and all of your stuff is gone. Ukraine's never going to forget. We have Ukraine there like a fucking attack dog for forever. No matter how Ukraine feels about us, Ukraine, so long as they don't fall to the Russians, will eternally be something that we could just pay to start fucking Russia up. Same with Poland and a series of other fucking border states. Russia was right. Yeah, we're encroaching on you. Sure, go ahead, but we're going to keep encroaching because it's either you or us, and obviously we're going to pick us. We've got a lot of people that we can throw at you. A lot of people want to throw themselves at you because they're sick of you fucking sneaking over in the middle of the night in your fucking nasty little vodka carts and poisoning random people in their fucking streets. Like, everyone hates you. You're a hateable people. So why not start carving little bits of you off? Hey, Georgia, whatever. You guys really, you're friends with them, but maybe stop being so friendly. Maybe figure out your own shit. Little bit by little bit. The Game of Nations lasts forever. Forever. It's eternal. It never ends. Like, there is no like end to nations almost ever. You think Germany got defeated in World War II? What happened to them? They split in half for like a fucking one generation, recombined, and they're an economic powerhouse. Why? Because they're friendly with America. Japan lost World War II, fractured, basically put underneath the fucking heel of an empire that was stronger than them. They recovered. One of the strongest economies on earth. One of the most fucking socially and economically impactful countries on the planet of all time. And it keeps going. You know what I mean? It never stops. And I think that this is going to be a phase that's kind of ignorable. My biggest fear is really just that it turns into some sort of evangelical fucking theocratic hell state, which is what I don't want. But that's probably the last battle that we could possibly fucking win, because I don't see the kind of individuals who can and would run for office doing anything to slow this down. I don't think they'll think it's bad for business. I don't think they'll think it's bad for electability. If anything, they'll say, well, Donald Trump shouldn't do that, but now we have a chance to really rebuild with the Venezuelan people. Donald Trump really shouldn't have done that, but now we have a chance to rebuild with the Iranian people. Donald Trump really shouldn't have done that, but we have a chance to really rebuild with the people of the United Kingdom. Donald Trump really shouldn't have done that, but now we have a chance to rebuild with the people of Portugal. Donald Trump really shouldn't have done that, but now we have a chance to rebuild with the people of Brazil. Donald Trump really shouldn't have done that, but now we have a chance to rebuild with the people of China. Like, it starts small, but I think we're gonna fucking I think if something doesn't give, all y'all can do is really just pray. So far, if there's no real tangible physical actions that are taken, I think the American flag might fly over all of Earth within 100 years. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's not necessarily something I'm rooting for, but all of the play pretend foreigner attempts at predicting what is and isn't going to happen in America has been so bad, and is so like, well, we're just trying to make it happen, whether as opposed to like understand it, that like I foresee an ungolden path. Like, it's freaking me the fuck out. I never thought this would happen. I didn't think anybody would have the balls to fucking break open the levee in this direction, but that's the direction it's going. Empires fall, empires rise, and empires fall. Like, bro, you're praying. You got to give me something better than prayer. I need something better than prayer and hope, begging, belief in a better way. I need something like, oh no, if this happens, then this is going to be the action that occurs and actually stops it. And I need that to be not based on somebody's AI images that they fucking dreamed up on something. Real politic all day, every day. Thatcherite Japan will just be sold off and end up like England. It's always fun talking about rearmament, but then the bills come due and you're not in control of your dollar. Pretty sure Kim can be bought with Lakers tickets and a carton of smokes. Dude, imagine that guy finding out that Golden Corral exists. I think we could get him. Poland is like a starved dog. They really want to push into Belarus and into Russia. Oh, yeah. That woman is high-key evil, too. So it's not surprising she loves Margaret Thatcher. The Japanese prime minister now. Dude, talk about, like, win one, lose one. Oh, dude, fucking Shinzo Abe is gone. Who's replacing him? Like a literal character from fucking Attack on Titan. Del Rey, ¿cuál es? The tornadoes hit y'all at all? Not that I noticed, but it was very windy. Mostly just tons of snow out here. Pretty much why us Vietnamese improved our relations with the U.S. after the war. Otherwise, we'd be another Cuba LMAO. I mean, yeah. Sorry you got fucking knocked for chat participation. That was a good comment. I really liked the American Empire video. It really helped me think about Venezuela actually means differently from normal coverage. It was an eye-opener. I know. I got like fucking 10 views. I still think there's a version of America that can care for its people, even if it takes grinding your soul for it. I'm a diehard believer that the rights lost in the past decade can be reversed. I mean, yeah, I believe that too. I mean, there's a lot of things. Any of this could be changed. I just don't see the will for it. That's kind of the thing. I don't see the will, and I think foreigners, in their sort of misguided attempt to control the American psyche because they watch movies and they think they know what we think and want. Their attempts to propagandize to us have just eliminated our ability to access the sort of conservative towards violent aspect of the country's nature. And so like the attempt to wear down Americans' belief in America has failed, but the attempt to wear down Americans' belief in the political norms of the last 30 years has accidentally been hyper successful. So what you've created is a pure American nationalist form of accelerationism because you're stupid. I don't know why a Chinese government person would ever have thought that they had the fucking wherewithal to think that they could like do propaganda to Americans. Like, we barely even buy your movies. You buy all of ours. You have to make sure that we don't put ghosts and gay people in it. Like, you thought you were going to fucking trick us in a way that you could control? Now all these countries, all these foreign nations that have been fucking with us, all you did was pull the brakes off of America. Like, our natural default position is conquer you. So when you knock off all of our ability to fucking like think things straight through, and we stop going like, we're like, oh fuck, I can't think, I can't, all this propaganda, I don't know what's right. The one thing Americans do come together on very often is probably the people that are fucking with us from overseas need to be annihilated. And that's it. Fuck them though. That's it. You know what I mean? Americans love a winner. And so like all of this like cerebral horse shit, these Chinese sensibilities that these fucking loser fucks on Twitter are trying to sell, this like Russian notion of what propriety is that you're trying to sell through your fucking misbegotten fucking RT people. It doesn't do what you think it does. You're trying to get people to like doubt America and then leave. But Americans don't leave. They fucking sit wherever they are for 1 billion fucking years and complain, and that's it. And then they pay their fucking taxes, and the few people of us around that will do stuff go and they do it better. And what are they going to do? Well, fuck. All right. All of our progressive people, we're all turned against each other. Who's going to come to the top? An American, a true American, a reality TV star who raped some people and likes gold. Okay, what is he going to do? I've been thinking for like decades that we should just kill our enemies and then steal their shit. Okay, fuck. Yeah, that makes sense. Any nays? Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them. I'm going to ignore them. Is everybody cool with that? Like, kind of. Like, That's what you fucking brought. All you fucking foreigners brought this on yourself with your fucking piss pantsing, and you're trying to lead dipshit young Americans astray. You're horrible propagandizing, and you're fucking like, eat your cake, have your cake and eat it too. It's you foreigners are fucking responsible for this with your goddamn election meddling. But you thought I just really don't want them to support Ukraine anymore. Oh man, if we get this American fucking Republican elected, he'll destroy the country and it'll go fucking blah, blah, blah. Like, bro, we've had way worse situations in this country than this. Isn't that? We're not even in a fucking like a real true Great Depression. And even if we are, we'll probably just pretend that we're not. And then things will get better. I don't know why. Maybe we're blessed under heaven. It's freaking me the fuck out. But I know what y'all want to happen, and then it doesn't. And then every time it doesn't happen, we get more fucking dangerous and more fucking aggressive. And then you try to do the same stupid pussy shit again, and then we get more dangerous and more aggressive. I don't know why you keep trying to fucking interfere with our shit in the way that you're doing it. Just build boats and fucking bomb Pearl Harbor again. At least we'll cut to the fucking chase. Like, I'm freaked. It's so fucking disappointing. Because all you ever do is like, what are we going to do? We're going to be more Republican shit. Okay. Fucking Australians. We don't really like the way you're running your country. We're going to send our one rich cunt over there to fucking control all your newspapers and make you fucking real aggressive. Gina Reinhardt. America taking over everything is a bad thing for one. The fuck is a mile? It's a singular Sonic Fox and stupid for two. I like my healthcare. No, I know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I think that like we'll probably get stuff like healthcare. I think that the Empire shit will kick off and we'll get goodies. We'll get our fucking treats. We'll be little treatlerites or whatever the fuck those idiots like to say. They'll give us stuff like free healthcare. We'll get some gay marriage. We'll get some additional rights and shit, and then we'll just start taking over whole chunks of Latin America to pay for it. She's a girl boss, so she gets a pass. Based. Is the next Dem administration going to do anything to scale back the rabid anti-trans stuff here? I don't think so. I think trans people are fucked. I think... How to explain this? I think trans rights activists at the highest level of the trans rights movement fucked trans people. Like you won't even believe. And some of it I think is an op. Like unironically. Like they picked some like bad representatives. I won't necessarily name anything. But like pro-trans rhetoric and how it was approached by trans people in public facing positions has been so piss poor that like a lot of trans people have been mutated from, and the whole conversation has been like drastically snatched away from trans people to go from trans people to trans people. You know what I mean? So it's like when I was younger, when I was working in bars and shit, I talk to trans people all the time because when you work in nightlife, you don't even realize it's like, oh, that's a guy that thinks he's a girl or whatever. You're not like up to date on it. Okay, I don't give a fuck. Live and let live type shit. But there's been this like push, and I don't think it's good for trans people, and I don't even think it's from general, because I talk to trans people all the time, and it doesn't seem like it's like hyperfixate, but like hypersexualization of trans people, hypersexualization of their experience, and this weird duality where for some reason a lot of really stupid people are elevated in the trans community to be like their fucking somehow their spokespeople, who are simultaneously like it's not a sexual thing and it's not about sex, but then they're always hypersexual. You know what I mean? Like like it's never like, okay, you're just like a person who is going about their life and that's it. It's like it's got to be this like really really like it's a fucking first disposition in the world to where it plays into, and I don't know if it's like it was brought up because like it's like, oh, this is going to be, you know, we're going to show that this is a counterpoint to the way that like these Republicans and stuff talk about us, but it just feels like a fucking op where it's like simultaneously like it's not about sex and da, 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 da. And then like all of these people happen to be these like sexual icons, you know what I mean? As opposed to just like, you know, a Janet Reno. Well, Janet Reno's not trans, but like, you know, some fucking like stuffed shirt goof who's like, I just want to be left alone and dead. It's like, no. We have, if we're gonna fucking push anybody, whoever these libs are fucking picking is always gonna be like, and it's gonna be, you know, oh man, like, yeah, she's trans. You wish you could fuck someone that looks like that. I bet you wish you could do a sex with this person. This person is sex. This person, sexual. So that it doesn't seem like it's something that is, even if it is endemic to the character of that person, it's not a characteristic of the endemic person that can't be removed because people can go without sex, i.e. like whatever. And I think that's going to be how they push the anti-trans agenda. Is I think it's going to not be pushed as an agenda. It's going to be ignored completely. I think that trans activists at the highest level, maybe not necessarily fucked it up, but were given a bad bill of goods on how to proceed. And then the worst possible examples were selected so that it seems like it's not this issue that can't be ignored, right? It's like this thing. It's like, okay, well, you know, whatever. They're a great sacrificial pawn because there's not that many of them. Whatever the issue is with them, it seems like it's fucking imagined or whatever. And we can just push that and then ignore them. And then the real issue isn't like something with other minorities where it's this public thing. They'll just go start killing themselves. And then when they vanish, we won't have to deal with them either. And so like it's the entire conversation around trans rights and trans access to healthcare and stuff. It just feels like it was bogarted by fucking morons, like in an insane way. And I know it's not the case with trans people because I've talked to you and I know you're not fucking like demon mama. Do you know what I mean? But for like a strong 4-ish years around the Biden era, you had that kind of individual be the forefront of like trans issues and people who are like, you know, even if they had like some aspect of being a sexual person or attractive, like ContraPoints or Philosophy Tube, it was still that aspect and that type of trans person was really pushed aside for the like, who can we get online to speak to trans issues? And it's going to be some person who badly applies makeup and they look and talk weird and they have horrible stage presence and you know, and complete inability to articulate what the fuck it is they want. It's like, was this a fucking op to basically make it not that trans people weren't acceptable in the eyes of conservatives, because that was already just the case, but that trans rights would be so difficult to fight for progressives that it's better to just let them fucking die and get something for some people than have, you know, these like worst possible examples of people showing up as the most high ranking individuals to talk. And like, man, it's just, you guys got fucked. I've never seen people get fucked harder because trans people came out strong out of the gate with the bathrooms thing, which is just like, it's just a normal consideration. Just let us go to the bathroom anywhere. And they're like, why don't somebody fucking went crazy and went, why doesn't the compromise be a third bathroom that no one will have the money or wherewithal to install? So then we'll start putting all these random signs on doors type shit and confusing fucking Republicans and then giving them the ability to say like, no, we're going to be woke, anti-woke by just having normal bathroom signs. And so it turns like this thing that's just like a common dignity deal. Literally just leave us alone and ignore us, into the whole situation is actually just like this piss fight, literally, where nobody can win, but it's really easy to make one specific type of person lose and then they go away. Like, I don't know how to articulate this in a nicer way. And I don't mean to doomerize people, but like, you got like, dude, Keffals was one of your biggest people. Keffals achieved national notoriety, and that was like, that had to have been horrible. I couldn't imagine, right? Like, there's this guy going around, KT something, who's like a veteran, right? He's the most cringe fucking example of both a person and a veteran I've ever seen in my life. If that person was the guy that was chosen to represent me on the fucking world stage as a veteran, I would personally find him and fucking put him in the ground before I ever let him represent my movement. But like, the trans people also were put in a position where you're so fucking rare as human beings and you get clustered together that when one of your people does good, like everybody has to kind of it gets forced to like fucking rally around them. And then all of a sudden, all these trans people are just like, no, I have to defend Keffals. Most undefensible, weird fucking like scumfuck person of all time. Literal drug addict grifter. And then like all these people just get absolutely murdered sticking up for them. And then like that is what people get to pick as a highlight reel for who are we going to have represent us? You know what I mean? Like somebody that's moderately cringe, like fucking Jesse Gender or whatever. A few odd moments, but generally like well put together. No. ContraPoints, we're going to have leftists actually talk ContraPoints out of any popular position in the movement. So now like when you get to pick someone on the fucking right side to say who represents trans people, you have like Alana McLaughlin, who's a pretty good trans representative, ignored, right? You just pick Keffals. Okay, Keffals is a big grifter. Keffals does pedophile HRT boxes, whatever that fucking thing was. And then we're just gonna, any of their moderate ones are people like fucking ContraPoints, who gets fucking bullied out of existence, and Philosophy Tube, who's cringe and British. So fuck Philosophy Tube. Like it's fucking. Dude, I've never seen people get railroaded harder. It's bonkers. And the worst part about it too is that like so many of these other like trans creators, I feel like have picked up on the worst aspects of it. So I can't watch a lot of them because they're so fucking cringe. Like, so they're unfathomably fucking cringe. It's horrible. Riding for fucking Vosh. Defending the worst thing. Like, it's like, okay, well, this thing is a bad thing about trans people. Not saying, no, it's not true. And that's not representative of us. Actually, if it is true, you should like it. Like, wait, what? Don't say that. No, don't do it. And like, dude, that shit is fucking horrible. Horrible. And like, I just, dude, like my fucking heart goes out. I don't know what to say to you. I got nothing. Like, you got, dude, that one person that got popped off for like 2 seconds, like Nominal Naomi, right? And then they got vaporized because it's like, who is this person? Like, they're lightly sexual. Okay. They're doing a lot of gooner posting. Okay. Actually, they have an entire milking fetish, and that's going to be like the main aspect. Okay. Well, that creator's fucking gone. Fuck. Like, holy fuck. Dude, I swear to God. It's like somebody wasn't paying attention in the trans advocacy like back rooms, and they just let a Kiwi farmer go in there and go like, nope. Oh fuck yeah, there you go. Nope. And that one. So you have like this fucking selection sample of only cringe. Of like only fucking cringe. And then there's also like in that like this sub-selection sample of like 18-year-old trans girls who are like, I'm going to make money being cringe on purpose, and I'm going to do like fucking puppy girl shit on Twitch that's as irritating as possible in order to make money. And like, what the dude, how in the fuck has this happened to you guys? Like, I did not want this for anyone. Is it an op, or is it that liberal institutions produce bourgeois, out-of-touch activists who have no connection to normal working people? I can't even give it that, because like a lot of these trans people, cringe or not that they are poor fucks like me. They're all working class people, or like from the vicinity of working class. Except for a lot of the quote-unquote like super good-looking ones or whatever, because people get to fucking start on HRT because they're from a nice country when they're like 10 or something or whatever. I don't even know how to talk. Blah, 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 blah. Right at puberty, they get puberty blockers, and then they get to transition cleanly so that they just look hyper feminine because they've always had a solid amount of feminine fucking juice in them. You know, and then they get pushed to the top, and all the fucking working class people don't, whatever, yada, 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 yada. But I think really what it is the out of touch bourgeoisie fucking people are the fucking straight and cis people who are like, I want to pick a fucking, I want to pick, I'm mad at my dad who is a Republican, and I want to pick the most like person that would piss him off the most with no fucking respect or whatever for the issues. And then that's who you get, like, they get pushed. You know what I mean? They get fucking donos sent to them like, oh my God, I love how transgressive you are. I like how sexual you are. I like how fucking in your face you are about people. And it's like, okay, you're picking a fucking like porn star to lead these movements, which isn't necessarily impossible, but also like, let's hope the porn star has some sort of background in politicking and diplomacy, because otherwise, okay, there we go, sex crime. You know what I mean? Like, what in the fuck is happening? Like, over and over and over again with this shit. I think they were trying to let the every person talk, but it was a pain in the ass. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of like issues through support, but it's like I don't blame like there's nothing like endemic to trans people that causes this. Like, it's like, oh fuck, did you get your first dose of HRT? Time to be fucking cringe. Like, I don't think that that's the fucking case at all, and I don't want anyone to take that away from it. I think the issue is like trans rights as a major talking point happened to coincide with like the worst excesses of the Tumblr era, and basically just like cis people ruined it. I think is really the case. I think cis people ruined trans advocacy for trans people by deciding upon themselves what trans people to represent the trans movement and picking some of the worst possible people and aspects and like battlegrounds. Like, just the whole thing was ripped out from underneath their feet. Like, I think the real hammer home here, I don't think trans people had a fucking say in this. Like there was like a series of backrooms conversations where like, do you want to make things weird all the time? Like all the time for everyone? Yes. Like no one did that. No one did that at all. Remotely. It was just like fucking spoiled fucking people that have excessive amounts of power just going like, hey, I like this kind of behavior and I'm going to spiritually reward you, a person that has no self-esteem or money, with money and self-esteem, for behaving in a stupid fucking way. You know what I mean? And then amidst that is a lot of normal behavior and shit, but there's just like this surface level of cringe that these fucking right-wingers could fucking pick from. And then they built that. And then the Democrats, because they're always reactionary to right-wingers, went, well, that's what's always going to get picked. I'm just going to assume that that's what it's always going to be like. And I'm not going to try to fucking raise up anybody else out of that shit. And we're just going to cut you loose as a fucking sacrificial lamb for probably no gain. And I think that's where it's going. I think that you're going to get ignored completely until you're gone. And then maybe you get to try again in like 20 or 30 years. Maybe it doesn't go that way. But like, as a problem and as a problem with a solution, trans identity issues are, I mean, how many fucking notches down the totem pole as far as just like immediate lethality? You know what I mean? Like, are trans people being like persecuted and stuff? Yes, but it's very out of doors. It's usually by their families and stuff. The ICE fucking hordes are actively hitting up brown people for being brown. You know what I mean? They're going after you. Are there like issues with like IDs and stuff? Like, yes, but also like with the fucking with the, you know, DEI and ICE stuff. You know, they're going after gigantic specific swaths of the population where you have a lot of, you know, unironically, corny as it sounds, fucking model minorities, so to say, to, you know, my fucking family, I'm a lawyer and my family, yada, 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 type deal, where you have tons of people to come out there. You know, my name is Ramon Gutierrez. My family moved here in 1986 and I was born here in 1987 and they tried to deport me and I am a fucking lawyer for the city, like blah, 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 blah. And so like, those are like easier wins. And I think people know that. I think there's a lot of people in the Democratic Party that don't like trans people and know that. And they can sideline you by being like, well, you know, fucking these guys, yada, yada. We're going to focus on that thing. And they can also just extra hyperfixate on this shit because the longer you ignore the trans issue, the more steam it loses. Like trans issues were fucking the thing right up until George Floyd. And that was the like fall off. Of course, if you're trans, you're like, I don't see it that way because obviously it's your everyday life. But when you think about like how much people who are not you and have access to power are talking about you and giving you access to power, like it was bathrooms and shit, 2015, 2016 through 2020, the original persecution. And then like COVID hit, George Floyd hit, and we realigned the conversation to be about policing and black folks in America, which is completely legitimate and it is a conversation that needs to be had. It can be, you can walk and chew bubble gum, but Democrats won't ever do that. And with COVID, that shit, Joe Biden, all this stuff, it was easier for the paper pile to stack up higher and higher and higher on trans people. And then just with a lack of serious repercussions publicly for the being trans and existing, you know what I mean? Like if your black people had like all these fucking police violence against black folks, ignoring the fact that some of the police violence against black folks was police violence against queer and trans black folks, you know what I mean? That just gets cut out. It's just, no, it's just black. Oh, can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time kind of stuff. Gay bashing gets fucking ignored. Violence against domestic partners issues gets ignored because it's not public and like big spectacle, and ABC News can't make $15 million in ads off of it. And then it just goes away, and like more and more. And I think now the way that you're hearing a lot of these Dems talk about it, and I think they're going to try to run some moderate Dems in the next run. I think they are. I think that the time for revolution and revolutionary people got ignored. I think the best you can get is a Graham Plattner type, right? Nazi tattoo, little bit controversial, working stiff guy though, who's been like a part of the American experiment for the entirety of his life type deal. You can have a guy like that. He'll probably go to town for trans rights issues and stuff, but the middle ground normies, they're going to pay it lip service, and they're going to add it to bills. And the second the bills go to committee, that's going to be the first thing that gets cut. And it's going to get cut and 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 cut until the next Republican presidency. Unless something like there needs to be an actual get away from like RAINN and fuck any LGBT org, and it needs to be like a trans advocacy for a specific issue now type thing. And that motherfucker has to be, you have to clean out every fucking tanky, every fucking distracting fucking 18-year-old. Well, I feel like, and cut out all that fucking, you're gonna have to have hard nose like gays were in the fucking 1980s, angry, mustachioed, fucking no nonsense, shut the fuck up, we're talking, you know. You're going to have some people like that to really just put some fucking gas in the engine, and they're going to have to get the entirety of trans America on board and fucking like ready to get out, ready to talk, ready to work, and ready to put aside a lot of these fucking stumble blocks from the last 5 years. The Voshian trans agenda type thing where it's like, no, every bad thing, fuck you, we will do it. We will come for your kid, whatever that fucking weird shit is. Get rid of all that nonsense and stop trying to fucking like normalize Reddit behavior, you know, and like Reddit existence. Leave that fucking for down the line if it's even important, and just, dude, IDs. We're ID people. We're about IDs. We're about IDs all the time. And you have to start articulating those standpoints from it affects everybody. That's like that's the one thing that fucking people forget about, like civil rights, is that Martin Luther King was effective not because he was advocating for the rights of black Americans, which he was. He was advocating for the rights of all Americans all the time. He never let anyone cede that all lives matter. He started with all lives matter so you forced them to say white lives matter, right? And that's what the trans movement needs, is all Americans benefit from having no gender on their fucking, you know, their ID. We don't need gender on our ID because people have all sorts of different things. And honestly, it's better. We'll all save money because you don't need to know. And what value does it have? You know what I'm saying? Or something like that. I'm not saying that that's the thing, but like you got to be on it. However you can articulate that the need for trans rights is not a need for trans rights. It's a need for all human rights, and not just it's a human right. It's all humans' rights. It cannot be specific to trans people, because that's one of the biggest ways that trans rights became ignorable too, is this kind of, there's a lot of like where it's like centering people and like their problems, right? So we need to focus on these kind of people and their one problem. And it became like, well, if you're not going to focus on yada yada, then yada yada. So it becomes sort of like with the Palestine thing, where you come like single issue type deal, but as a person. So it's like, well, trans rights are human rights, right? Like human rights are trans rights. Kind of, you got to flip it somehow. Where it's like, yeah, that's true. But if you're not articulating in a way where if you lose rights, I'll lose rights, then it doesn't hit as well, because that's what they did during the Civil Rights Act. Well, if you don't have the right to go and vote without paying a poll tax, then do you really have the right to vote? Nobody should pay poll tax in this country. Oh, yeah, it's true. It affects black people mostly, but nobody should pay poll tax. So you've got to fight for it that way. And I'm not saying that no one's doing it, but the powers that be are able to, if people are effectively doing that, ignore them. So they need support. Whoever's doing that needs to be supported. It needs to be pushed. And that needs to be the focus. Small, specific, incremental, and irreversible changes to legislation. And that's like lifetimes of work. I think that's the other issue too, is there's a lot of people who are really young in that fight. Not just necessarily the trans people, but like a lot of the cis people. And cis people and young people in general get really fixated on the possibility of a president changing something. And so they all go executive order, executive order, executive order, executive order. And so you get something that's some dumb shit that a fucking president can do and then undo with a stroke of a pen the next time around. And so these gains are not long lived. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see how much I got in trouble and get yelled at. The age of game theory, like you were thinking of D&D, chess, and Go, is probably over. People need to start thinking in terms of prediction of Tetris, Candy Crush, point-and-click adventure games. Okay, I don't know what that means. Even Trump is talking about a healthcare thing, even if it's a grift, so I do think we'll get that eventually. I think it's very popular. Healthcare is a universally popular issue, and all it takes is Republican support to pass it, because Democrats have already said they want to pass it. And I think it's coming. I don't think that the system is sustainable, right? So they're going to pass on. Mitt Romney is the heart of Obamacare, yada, 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 Republican. And I think once it's no longer a good wedge issue, which I don't think it is anymore, I think other things will be, and it can still be used to attack, gay people, trans people, the poor, the fat, people with racially predisposed health conditions. Like Black America has a very serious issue with heart conditions and stuff. So you could probably use a nationalized healthcare system to start killing Black people by, limiting access to like healthcare because you have too much salt in your diet or something. I could see them pushing for that, and then we all get healthcare, but it's like not as good for other people. Keep your eye out. Feels like it's a Nazi push. Do Unabomber is an example of hypersexualization? Yes. See other issues. Not necessarily like they are. Hypersexualization does not mean attractive, right? Or like you're into that person, or that person is necessarily like selling sex as the first aspect of their personality. Hypersexualization is when the sexual nature of existence becomes the building block and backbone of the interaction, right? It is a necessary returning point. So like Vosh's content, even though it's not like pornography, is hypersexualized content because he is always referring in a non-joking way, a constant return to genitalia, to the dynamics of sex, to sex itself, through self-valuation of you and others and whatever, through sex. It's nonstop and constant. That's what real hypersexualization is, where the simple like value system and the nature of human interaction becomes, I would say, denigrated to simply sexual interactions, and everything is built off of that. So like the person themselves might be down dressed and stuff. They might be, really have their tits out or something like that. But it's really it's really a backbone of the content. So, you see something like a lot of the e-thoughts, right? So like you have like Twitch streamers. I think Amaranth is one. If she's not, then my bad. But like, it's a hypersexualized content where it always returns to the sexual nature of it. even if she doesn't have her tits completely out, like she's not like fucking got nipples showing on screen or twerking in front of the camera, the fact that it is a sexual interaction, that sexual gratification and like exaltation of people's sexual attributes and their attractiveness at all times and their desirability as a sexual partner is constantly returned to. That's what real hypersexualization is. And it's been a fucking bane on the fucking existence of trans people. I know, because like they have to live up to both female standards of existence while also existing in the fucking hypersexualized nature of what trans existence is on the internet. And then people have, instead of, you know, seeing that as a thing that needs to be seriously undone, you know, instead leaned into it. I mean, if you look at the amount of female creators online, female cis creators, and then the amount of trans femme creators, and you actually weigh them up based on how they appear versus like, you know, what's expected of trans creators are with a shocking amount of time seen through a sexual lens and only valued through a sexual lens, and not necessarily as a method of exploitation, but often as the primary method of engagement between their subsequent fan communities. I mean, that Domain is hypersexual, you know, fucking Demon Mama was, Nominal Naomi was very open with her fetish content, whereas opposed to a lot of other cis women streamers get to be just all over the place with whether or not they want to be sexual. It's just kind of like insane how like women creators can go on and not wear makeup or wear makeup and they'll get mistreated because, you know, still, you know, sexism. But there are plenty of female creators who exist and do not have to or are encouraged to or rewarded for sharing, you know, fetish content or engaging in fetish content or interacting with their community in a positive but still hypersexual manner, or receiving or engaging in sexual comments, or being expected to tolerate or encourage open sexual commentary and activity between members of their community. You know, like you can just go and knit. You could just go and do some knitting, and then that not all of the rest of that is a part of it. And it's not necessarily that that's bad. It's just that it's very clearly as part of the niche online sphere required of these trans women to engage in content that way. And that's not healthy. And it is very conducive to exploitation, which you keep seeing arise in and around those communities. People unironically tried to defend the black market HRT shit too. It was so bad. That's coming up right now, like as a whole thing, and it's just an indefensible side. It's completely as a whole talking point until someone who is like ready to spend the entirety of their life reconstituting how people see that outside of sympathetic spheres. It is done, cooked. Absolutely lost on that front because of a lot of people like Keffals and Demon Mama and people that would pick up stuff from that. I mean, I know that's a small part, but like, you know, wherever they got their fucking talking points from, those people were fucking up as well. Because it's like, dude, you can't be making your own medicine. That's the answer. No one's like, dude, why can't we make Advil in our bathtub? You know what I mean? Somebody's going to go like, oh, as a libertarian, I think that's okay. It's like, yeah, okay. But like, why can't we do it? It's like, oh, well, I guess a bunch of people died. And it's not really well regulated and shit. Like, well, they need it or they're going to die. Like, are they going to die? Or are they going to commit suicide because of a gender issue? Well, they'll commit suicide. Okay, so they're not going to die because they don't have it. They're going to indirectly kill themselves because they can't get access to it. Yes. Why were you just lying to me? Because that is a lie. Understand that. It's a lie. And maybe I get what people are saying when they say it. No one that is not already sympathetic to you is going to hear that and go like, oh, I get what you mean. You know, they're going to go like, so, all right, water. If I don't get water, I'll dehydrate, I die. Yes. If you don't get HRT, do you dry up and then die? No, I go off and then I have a bunch of, okay, so how do you die? Well, there's just an increased risk of suicide. So you kill yourself. You lying to me. You know what I mean? Like that's if you say a statement that feels good inside your community, but then like, and you all are hyper up, you're like, oh, I fight for this. Oh, but then you take it out and then the general populace is not ready or even understands what the fuck you're saying. And it just makes you sound like a liar. Like you just sound like a liar, which is what that whole bathtub HRT shit sounds like. Like you're so deeply backfooted. And then like a bunch of these, like, you know, fucking people that are also trans, but are trying to like explain this thing poorly or are just grifters or just stupid. They get out there and they just fucking humiliate you. So you go like, what is this? It's impossible. It literally, like, I can't defend it. I can't think of a good way to defend it outside. And I know you probably have one if you're trying, like, and you're thinking of it, but it's probably what you use to talk to other people that are around you or people that are sympathetic for you. When you have to try to fight across the aisle for it, it's like, okay, so you know about everybody, dude, Keffel's fucking name goes so fucking far. Have you seen the pedophile boxes for the bathtub HRT from the pedophile in Brazil? Like, yup. What were you thinking that people should just mix up fucking medicine in bathtub? What other medicine gets mixed up in bathtub? Methamphetamine and fucking HRT, and they're both used in child abuse. Like, well, that's a lot to unpack, but it's very hard to argue against without getting extremely out into the fucking weeds, because basically people argued it badly that are on the good guy, I guess you would say, side of it for so long that it already has a pre-existing connotation outside of it. And it was already a fucking uphill battle even outside of that. It's like, fuck me. Chaser occupied, lib establishment. True. You think at least some winning strategy would have emerged organically, but nope, unfortunately. It's fucking miserable, dude. Miserable. It's wild how many trans creators came to prominence just to burn out the most spectacularly crazed scandals. See Sophie from Mars, etc. Yes, Jesus Christ. There's a ton of them. You know what I mean? Like, and there's not that many trans people, so it's like you can't have just one person fucks up. It's like fucking 700 cis people fucking up because there's just none of you. So you get like 5 shots. Then if you get 3 out of 5 lolcows, everyone's just like, well, I don't know what to tell. Like, fuck. There's 3 lolcows arrive out of any situation, any community on the internet. You always have to have 3, but if you only have 7 total people in your community, now you have almost half of it is lolcows. Like, what the fuck is that? Bullshit. What can you think? But usually not the sex worker that is chosen. Being comfortable showing your body doesn't make you a porn star. It does not, but that doesn't mean that you won't be perceived as one. Never forget that. You're talking to a sympathetic community. So I know that. But if you do make your money showing your body, there is a large amount of people who will think of you as a pornographer. That is a sacrifice you are either making for or against yourself. There's no argument. There's no real argument against this. This is like kind of like the Tumblr thing, right? Where it's like, excuse me, I don't know if you know this, but the woke thing is like, it's like, no, bro. You don't have to convince. I'm convinced. I'm on y'all's side. Hell or high water. It's fucking hard to advocate for you for reasons like that. You know what I mean? Like it's like, yeah, I know. I'm still gonna do it. It's just fucking hard. If it was easy, you know, I guess it wouldn't be worth doing type shit. But you know, I'm good at this shit. People that are bad at it, fuck. You know what I mean? They gotta fight their way. They gotta fight their way up the fight. It's that spider silk out of fucking hell, and it's getting harder each time. You know what I mean? Because you have like, you know, you got to be positive about people's sexual presentation. Like, yeah, sure, but you got to not be naked all the fucking time if you're trying to advocate for political causes. You just got to not be. Because you just turn yourself into a sideshow act, and that's why people want to see you. You want to be a sideshow act? Do you want a sideshow act that you are becoming to become the most prominent aspect and representation of your subculture? Yes or no? Well, I want this and I want that. Well, you don't get both. You don't have that ability. You're a minority of a minority of a minority. You don't get to have that. You got to pick one. Do you want to have Do you want to have the like, hey, just because somebody is almost completely naked all the fucking time does not mean they're a porn star? Or do you want to have rights? That might be what you have to pick between. I don't know what to tell you. That's easy for you to say. It is. No, I know. It is. It is. It is. But it doesn't mean I'm wrong. And like that shit's that's fucked. The fact that you got to keep going back to it and then back from it is fucking crazy. Because I mean, if you think about it like right now, I'm on your side about it. But if you got to stop me here, imagine when you got to go up to the fucking halls of Congress. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and you got to go talk to some actual Republican fucking nut job. Like, hey, this is a fucking moment. This is our Super Bowl. This is our Super Bowl. Trans women's, trans men's, trans identities Super Bowl. We're going in for it. Okay, who's representing us? They are not a prostitute. Now, I'm telling you, you are going to see someone who has spent most of their career with their tits out. Okay, but they are not a prostitute. What is the person going to be yelling at them from the stage? They are going to be yelling at them that they are a prostitute. And that this needs to be voted down because of, all the things. There is also a sexual scandal that came up recently. And so having somebody that does have their fucking tits out for this and wears like short skirts and uses a lot of hypersexualized language to talk all about all this stuff all the time is going to be an unnecessary hurdle to overcome. But I think if we perform perfectly and above the expectations of even the highest possible difficulty, we could possibly win this. Okay, what is the other option? I don't know. Just maybe be fucking a clean-cut political wonk that goes out and tries to accomplish stuff for yourself. Okay, also possible. Some of the very online millennials and Gen Zers came up in internet spaces that were fostered by some questionable older people that affected their thought process for the worse. That's true, man. There's a lot of fucking creepers out there. Also, many times people go stealth if they can, end up not participating politically. True. I'm trans and I'm better than most people I know at everything I do. I will be okay. LOL. All right. Awesome. If you want a random trans lady existing online I love, Sophie on Sinclair lore. Okay, good. Based. Represent. Sophie on Sinclair lore. Blue Dog Dems are making a big comeback, I think. Remember back in 2016, Kansas did bathroom bans and the country said nope, and now they're revoking their licenses and people are quiet. Hurts a bit, not gonna lie. Leave Kansas, easy. Yeah. Just move. Many of the gay people at the front of the gay rights movement were trans men and women. True. Also, no one magical Superman Platinum works in Maine. Would probably work in California. Mom Donnie works in New York City, probably not in Austin, Texas. True. Hank Hill was misgendered on his driver's license in an episode of King of the Hill. It's an issue that affects everyone. True. Any damn who does give a fuck about trans rights can easily flip it into trans healthcare. Is healthcare for all. Trans workers' rights is everyone's workers' rights. These are possible actionable things. True. Sobering answer. Anything but the files. This is why I like Tyler. How about local ordinance? Local ordinance only goes so far because states have sovereignty. So you want to start at the state level. You want to focus on the state level. You can start local, but don't be surprised when you don't exert a lot of effort in like a blue state or like a red state in a blue city where the red state might come down and like instantly blow you out of the water and you can't get anything from that. I think that access to sexual health clinics is a huge gold mine, especially with hard focus on cis men and women, access for all and bipartisan as well. True. If anyone can answer, how does a hypothetical trans MLK type activist even exist in the modern entertainment ecosystem? Stop thinking of politics as entertainment. If you are who you are, if you're real, real recognize real, as people have said. If you are that, you don't have to entertain your way in. You don't have to grift your way to the top. You'll just be them. You know what I mean? Mom Donnie is Mom Donnie because they turned the camera on and he's Mom Donnie. They just had to turn the camera on. That's why he's working the way that he is. Nothing is wrong with sex unless you are religious. Bro, are you trying to be cringe on purpose? This is not the conversation we're having, RFL. I mean, it's fucking awesome that I bring this up and then like immediately the thing happens. We gotta prop up the dorky Titanfall speedrunners to save trans rights. Yes. Gay robot sex 2084. The problem is, the culture is already hypersexual by default, says gay robot sex 2084. And the only way of transitioning out of it is through hypersexuality itself, basically. What the fuck does that mean? All right, question, infancy, blah, 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 sex, blah, blah, blah. I mean, the same reason women also have women shave their legs, sexual works, and humanize it. Yeah, I don't care about any of that. It's all distracting conversations. M2M trans man clavicular. Male to male trans man clavicular is fucking 10 out of 10. HRT is life-saving care. We don't care what IQ2 says. Well, I mean, you can not care. If you don't have rights, you can not care what someone says, and then they'll just take away your life. Posting in all caps and being cringe is kind of working counter to your fucking what you're trying to get, You have never had the experience of a trans person. You should probably talk less about it. Absolutely untrue. No one listens to y'all. You're a minority of a minority of a minority. There's almost none of you. If you can't articulate your needs in a way that can be repeated by cis white men, you're never getting anything. That's the fact of the matter. Because that's who votes. If you cannot articulate and have empathized with white cis men like me, then you're fucked. If I can't talk about your issues accurately, if you can't make it so that it's easy to do, and I can't share that, you never get anything, because I am the majority. That is what politics is. You do not have the ability outside of whining on YouTube to do anything. So if you don't articulate yourself, if you don't create a situation where white cis people can articulate your struggle to other white cis people, because that's who runs it, you're fucked. Not like it's bad, not like it's like, oh, and this is a good situation. You're fucked. It's evil, it's unfair, but you're fucked. You are fucked and you get nothing. So you need to take it easy. I'm telling you for you. Because if you're wasting, someone listens to you and you get a chance and you're going to either do something that teaches somebody what they need to know, or you're going to be performative and post in all caps and try to get a yes, sister. You get that little, oh my God. Oh my God. Did you need one of these? Yes. Oh my God. Yes. That shit doesn't get you any fucking rights. That shit doesn't get you fucking $1. That shit can't get you 50% off at McDonald's. That shit gets you fucked. You need to focus on articulating yourself so that other people hear you and go, that shit fucking slaps, and then you repeat it. That's it. Otherwise, you're like being loud on your way to early grave. I don't know how to tell you that in a nicer way. Clav is also on TRT. Bro, I feel like I'm the only one that's not on some sort of fucking juice at this point. I gotta start I need to start doing some gender confirmation therapy. All right. Gender affirmation therapy. Fucking high levels of test. DM and Kevils and even Contra. I think the biggest mistake used to be, the idea that being trans is a super rare thing, which it really isn't. I mean, statistically, it absolutely is. But it's not it needs to stop being an invisible thing, except for unless you're fucking a once in a lifetime celebrity talent. Oh my God, imagine Demon Mama speaking to Congress. I mean, yeah, literally. And, if those are the people that are going to educate the young trans women, trans men, et cetera, coming up underneath them, and that's what they bring, imagine, you get a shot. You might talk to a fucking senator randomly. You know what I mean? You're at the fucking picket line. You can talk to someone. All right, hey, what are you into? I just want you to know that just because somebody's tits are out doesn't make them a prostitute. That was your 5 minutes. Thank you. Keep going. You know what I mean? You get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. And then you just run into these fucking Tumblr kids that are pushing 30 something half the time. You getting into your late 20s and acting like a fucking spoiled 16-year-old online. I just want everyone to know I'm here. Bro, what are you going to get for it? What are you getting? How close are you getting to rights? How much more performative upsetty spaghettiness are you going to do as they strip everything away from you and no one listens to you. Like is being repugnant gonna get you what you want? If it is, do it. Go for it. I'm behind you. I will assist you in your repugnancy. But if it's not, and you can't prove that it's going to help you, then are you just being performative to feel good about yourself at the fucking deficit of the other people who share whatever situation you're all in together? You know what I mean? Like, are you fucking over other trans women? Like, it's a real question for, honestly, I think some trans women to start asking each other. If I'm saying it, are you, in your behavior, your comportment, and your disposition, fucking over other trans women just to get fucking internet plaudits from people that don't matter and can't help you? Are you doing that? Are you being a performative, annoying weirdo to try to like get a rise out of people and like get some little, oh my God, snaps, but like doing so at the deficit of other trans people who are maybe not even as well off as you, or more in a bad situation, or just trying to get stuff done? Are you fucking them over to get internet fuckboy points? And if you are, how do you live with yourself doing that? Do you feel good about it? Like, that's a real question. Like, do you feel good losing? Do you like losing? Is losing on your own terms for you worth making it harder for other people who are in your same situation to win? Is that worth it to you? Do you mind fucking them? Do you care about them? Is it performative when you say trans people, do you mean trans me? And fuck all the other trans people. Is that a thing that's going through your head? Are you self-absorbed? Are you an asshole? If you are, and you're just like a sociopath and you just happen to be trans, I can't do anything about that, man. I'm a fucking white cis guy. Trust me, I know all about sociopaths. You can't kind of fucking get away from it. But like, is that the kind of person you want to be? Do you want to fuck over trans women as a trans woman? Is that what you want to do? I can't help you make that decision. But if you're making that decision and I see it, it's kind of hard not to go like, I don't know what you think you're doing. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you care about this? Are you serious? You're like, hey man, I really want my chance to ball. I'm ready to fucking get up here. I'm going to play basketball. And then you just keep grabbing it and laughing and throwing the ball out of bounds. What are you doing? Oh, I'm just trying. Like, don't tell me how to play. I've been trying to practice to play all my life. Well, you just keep fucking throwing the ball out of bounds. You suck. The rest of the team's pissed at you, but they don't want to fucking hurt your feelings because there's only the 5 of you on Earth. Okay. Don't tell me how to play. You have never lived my experience. Don't tell me how to play. Okay, I'm not telling you how to play. I'm telling you how to win. I know how to win. If you don't know how to win, hit me up. But if you like losing and feeling good about yourself, I don't know about that. That's your shit. And you live that way. That's all you. Share that. That's a book people need to read. How to fucking lose everything and then feel good about yourself while fucking over other people and making them lose as well. I'd love that book. Because I need things to hold doors open on a windy day. Sometimes I run out of shit paper in my house, but that's your book to write. You get that. You do that. Are we sure the person's not a Kiwi form? You never know. You might find out they are. They're the most trans person in the history of mankind. You never know. They were 30 in 2013, people. Jesus. Did I miss the commentary on Dylan tweet? I think I forgot to do it, but. Throwing classic psyop. Oh, did they get like banned or something? Oh, whoa. Who is this? Joined December 10th, 2024, 1 subscriber. Oh, that might actually be a thrower. We're going to go ahead and ban them. I'm going to challenge my local congressman to a duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! Based. Tyler, do you believe there's a compartmentalization problem, a lack of focus on precise issues? Like in your 5 minutes, you don't have time to dismantle 2,000 years of intersectional oppression? 100%. No, there's too many people that are happy with saying things that would help them win an online piss fight, maybe, but not even really win it. Just like make other people give them the addiction to echo chamber cope is probably the most like egregious sin of online lefties. Probably it's bad for other people too, but like the online lefty circle, you can really just juice. It's like fucking taking it like straight to the vein. It's intravenous cope. And I think people live for it. Like I literally can't tell if that person was like for real or not. They could be either way. I mean, trans people can be bigots too. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to be fucking model versions of themselves. And like, there's a lot of people that pride themselves in being like annoying as fuck correctors of like small misspeak. You know what I mean? They want to hop in and like mention the thing they heard in a video that no one gives a fuck about but them, and that only they know about because it took a whole video to teach them. So they want to boil this thing that was like 40 minutes of like, you know, hopefully good distilled philosophy or something, and they get out of it. They get like, you know, just because somebody dresses up naked doesn't mean they're a porn star. It's like, yeah, everyone knows that, idiot. Like, but no one needs to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you know, I need to explain this whole thing to you. Okay, hey, bathtub HRT first off isn't made in a bathtub. Like, okay, you know. People really need it because of all these yada, yada, yada. And you keep going and going. And then all this, you got to have, to say bathtub HRT is good, you have to first convince people about an entirely different way of getting medicine that most people don't accept, which is why we have the Food and Drug Administration. So you have to convince people that home brewing medication is okay. Trans rights issues have nothing to do with it. And that's one of the reasons people don't realize that they're going to lose on that topic. Trans rights issues have nothing to do with it. If you want somebody to defend bathtub HRT, you have to first defend homebrew medicine, which the vast majority of people think is weird and dangerous. Which is why the fucking FDA has a pretty high approval rating, because people are like, yeah, I don't think that anyone should be making Tylenol in their own fucking house. It doesn't matter if you could do it. You don't have an argument that you can make that will ever be good enough to counter that. No amount of supply chains and horse shittery is gonna convince people like, no, actually I do want the most random people who don't look like they wash their ass from Twitch poll panels to be cooking up medicine that not only they use, but random other people's children might use. Because the bathtub HRT immediately also goes to providing HRT to minors, because that's indeed. And then like, yeah, if you're a trans person, you're fucking in the struggle and you've heard the fucking arguments 500,000 times and you know them inside out, you know them by your heart, and you talk in your little community all the time. Yeah, you could probably make a pretty fucking aggressive argument. But the thing is you are not on a fucking YouTube debate when you talk to normal people. They listen to you for as long as they feel like it, and then they either shut down and start raw fucking ignoring you, or they fucking start yelling at you because they're sick of you. And then you're done. You're done. You have basically 3 to 5 sentences total for your average person to get them interested in something they don't give a fuck about or are against. And if they're against it, you have to hope that when they get interested in it, they're not here to fucking argue against you about something that they've been fighting about in their head the whole time. People, I promise bathtub HRT isn't even much of a thing. DIY HRT is ordering hormones around doctor prescriptions, which is still dangerous, but not as much. I know, but it sounds the same. That's the point, is that whole thing is, it's all a clusterfuck. It's the idea of bypassing medical science in order to get what you want at risk to yourself for something that a lot of people do not perceive as a life or death need. And the problem with that isn't that it's not true. I'm not arguing against the veracity of it or the validity of it. I'm explaining the sheer difficulty of how many wins you actually need to convince people. When you have to fight somebody for something like universal health care, all you have to convince them is your health care good? No. Well, what if we all paid for it together? Then it's like we have way more bargaining power and we can afford more stuff. Insurance basically already does the same thing. That's almost the entirety of the core issues of it. You're done. With DIY HRT, all that DIY still sounds like do it yourself. That's what DIY means. So people are going to hear it and immediately go making it on your own, right? Like, and so you have to clear up that conception on making up your own. No, I'm actually just going around doctors' prescriptions to get them to give me stuff that I yada yada yada, which is fine because already that's how people get testosterone to do steroids. Already something that happens. It's why Arnold Schwarzenegger ever had an acting career. But that's hard to convince people of. It's also, you have to convince people that trans people need HRT and that HRT works for trans people. Like, there's so many fights that you have to win and that you stand to lose when you have that conversation that it's like, dude, that is fucking horrible. There's very few. And I think it's because there's not a lot of trans people out there. So when any news stuff comes up, like your guy's whole fucking world gets realigned around some one person's headline. You're really fucking easy to bully because of that. But like, there's very few issues that are similar to the ones that are like, that face the trans community, where any single stickler issue that comes up somehow is not just a 1 or 2 piece argument, but like a 5-piece argument that requires a minimum of 3 concessions just to get to the actual argument. I mean, if you're talking to a Republican, like I have to take this, imagine I'm your politician. I've got to go take this. I've got to go argue this up on the fucking hill, right? I'm your elected official. I got to first convince them that trans people are valid. So I have to do that fight. Trans people are valid. Trans people are not mentally unwell, and this medicine can help them. They cannot get this medicine through normal means. This bypass is not inherently unethical, and the mild amount of dangers are not extreme. And also, it's not the making it in a bathtub. Like, that is it per one issue. And all I have to do on the other side is say, DIY HRT is dangerous. It's going to get kids killed. It's going to get people sick. That's all you have to say as a counterpoint. And you fucking got people. It's crazy. Like, think about how much easier, I would really want to put this in perspective. Think about how much easier it is to argue that that Israel is engaging in a genocide. It is easier to argue that Israel is engaging in a genocide and more readily obvious and apparent, and there's more available facts than it is to even open the conversation about DIY HRT. Like, someone put that shit together in a fucking lab to fuck y'all. And like, you have to keep going back to it. If I was trans people, unironically, I think I would say it was fake. I don't know. I would have to say that's just made up. No one does that. And just lie, or I don't know. Fucking God damn it. It is so fucking crazy. I think the DIY refers to the therapy part of the hormone, but to a lot of people, DIY means you make it yourself. Yeah, dude, it's perfect. There's so many stumbling blocks in just it boiled down into 6 fucking letters alone that it is crazy. Because I always try to game things out, right? And I think I can win that. I could do that argument, but it would actually take a lot. Like, I could win that argument on merit, but it would take precision throughout the entirety of it. You can't make any missteps. When the inevitable question about minors comes up, then you're going to have to deal with that. You can't ignore it because people will talk about abuse that's happened before and like known like pedophilia shit that's occurred tangentially to that. And then you have to fight that fucking battle. Like, dude, they fucking, like, trans people were just stuck all over with fucking swords and then set aflame. Like, it's nuts. And I see why, you already see who's the guy in charge in California? Gavin Newsom's already setting trans people up to be, they're done. Nah, we're good on that. Like, he's just like, I think that the trans thing needs to go away. Like, it's just, unironically, like, people do need to step away from arguing trans issues just because it's a fucking nightmare, right? And I think the biggest issue is twofold. A, obviously a lot of fucking cis people aren't good at it. But B, no trans educators exist so far that have created a good way to argue this that you can take outside of your community. I say that as a challenge, a hard line challenge. I do not think there is a single person I've seen. I've had a lot of trans creators I don't bring up here recommended to me. I don't think there are any trans issue educators that are capable of unraveling this fucking Gordian knot in a way that can be handled outside of sympathetic and supportive communities. It's fucking crazy. DIY HRT is just flat out branding. I mean, raw. Yeah, it's going to take rhetoric that tankies aren't going to like in regards to trans issues. I mean, dude, you got to cut the fucking tankies out completely too. Tanky trans person is just like a fucking self-saboteur. Because they fucking hate trans people. The tankies fucking hate y'all. I was seeing them sharing memes that fucking that look just like fucking standard right-winger shit. RFK raspy voice. Big Pharma doesn't want you to brew Tylenol in your homes. God, I'm sorry to fucking bring everybody down. And like, I really want to hammer it home. It doesn't mean that trans people aren't valid or that these aren't important issues, but it's like, I can't do anything to help as much as I want. Like, it's impossible to fucking argue. And it's going to take like a strong force from within, a powerful force from within to like bring the rings and bind them in the fires of Mordor or whatever. Because I think, yeah, the other thing is really just like trans people are not on the same page about how they want the arguments argued for them. And like, you can't have both ways. You cannot have trans people being the only people that argue for trans issues. Impossible. It's never going to make it. That's never going anywhere. That's a fucking pipe dream. But you also can't have like people not doing it well. So it's like, I don't know what y'all want. I mean, I know you want me to argue it better if you hear me arguing it fucking up, and I sympathize with that. I still gotta fucking put my stick down on the ground, because sometimes when you throw in for people that aren't you kind of have to fight that fight every time, whether you win it or not, because then people will think that you're giving up on them. You know, you can't fucking say like trans people are valid and then ever step back from it. Now you've got to take fucking losing shots on fucking whatever stupid thing is the fucking conversation du jour that time. But it's like, bro, fucking you go to one crew and it's like, yeah, these fucking trans women are all about that argument you gave. They fucking love it. This fucking one trans man thinks you're a fucking idiot. And then you go to another bunch of people like, these trans men are fucking about it. These other two trans people hate it. These other rest of them all fucking are ambivalent. They don't give a fuck. You know? And it's like, I'm not trying to fucking make this shit up for you. I don't even want to do that. I want to be handed a good set of arguments that are solid and I can just take with me in a fucking bag and walk around. That's what fucking Martin Luther King Jr. did, and the rest of the civil rights people. They handed you the card. If someone says this, say that. Someone says this, say that. Someone says this, say that. But like, fuck, nobody's on the same page right now. It's rough. Where did I go? Banger stream. Thanks for the journalism presentation earlier. Cheers. Take it easy, Donnie Danovian. Thank you. I think I missed your other super chat. Or no, you said based, I think. Okay. God bless. God made me trans because I am stronger than most. Based. Absolutely based. Tune things. Okay, what are we at? We got like fucking 10 people left in here. I streamed for way too long. And now my fucking throat hurts. Oh, I never checked to see if Dylan Burns responded to me. He didn't. Sag. Alright. Dylan Burns won. I win. No. I hope he's not fucking, like, dead or something. Okay, folks. Flesh Sim video win. Hopefully tomorrow for a Wednesday release. Finish tomorrow, Wednesday release, maybe. I don't know. I streamed too late. Well, that said, folks, you've been watching Westside Tyler Love and Westside Tyler Bell. I gotta get the fuck out of here. And until next time, as always, stay safe out there.